සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
To all of you, it's the quintessential cricket big match in Sri Lanka, the 145th Battle of the Blues cricket encounter between Royal College and St Thomas's College. We are bringing you these live pictures from Sinhalese Sports Club grounds in Colombo, the mecca of cricket in Sri Lanka, bringing this biggest sporting event in the country, the Royal Tournament as we call it, the quintessential cricket big match. It's been played for over 145 years, the world's second most uninterrupted cricket encounter. Welcome to the live coverage brought to you by ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, and on 7th, 8th, 9th of March this big match rivalry will be renewed once again. So to discuss leading up to this day one proceedings, I have two gentlemen with me from Royal College and St Thomas's College. From Royal College I have Feroz Ahmed, who was the vice captain of the Royal College team in 2007, and then from St Thomas's College I have Shashrika Pusegole, who was also the vice captain of the Thomian team in 2007. Gentlemen, welcome to the Papare show. First of all, Feroz, now you all have been playing, your last played in 2007. It's been 17 years since then. But every year when you come to the big match, it's always another fresh, renewed feeling, isn't it?
Absolutely. Warm welcome to you as well, Damit. It brings back memories of us striding to the middle, donning our jerseys and playing against each other. And it's the most important game in our lives. And I'm sure these boys too will be looking forward for it. Looking back, I think it was 20 years back when I first played for college, 17 years since I played my final Royal Tournament. But every year during this period, it rekindles my memories and makes me long for the Royal Tournament and makes me go back in time, relive my memories.
Shashika, I'm sure it's the same for you also, but the Thomian grit, that's what the Thomians are known for. But you've continued your cricket after finishing at college also, but still this second weekend of March, it's always a special weekend for any Thomian or a Royalist.
Yes, 100%. I mean, very strangely, the buzz that I felt today when I walked into the ground was none like any other. I mean, see, it's already packed. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be a capacity crowd all 3 days during this encounter. As we all know, I mean, there was a very controversial flight that brought in the people from Australia as well. So much is expected. It's the Battle of the Blues, the biggest event in the calendar year for school cricket. So here we go, Damit.
Yes, indeed. The Royal Thomian, it's always a special encounter. Feroz, you would have been in the boys' tent also as a youngster. Now, as a old boy, you've come here as a commentator. Last year, you were there to call the victory for Royal College. Last year, Royal College regained the shield after losing it in 2019. Let's take a look at the match summary. Dasis Manchanayaka led from the front, scoring a brilliant 137, along with Ramiru Pereira, who too scored 100. And then Royal managed to register a brilliant 180-run win. Dasis Manchanayaka once again with a 57 in the second inning. Bulankulama scored 40 in the first innings for St. Thomas's, and then St. Thomas were bowled out for 161. Feroz, you were there. Shashika, you were also there. But let's go back to last year. How special was that win?
Absolutely special. If you look at the last 15 years, Royal have won 3 years. St. Thomas has only won. And during this 15 years, I think Royal have dominated play and have come out on top. But last year was special because it was regaining the shield rather, and also because of a special knock. I think St. Thomas has walked in as favourites. They had a very good bowling attack, a very well-balanced side as well. Royal were put into bat, were in trouble, but Dasis Manchanayaka stole the show. That game will be remembered for Dasis Manchanayaka's 100, and he followed up with a half century as well, and it was complete dominance. Big matches, Royal Thomians are all about character and who stands up, and it was the captain who stood up last year, and that made the difference, and that made it extra special as well, because it was the captain who ensured that Royal regained the shield.
Shashika, for the last, as Feroz said, for the last, after y'all left, y'all won it in 2007, but after that, the last 15-17 years, St. Thomas's have only won once in 2019. But they've had very good teams who have played good cricket throughout the season. What's the difference? They play good cricket throughout the season, but they don't come and perform well, or it's just the pressure? What do you think from what happens at these 3 days?
Yeah, very rightly said, Damit. I mean, it's definitely a cause for concern. As you said, for the last 17 years, winning the big match only once definitely is something to ponder on. But then again, the big match is a different occasion. It's the characters within the players that needs to be addressed sometimes to understand, you know, how they would feel the pressure situations, how they would face it, how they would overcome it, most importantly. So, I mean, we talk about the Thomian grit. From today onwards, it's a wonderful opportunity for these boys to show what they're made of, to come back from last year's defeat and make it count, because if I'm not mistaken, there would be around 8 colours when we're playing.
Yeah, indeed, because I have 2 gentlemen with me who have seen winning 1 year, losing 1 year, and again winning. So it's that's how it is, that's how big matches are, and that's what this Battle of the Blues cricket encounter is all about. Feroz, another thing, this whole week leading up to the big match, the teams, they get camped into their respective schools, then the school old boys, they prepare themselves at the grounds. We have plenty of tents at the grounds itself. Just talk us through about this preparation leading up to the match, especially this big match week. We have cycle parades. You all were involved with the past cricketers, Colorsman Dina also. Just talk us through about this preparation of this week, especially this week.
Well, as corporate professionals, I think the whole country comes to a stop during this period. But in all fairness, I think both the present boys and the old boys look forward for this event. There is not just the game that is being played, but the lead up to it from the, as you correctly mentioned, the cycle parade, the main assembly where the team is introduced to the respective colleges. You see a lot of preparation, and old boys batchers put in a lot of effort to gather around. They have their own tents. You have the cavalries, the coals, the stallions, the thoroughbreds. Each batch on its own tries to ensure that they get their batchers together. They have events planned. There are multiple dinners, get-togethers, annual events planned during this week. So each batch has something planned, and all of us look forward for this particular week.
Yeah, it's the same with the Papare also, preparing for this week, especially setting up and everything. Feroz, also, you said the schoolboys also, it's a massive event for all the schoolboys. And going back in memory, I'm sure we'll show you some footages of the college itself. For whoever is watching from anywhere around the world, I'm sure they'll rekindle their memories by watching the hallowed parts of Royal College. Just talk us through about these pictures.
You're testing my memory, David. This is the main hall. I think it's kind of sacred for us because we grew up in these august halls. A quadrangle is also a special place. This is the main sort of building of Royal with the motto at the top. Brings back memories. This is where you find the college prefect's room, the symbolic bell where it's rung once a year when the prefects depart. And during this period, the whole college is adorned by flags. Everyone is prepared. It's not just the cricketers, it's the whole school that gets together for one particular event. And this brings back fond memories to me.
Yeah, that's why I said it's not just a cricket encounter, it's a social event. Shashtrika, let's go to Mount Lavinia and see how you all showcase your big match spirit throughout this week leading up to it, seeing these pictures.
Yeah, you see the main gate. I mean, a lot of new infrastructure developments happening at St. Thomas's as to the time that I went to school. But then again, it brings back nostalgic memories, Damit. You see one of the basketball courts near the main ground as we go down the pathway from the quadrangle to the sacred areas of college, I'd say, down towards the dining hall, some new buildings as I mentioned yet before as well. But all in all, a massive occasion for the Thomians, a massive occasion for both schools, and it's time to step up.
Indeed, it's time to step up, and we at the Papare, as we are building to that first ball at 10 AM local time, let's go and take a small commercial break, and we will be back as we build towards day one proceedings.
Live on the Papare TV and Dialog View app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. March Madness is back. Are you ready for the big Match Madness? March Madness, live on the Papare Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 145th Battle of the Blues as we prepare for the day one proceedings. Feroz, the captains, the leaders, you mold leaders through this Battle of the Blues. Sinet Jayawardena, fourth-year colorsman, Sri Lanka under-19 captain. He was a part of that winning team last year also. Lot of responsibility on Sinet Jayawardena. He didn't play most of the season due to national duties. But how do you rate Sinet Jayawardena and his leadership skills and what he brings to the team?
He brings a lot of experience. He's represented Sri Lanka in the junior setup as well, and he's made a lot of difference. I think there was a phase during the season when Royal was struggling, but his entry back into the team after he came back from the Under-19 World Cup made a lot of difference. I think the first game they managed to beat St. Peter's. His presence matters a lot because this is a very young side and a fourth-year colorsman bringing in a lot of experience, and he plays a dual role. He's one of their key batsmen playing at the top, but he's also, don't underestimate his off spin as well. He's been amongst the wickets, so not only is he leading from the front making the right decisions, he's also leading from the front through his batting and bowling as well. There's one area which I feel he needs to improve is the overall fielding and the rotation of his bowling. But I'm sure with his experience, he will come good.
Shashika, Mahith Pereira, he was a part of that losing team also, but he's a multi-sport colorsman also. Mahith Pereira, just talk us through about his role in the team as a captain, and he's been brilliant this season so far with over 800 runs also. Just talk us through about Mahith Pereira, the captain of St. Thomas's College.
Yeah, you're right. A triple colorsman, a born leader, I would say. I mean, to be involved in 3 sports at college is not the easiest feat. And you mentioned, he's led by example. He scored over 840 runs this season. He bowls deeply off the off spinners as well to contain batters at times. And most definitely, the pivotal guy in this lineup, the key batter, the key contributor, the key leader. So Mahith Pereira, with his characteristics that he has shown during college, I'm counting on him to stand up this game.
Yes, indeed, Mahith Pereira, the captain, has a huge role to play. Feroz, we spoke about the teams coming into the big match. Even though they've had a good season or an average season or a bad season, does it matter really? And Royal this season, they've done well in the limited overs tournament, but in the 2-day format, they've only won one outright win this season. So just let's look at the results summary for Royal. Does it really matter? They've not been unbeaten this season, but let's talk about the seasonal stats, Feroz.
Well, I think if you look at it, Royal had a shock defeat against Maristella. They did not perform well, and up until the St. Peter's game, were quite struggling, and that's where the return of the captain made a lot of impact and change the course of the rest of the season. And ever since that, you see a lot of first innings victories, and I think that was the pivotal point, the victory against St. Peter's, that gave a lot of confidence. And from that point onwards, they've managed to kind of string in a few good performances. But to answer to your point, does a good season help you? It does. Because it gives you confidence, it makes you be in a better frame of mind. But having said that, if you can walk into the Royal Thomaian, stand up and make it count, that's what matters in the end. Your season, we've seen a lot of players walk into the Royal Thomaian having sort of a bad season, but then on that particular day, they stand up. So if you've had a good season, it certainly helps. But if you've had a bad season, you just need to forget it, be in a good frame of mind, walk into the Royal Thomaian and showcase your talent to the world.
St. Thomas's College, they've played 16 games this season, and then they've won 4 outrights. Shashika, just go us through about these results from St. Thomas's College this season.
Yeah, it's always good to win outright games, which means the team knows how to win, most importantly. But if the key footage that I would focus on is the last few games. St. Thomas's, they won one outright game, and also they won 4 first innings games, which means the momentum is carried through to the big match. That is very important because the game is all about momentum. So the team is in good spirits, and we all expect a fantastic battle here. I mean,
yeah, St. Thomas's College played 16 games. They've won 4 outrights. Recently, they won first innings against St. Peter's College, but that special win against Trinity, they managed to bowl out Trinity twice for less than 65 runs. Shashrika, that's a feat of its own, isn't it?
yeah, I mean, look, the fast bowlers really stood out, especially guys like Nathan Caldera. You know, much will be expected of him, especially with this Duke's ball. I'm glad that both teams are using it now as opposed to a few years ago. It's an even playing field now. So, I mean, very interesting toss from my point of view. I'm pretty sure the Thomian camp would be very eager to bowl first, as they did last year. Let's see what happens now.
Feroz, a fresher is leading the batting run charts for Royal College. Yasin Disanayaka, the left hand. What do you make of the top batters for Royal this season?
He's been amongst the runs. He's a left-hander coming in the middle order. There you see, I think he's got a very healthy average, 36.60. With a top score of 152 not out. So when he gets in, he goes big. And he's had a good start. The last few games, I think he's yet to convert his starts. I'm hopeful that this is the day that he does. But you shouldn't underestimate the rest of the batting as well. Ramiru and Rehan. Rehan is still 15 years old and has fabulous technique for an opener. It's not easy being an opener at a very young age, and he represented Royal last year. He's a colorsman, and this year I expect Ramiru and Yasir and Rehan to play a key role in the batting.
In the bowling department also, it's a spin-heavy bowling attack for Royal College. Ramiru Pera leading in the front with 47 wickets, then right arm leg spinner. Do you think the spinners will have a major role on these 3 days?
Certainly on the third day, and Ramiru Pera is a wrist spinner, and a wrist spinner will impart a lot of bounce, and there is also the variation that he can bring in with the flipper, the googly, and he'll be a lot more effective than a conventional off spinner. But on day one, I think it has to be the fast bowlers who have to stand up. It doesn't look good when you look at the wickets tally. Malaviarach is the leading wicket taker with only 10 wickets, and the rest of the fast bowlers have only managed to get 8 and 6. But the SSC is helpful for fast bowling, and with the Duke ball, as mentioned by Shashrika, it has to be the fast bowlers who have to come to the party. So I feel day one will belong to the fast bowlers, but never underestimate a leg spinner at SSC.
Yeah, Shashrika, we spoke about Mahit. He has topped the runs chart for St. Thomas's College this season with over 800 runs. But the likes of Hussain Haliagoda, Dinet Gunawardhan, they've also been contributing in that middle order. Let's take a look at the St. Thomas's most runs list for this season. Mahit Perera, 3 centuries. Followed by Haliagoda and Gunawardhan. Just talk us through about these batters for St. Thomas's.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the top 3, Mahit, Perera, Hussain and Dinet, they've all got hundreds. I mean, especially Mahit and Dinet got a few hundreds if I'm not mistaken. So it's again a very good habit to have in a 3-day game, scoring big hundreds. Always would contribute to a winning cause. But also don't forget the latter part of the batting department for St. Thomas's, guys like Nathan Caldera, Akash Fernando, who's been amongst the runs, decent average as well. So depth in St. Thomas's in terms of batting, it's about who really stands up on the occasion.
Yeah, from the bowling lineup for St. Thomas's, he played last year as a 14-year-old. This time he's playing his second big match. Abhit Parnavitana, he has topped the most wickets tally for 62 wickets. Then the fast bowlers, Kamandu Dias, Nathan Caldera, Yatindra Siriwardana and Akash Fernando. The fast bowlers will have a major role to play for St. Thomas's, isn't it?
No doubt about it, Damit. SSC with the Duke's ball, especially if you win the toss. But let's not forget Abhit Parnavidana. I mean, someone with great temperament, capturing 62 wickets at the age of 15 years. Not the easiest feat to do, but you're right. the majority of the contributions will have to come from these 4 fast bowlers, Dami.
Yes, indeed. The fast bowling heavy Thomian lineup and spin heavy Royal lineup. It's going to be an interesting battle as we build towards that day 1 proceedings. There was a concern with the over rate also. Feroz, I'll just come to you. How do you control? You've been a vice captain, you've been among those discussions also, but how do you control the over rate, especially here at SSC?
Well, if run making is easy and there's plenty of runs being scored at a faster clip, then naturally the over rate slows down, because the bowling, they're more concerned in saving the runs. But having played, I think the over rate was the last of our concerns. The major sort of thought process is more towards how do we get the batsman out, how do we contain the batsman, have a good passage of play. It's not an easy task, and as a captain or even a vice captain, your primary objective is to first outsmart the opponent. Then comes the over rate and the rest of the sort of aspects of the game. But I would say, rather than the players, it's the umpires, the officials who have to take a lead and ensure that the right amount of overs is bowled for a day.
Shastika, you've been in this professional cricket environment also. How do you see this? Because day 1 it's only 90 overs, minimum of 90 overs have to be bowled, but day 2 and 3 it will be 95 overs. How do you see this over rate issue? Because last year we saw the 90 overs wasn't completed most of the days.
Yeah, it will be a bigger challenge for the Thomians, purely because I'm suspecting they'll go with 4 fast bowlers as well. So from a challenging point of view, it will be harder for the Thomians. But as Feroz mentioned, the last thing that the Thomian skipper would be thinking about is the over rate. Might as well focus more on the game and try to get a better result out of it. And as he also rightly mentioned, a lot is to do with the umpires in the middle. It's also up to them to ensure that they push the players. So, because at the end of the day, these are young schoolboys, the biggest moment of their lives. They're going to be focusing on the game, but it's the officials that really have to play a part here.
Of course, the 145th Battle of the Blues is just minutes away from the start of day 1. Feroz, we've seen many former cricketers, former greats from Royal College. They've played for Sri Lanka, some of them, and some of them have been excelled in the other areas of life also. A part of cricket, after you walk out of college, what's so special? You all still talk about the Royal Thomian, as you said, in corporate field, it's sometimes it doesn't work at all this week. What have you gained out of playing the Royal Thomian as a cricketer and as a person?
Well, sports in general teaches you a lot. It's about character building. It's about every time you're thrown a challenge, coming out and kind of doing your best, discipline, ensuring that you work hard towards your goals, multiple aspects, and I'm sure even Shastika can relate to it. The fact that you have to work towards a common goal as a team, all of these aspects help you build character and helps you keep in good stead. So my view is it's not just Royal Thomian that has helped us in our lives, it's the overall the sport. Cricket is what we spent most time in, and ultimately every aspect that I mentioned, the team spirit, working towards a goal, overcoming obstacles, working towards as a team, all of this has helped us build the character.
And also I'll just take a few words said by Mr. Bogoda Premaratna, former principal of Royal College. Without Royal, there is no St. Thomas's. Without St. Thomas's, there is no Royal. Shashika, you've always had friends from Royal. You've always been spoken through the Royal. Do you agree with that statement?
Rightly said. I mean, the rich heritage, the rich history, it's been there for over 160 to 70 years in terms of, schools representing in Colombo especially. I mean, Royal and St. Thomas's, not a lot needs to be spoken about the two schools. I mean, we all know about the rich heritage and history, Feroz. That's why we are also here. That's why we assembled here on this great occasion to witness yet another encounter.
The opening ceremony was held a few minutes ago, and the players standing up on that feet. We see Reverend Father Billy Moria, the warden of St. Thomas's College, along with the principal of Royal College, and the dignitaries walking and opening this Battle of the Blues. Because as a kid you would have stood and sang that college anthem. It's a great feeling, isn't it?
Absolutely. And this is a sort of passage in where you're looking forward to start the game just 15 minutes prior to the start of play, and there's a lot of emotions, a lot of focus, and you're just minutes away from the biggest game of your lives.
This is where all the nerves kick in, Feroz, as we are in readiness for the first ball. I mean, especially for the opening batters, the opening bowlers. They will be on the pins as we see the dignitaries. Such a special event, Feroz.
Yeah, the two co-chairs, Rehan Gunasekara of Royal College and Mr. Arjuna Vaidyasekara of St. Thomas's College. Here's Group Chief People's Officer of Dialog Asiata, Mr. Sham Majid, being introduced to the Thomian team by Captain Mahit Pereira, 8 colorsmen for St. Thomas's before coming into this game. Dialog Asiata has been a part of the Royal Thomian for the last 19 years. Here are the match officials, the match referee, Mr. Graham Lebroy. The two standing umpires will be Chandrika Amarasinghe and Chamaridi Soisa. TV umpire will be Hemant Boteju. Here are the Royal team being introduced. Sinat Jayawardene, the captain, playing his 4th big match. Great occasion for all these youngsters to be lined up and representing their alma mater. Yes, the group photo. These group photos, Feroz, go a long way, isn't it? After school you live with all these memories, isn't it?
Absolutely. Back in our days we didn't have social media, so very little footage and photographs back in our time, but times have changed. There are a lot of social media presence, a lot of footage, a lot of stills being captured, and now when you look back 20 years later, this brings back a lot of memories. I'm sure these boys won't realize it, but all these little moments go a long way.
Indeed, and the 22 yards, that matters a lot. The pitch which will be used for the 145th Battle of the Blues. We have our pitch expert, Mr. Gamini Pereira, out there in the center analyzing the 22 yards.
Good morning, everyone. It's warm, it's humid, a typical subcontinental morning here at SSC. Temperature currently at 27 degrees, but it's going to peak at 1 o'clock this afternoon, around 31 degrees. Hardly any wind to speak of, really, but I'll tell you what, it's a brilliant day for a game of cricket. Let's have a look at the most important part. 10 by 22, the surface. Well, it's hard. 6 mils of grass, good cover right throughout, and there's a bit of moisture, I'll tell you what. These days, ground staff, and here at SSC, they're one of the best, led by Mahesh Bopage. They know the onions. They normally like to keep the grass fresh. Sometimes they put a bit of a spray the day before, or they will put a Rexin that is a bit wet the night before. So anyway, to my naked eye, it looks brilliant. It's a no-brainer, really. One of the best conditions, one of the best grounds with conditions here at SSC. I'm facing the tennis court end. Like I said, even cover of grass, there will be some movement off the track. Not only in the air, lateral movement off the track. If you know how to use the new ball, both sides will be using the Duke ball. So they are going to get some movement. It will be hard work for the openers. They'll have to make the bowlers to bowl at them, really. You'll have to organize your innings in that way. But very similar to last year. If you don't put enough damage into the top order, second session is going to be hard work for the bowlers. This wicket is going to be a paradise for the batters once the moisture dries off. To me, I would love to bat first. But I know both sides are relying on their fast bowlers to take control. Whoever takes control on the first day, like last year, will go a long way of making a result in their favor. But I'll say, good toss to lose.
Shashika, if you win the toss, what would you do on this pitch?
Well, the complexion of it looks very green. I mean, from whatever I saw, it looks quite green and it looks well rolled in. I'm 100% sure, no doubt about it. If St. Thomas's win the toss, they would definitely bowl first.
Feroz, quickly, what would Royal do if Royal win the toss?
I think they'd bowl first. Looking at the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, I would love to bat on this wicket, knowing that Royal has a better spin attack and it might come in handy in the fourth innings. But having said that, looking at the balancer, the composition of the two teams, I'd opt to bowl first if I win the toss.
Yes, the pitch, Feroz reckons Royal would bowl first on this pitch. Shashrika also reckons on this pitch St. Thomas would also bowl first. There's a good tinge of grass on it, isn't it?
It's an even spread, Damit. Most importantly, if you look at it closely, it's an even spread of green grass as opposed to dead grass. So you'd expect the wicket to be lively, at least for the first half of the day, at least I would say. So definitely yes for me.
It's not only about the first half an hour or the first session. Because of the Duke's ball, Feroz, I think it will, as Shashika said, there will be good assistance for the seamers, at least for half a day, do you reckon?
Yes, and what I've noticed with the Duke ball is it starts swinging after 10 to 12 overs have lapsed. So there's always life. The fast bowlers on both sides are playing with 3 to 4 fast bowlers, and everyone will have a say in the game. And as Shashrika mentioned, there is life on this wicket, and that first hour or the first session will be key.
Yeah, indeed, the toss plays a huge role in this Battle of the Blues, the 145th Battle of the Blues. We have Haritha Pereira with the two captains, Sinead Javardhan of Royal College and Mahit Pereira of St. Thomas's College, along with the match referee, Mr. Graham Labroy, on the toss, the all-important toss of this 145th Battle of the Blues.
Is happening. The official match coin of the 145th Battle of the Blues is delivered in a flash through Pick Me Flash. Pick Me Flash is an innovative delivery solution designed for your convenience. You can send or receive anything, anywhere, affordably and securely through Pick Me Flash. So they will be here now for the official delivery of the coin. Yes, thank you. There it happens. Unmistakable, a happy occasion, a historic occasion. Pick Me with the coin toss delivery being handed over to our match referee, Mr. Graham Labroy. Okay, we've got a match referee, Mr. Graham Labroy. Sinead Javardhan, the Royal captain, has the coin. The call will be made by Mahit Pereira, the Thomian skipper. It's a tails call. It's a heads victory for Royal. Sinith, congratulations. It's a very happy occasion. You have so much experience at home and abroad leading your sides. What is the feeling getting up here as captain?
I think it's a huge feeling to captain the Royal Thomian, and I think this is a great opportunity for me and the boys as well to play a big match.
Your introduction into the game was memorable for you as for your school. I think you are leading a very well balanced all-round side, and with your inclusion the performances have got even better, a lot of critics say. So what has been the preparation for this game?
The preparation has been really good, and our boys' mentality is good as well, and looking forward for a good game.
A lot of people think that the 3-day game will always produce a result. I'm sure you have your thoughts about the big match too.
I think it will go for a result this year as well. Thomians have a good side, and we are hoping to give them a good fight this year.
Congratulations and have a good game.
Thank you, sir.
Mahit, what has been the story as far as the toss is concerned? Are you too concerned?
Actually no, because the wicket looks good and it's a bit dry. So I'm very confident with the batsmen.
You are a multi-talented sportsman. You have led the side well with your performances. How is the side doing? You have a lot of young and exciting all-rounders.
Yeah, we have a lot of youngsters as well, but we have good seniors as well. We have 8 colorsmen in the side, so pretty confident with them also. And hopefully we'll gel together and do a good job.
You know, Royal Thomian for you at various sports is nothing new, but what's the pressure like coming into this one?
Actually, I mean, every Royal Thomian has some pressure, but it's all how you take it. I mean, this is not the first Royal Thomian I've played. I've played so many Royal Thomians in so many different sports. But yeah, this is another match for me, and I'm just going to give my all.
This is a wicket full of runs, but you've got to be careful. You all are batting first on invitation by Royal. What is the score that you think you would like to put on?
250, 300 plus is a good score here, and we have a good bowling unit. I'm confident with that.
Hopefully we'll have an enjoyable game. Are you looking for a result?
Yes, of course. Hopefully a Thomian win.
Okay, congratulations. Have a good game.
Thank you, sir.
So the story from the middle is that Royal have won the toss and they are pleased to bowl first.
There was Royal won the toss, elected to bowl first. We'll just take a look at the Thomian lineup. Sadev Soisa, Senadi Bulankulama, Tisen Haligoda, Dinet Gunawardana, Captain Mahit Pereira, Nathan Caldera, the vice captain, the all-rounder, Darian Diego, another all-rounder, Akash Fernando, Ashen Pereira, then Kamidu Dias and Abith Parnavitana. What do you reckon about the decision? I will first take a look at the Royal team also. Rehan Peris, Isula Giganage, Sinet Javadana, Uina Ambampola, Yasindu Disanayaka, Ramiro Pereira, the vice captain, Netpin Dharmaratna, Bulan Veeratunga, Dinur Senaratna, Ranako Malaviarachi, and Yenula makes up the 11. Feroz, bowling first?
Not surprised with the decision, but is it the right decision? It all depends on how these 11 come and do the sort of task that is right in front of them. The 3 fast bowlers, especially Malaviarachi, has to bowl in the right channel, make use of the life on the wicket. He shouldn't get carried away by bowling short. In the right channel, make the batsman play, and I'm sure there will be enough assistance on this wicket for the fast bowlers. And that first 45 minutes will be crucial. If Royal can make inroads, get 3 to 4 wickets, get the best batsman Mahit in as early as possible, then the decision to bowl first is justified.
Shashika, from the Thomian point of view, batting first on a green top?
Obviously won't be the easiest task for the Thomians, but let's not forget Gulam Kulumu, who's now a third-year colorsman. He should take the responsibility, speak to the youngster who will be the fresher and opener Sadev, and you know, they should ensure they bat till lunch, maybe at the loss of a wicket or 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Feroz and Shashika. Now we'll hand it over to the commentators as we start day one of this 145th Battle of the Blues.
Good morning and a warm welcome to the SSC Grounds in Colombo. We are here for the second longest standing cricket match in the world. It's the 145th Battle of the Blues. The Royal Thomaian encounter is ready and set to go. The SSC as always looking beautiful. A sea of blue flags with the black and gold all over the ground. Gradually the crowd is picking up. The young and the old is coming to the SSC for this 3-day encounter, which is built to be an exciting game over the next 3 days. The two Thomaian openers are out there. As you know, the toss was won by Royal College and they have decided to bowl first. Good morning to you, Harun.
Very good morning, Ricky. Indeed, absolute pleasure coming into the commentary box once again to give commentary at the Battle of the Blues 145th encounter, as you rightly mentioned, the second longest uninterrupted cricket encounter. As we see the details of Thomaian opening bat, Sadev Soisa, fresher, who's representing St. Thomas's in his first big match. He's done well. He's done well during the season, and all confidence has been put on him to really fight it out there in this first session, which is going to be crucial for both teams to really see the decision, or in terms of gauging the decision that they've taken at the toss.
Yes, certainly. I think both teams were looking to probably win the toss and bowl first. So there you go, the first delivery of the Royal Thomaian. Sadev Soisa is off the mark. The left-hander. He's had an up and down season, hasn't got those big runs which was required by him. He's the wicket keeper of the side as well, and has scored a lot of runs at the second 11, but just could not convert those into the first 11, and he'll be looking to hang in there for this first 1 hour or so, try to make maximum use and then progress.
I think Ricky, talking about the conditions, it's really hot, very humid. You can see the t-shirts already sticking on to the player's body. This goes to show the levels of perspiration and how it's going to impact throughout the 3 days, because every single individual that's coming onto this field will have to make sure they're very hydrated to last long throughout the 3 days, and that's going to be very important. The last thing you want is your key players to be breaking down. And talking about Malaviara, he's had a pretty quiet season, much better bowler than what his stats show. Can generate a lot of pace and get that ball talking. You can see he's gently striding, not trying to bowl too express, basically settling himself down, getting into a constant rhythm, hitting those right lengths and lines. That's what he has to focus, not trying to bowl too fast, making sure the batsman is being played continuously.
Harun, Royal winning the toss and deciding to bowl first on this surface. What do you think about that decision?
A bit surprised, to be very honest, listening to what Gamini mentioned during the pitch report. He clearly did say that the team it will be a good toss to lose, knowing the intentions of both schools to come and bowl first. Reading his mind, I think, considering the experience he's had witnessing the pitches here at the SSC, I thought he called out that the team winning the toss should bat first, and I too kind of agree with him on that, but you never know how things would span out. Conditions of course conducive to the extent where you will see the levels of moisture going out very fast and becoming very good for batting, but only time would tell.
This is a good field attack in a field, 3 slips, a gully in position straight away. Royal winning the toss, electing to field, going for the kill earlier on. They would have in the back of the mind that the Thomaian openers haven't scored many runs this season. In fact, the top 3 or so haven't really had a good run. It has been an up and down season for Sena, the Bulankulam as well. Third year colorsman. Now a lot depends on him. He has a lot to back up as well, and a lot of pressure for the young man coming into the game. But he's been given the confidence. The coaches, the captain have had faith in him
And did that bring some memory onto you last year? Similar shot caught down the leg side?
Yes, certainly. And
if I'm not mistaken, that was the second innings?
Yes, a good take by Isula as well. Since he's coming to this Royal side, he's done well behind the stumps. He's scored runs at the top of the order.
Yeah, so technically looking at it, you can see Bulan Kolome planting his foot across, so which is something you would not want an opener to do, so that you lose balance and you kind of fall off. It's very important that he stays within himself. Ranuka is getting that ball to kind of dart in to the right-handed batsman. Oh, that's a beach of a delivery. Good end to the first over of the 145th Battle of the Blues. St. Thomas's, 1 for no loss.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්මන්න ගිහින්.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
So once again, a very good morning, afternoon, evening from wherever you are watching this game, whatever time zone, whichever country you are at. A warm welcome to the 145th Battle of the Blues, to all the old royalists, old Thomians who haven't been able to make it down to Colombo for this game. I'm sure you'll be watching this game live on the ThePapare.com on all 3 days. So a warm welcome to our commentary here from the SSC. And Royal won the toss, selected to field first. Has been an interesting first over by Malavia Rachi.
So, Sena Ratna to start his first over. Fresher playing his first Royal Thomian. Someone who's quite nippy, not express, but gets the ball to move, gets the ball to talk. He does seam that ball around, causing a lot of trouble, asking the questions from the batsman. He's had a relatively up and down season this year, but towards the build up to the Royal Thomian, he's made quite a few contributions, hence earning him a place in this Royal side.
Yes, I'm sure it's a nervous moment for the young man. Not easy. He'll take over or two to really settle down. This is the biggest game he's played so far, I'm sure, in his young career so far. Senadi Bolankulam, there you go. 13 matches this season, 258 runs. Now look at the average, just 14. Strike rate 2, very poor 37. Best score of 48. Here, that has been his problem. He's got a lot of 20s, 30s. Not been able to convert that into big scores, Arun, unfortunately, which you need as an opener.
A beautiful driven, an excellent stop at extra cover. That was definitely going towards the boundary had Rehan Piri, had Nethwin Dharmaratna not stopped that. Excellently timed. A delivery which was kind of floated, not expressed like I mentioned. It's very important that he gets the length right.
Yes, Dinuru Senaratne has just played 6 games this season, 8 wickets, 4 for 61 is best. Good economy rate. So this is a big moment for him, no doubt. Once again, management, the coaches have had the faith in young Senaratne.
Oh, that's a good ball and well left by Sadev Soisa. The ball not holding its line. Off the pitch, it moved away. Very well judged leave, you can say, Ricky.
It's very close to that off stump as well. Interesting leave by Sadev Soisa. I think he's worked a lot on his game. Playing outside, being loose outside the off stump has been his downfall in the last couple of years, but we have seen him from second 11 to first 11.
This time beautifully driven. Now he pierces the gap. That's running down to the boundary. Valiant attempt by Dharmaratne. Excellent save. Definitely saved run for the Royalists.
Good cricket all around. A good looking shot by Sadev Soisa. Not afraid to go through that offside. Pierced the gap But what a chase by Dharmaratna. Every run counts. The commitment by the Royal fielders earlier on. We saw earlier to a diving effort at extra cover. So this is good cricket by Royal. They will need to stop all runs are possible, because they are fielding first after winning the toss. And you were talking about that heat. Look at that. Ranuka Malaviarachi is like he has just had a bath, isn't he?
You just can see the kids actually being, you know, getting pasted on the player's body, which goes to show the
humidity
levels, sweating so profusely.
So this is not going to be easy. It's going to be a long 3 days, I would call it, for these boys out there in the center. We of course have that luxury to be in this AC box here, but for them it's a tough going. But I'm sure they are really fit, ready for this battle. There'll be a lot of fluids, a lot of water, which will be taken over the 3 days. There will be a lot of breaks in between, so that's where the umpires will come into play. Not forgetting our two umpires for today, Harun, two very young umpires, Chandrika Amarasinghe and Chamara de Souza. That's the end of the over. We'll come back to that. 2 overs completed.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
So Sadev Souza is on 4 with 1 boundary. He'll
very well run, excellent batting. That's the name of the game. Singles and singles. There's ample gaps, huge gaps here at the SSC. If you really put your head down, understand the field, and play the ball on its merit, runs galore here.
Yes, Harun, I mentioned that 1 boundary. I forgot that was a brilliant stop, but he's moved to 5 nevertheless. And he's looking confident on that off stump. Bulankulama, he'll be looking to open his account, try to get to the non-striker's end, get off the mark, get over that nervousness earlier on. It doesn't matter even if you're playing in your 3rd year. Still, this is a fresh game. It is a fresh year at the SSC, and a lot are watching at the ground from the TVs at their homes or the luxury elsewhere in the world.
Oh, that's a peach of a delivery. That's a good comeback delivery by Malaviarachi. That's his forte. At the start, he doesn't look to generate that pace. It's all about, bowling on those right lines and lengths, getting the ball to land on that corridor of uncertainty.
And what I've noticed so far is getting that ball to move, nip away both ways. To the left hand, it was leaving the left hand. But now that one just held its line, went through. And that corridor of uncertainty. And now that is where, like you mentioned, Harun, you need to bowl to anybody who is fresh at the crease.
This is good bowling by Malaviarachi, asking the questions. He's landing the ball at the right spot, just hoping for the ball to do the talking, get a bit more support from this pitch. Something that the bowlers look forward to, especially the fast bowlers during the first hour of play on the first day on a fresh wicket. And considering that both teams are using the Duke's ball, that added benefit of some seam movement of the pitch is something that the fast bowlers would be really looking forward to.
Good areas. Malaviarachi, just a couple of deliveries straight down the leg side, but since then he's looked good. He's looked to bowl that off stumper channel with the 3 slips and a gully in a position. Sinat Jawardena attacking early. He's looking forward to this challenge. Experienced skipper, captain the Sri Lankan under 19 in the World Cup as well, so he has a lot of experience at a higher level.
What about these pictures, Ricky? Looks absolutely fantastic shots. Really must give it to the crew for giving us these fantastic views of the SSC.
Foolish delivery. Looking to target the pads. You mentioned Bulankulama. He has the tendency to fall over, play across his pad. This is good thinking by Malaviarachi. Yes, we were talking about the umpires. Chamara de Soisa and Chandrika Amar Singh out there in the centre. Umpire Hemanta Botejo is the TV umpire, and Pradeep Udawat is the fourth umpire for this game. Not forgetting our match referee, international match referee, ICC match referee, Graham Labroy in charge as well. So very experienced international umpires and match referee in charge of this 145th Battle of the Blues.
Not a great delivery to follow up. That over just messes up in what was a relatively tidy over from Malaviarachi. 4 byes, taking the Thomian total to 9. That's 3 overs gone. St. Thomas's 9 for no loss.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා. Chiliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික ස්පයිස් අප් වෙනවා.
හඳුන් වදින අලුත්ම මාච්චි සේවරි රසය චිලිටෝ බිස්කට්ස්.
Gold hair and body wash එක.
Thomians have been very watchful at the start, which is the way in which you're expected to go about on a first day's track. The Royal Seamers haven't done too much wrong, and this one is uppish. This is also running down to the boundary. Should be stopped. Another valiant attempt. That's excellent fielding once again. And another run saved for the Royalists. Yenula Bandara on that occasion.
Some positive cricket earlier on here from Sadev Soisa. Initially looking to play some shots, looking for runs. He's not afraid to play on that off stump. And the Royal fielding too has been really good, especially their outfielding. Stopped a couple of boundaries already of Sadev Soisa. This brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. Superb commitment by Yenula Bandara. That keeps the bowlers hyped up as well when you show a lot of energy in the field, and not easy. It's hot, humid out there. It's very tiring. So to keep up those levels and standards is going to be a real tough task.
It's off the pad. It's going. That was angling away, going down the leg side. So another run to the Thomian total, leg by.
Is off the mark, I think. Was it given as runs, Harun? I think a bit of an inside edge.
Yes.
I think it's a bit of an inside edge.
That's
so
what
it's
the scorecard tells us. Probably, yeah. So that takes Bulan Kulami to.
I think you would have been nervous, very nervous out there. That will be a big relief to get that single, get to a non-striker's end. You know, just to try to see off this new ball. First half an hour to 45 minutes is going to be very crucial for both teams to take that early advantage. Oh, that's in the air, but into the gap as well. Unfortunate for the bowler Sena Ratna and Royal. Right between those slip fielders and the gully. Down to the boundary. His first 4 for Soisa, and it has not come the way he would have wanted. But nevertheless, he'll take that.
Good bowling by Sena Ratna. There's no reason for him to be disheartened. The right length, the right line, inviting Soisa to drive. Just that the ball didn't find a field on that occasion. So I think he started off well, Dinro Senaratna. He's, like I said, not expressed, but he's asking a lot of questions from the batsman. Hits a good line in length, as we can see on our replays. Piercing that gap between gully and third slip for 4.
So very interesting to see where Sadev Soisa has gone about his work in this first 4 overs, Harun. He's been looking to play shots outside the off stump. There was just that one delivery he left very close to the off stump. But the rest, he's been looking to be positive, looking for runs at every given opportunity. That also creates that bit of opportunity for Royal with that slip cordon, which will come in to play. But overall, it's good to see them go this way, because St. Thomas's have not had those big good starts generally, and both batters have been very slow to get going. So this is a different ball game so far.
Good bowling here by Senaratne, persevering in a constant line, getting the batsman to play. I think that's the most important aspect, especially on a first day's track in the first hour. As much as possible, if you can get the batsman playing on the front foot, you're doing your bit as a fast bowler. Senaratne, it's going to be an interesting battle, like you said, and it's very good to see the positivity from Soisa as well. He's not someone who kind of leans into his shots, but seems to have very good hand-eye coordination. Once again, a good delivery to end over number 4, this 145th Battle of the Blues, 17 for no loss in Thomas's.
Your embrace so warm, let me stay here for a while. With one more bite of Revelo for sunshine.
So 4 was 17 without loss. Already we could hear the music in the background. The boys' tents are flying high. The blue, black and blue, blue, gold and blue flags are flying. The prefects, as always, doing their duties perfectly. Gradually you could see the old boys coming in to the SSC. And as the day progresses, it's going to be a real carnival atmosphere here, as always, at the SSC. This encounter between these two great schools, 145 years unbroken, has produced some great cricket over the years, great cricketers over the years, and it has been a spectacle.
Excellent stuff by the Thomian opening batsman. Every opportunity has to be grabbed. I think, like I mentioned earlier, if you can rotate the singles, that actually is more frustrating to a bowler than being hit for 4. Can tell you by experience.
Yes, and certainly, and what is good, especially for Bulankulam, I think he's been beaten a couple of times by Malaviyarachi on that off stump. So to get to the non-strikers end as quickly as possible. If you're feeling uncomfortable, feeling a bit of uncertainty, give it to Soisa, who is looking to be more positive, is looking more comfortable. And I would have also thought that the Royal bowlers would have preferred to bowl at Bulankulam earlier on, because they know he's tentative, they know they have the opportunity to pick up a wicket as well.
Once again, neatly tucked off his pads. Should comfortably get 2 runs. This is really good batting by Soisa, who's actually scoring at faster than a run a ball. So like I said, he seems to be very positive, very optimistic in his stroke play. He's going for his strokes. I think so. If you flip it the other way around, I don't know whether the Royalists would kind of prefer bowling to Soisa, who seems to be going for his shots, where the chances of getting a wicket is that much more. Bulankulam looks solid in defense, unless otherwise you bowl something really good. He does not look like he's going for his shots, but Soisa on the other hand looks very fluent at this point in time.
That's well played. Sorry, Harun. On his pads again. Poor bowling though. All he needed was to get some bat onto that one. It's 4 runs to the Thomian total. Soisa moves up to 18 with his second boundary. Malaviyarachi, now that was the corridor or the line he was bowling to the right hand, which is a loose one to the left hand on his leg stump, outside the leg stump, so easy pickings.
You're right, Ricky. I think he's not been able to adjust his line. The length seems to be perfect, but he's not been able to adjust that line, get it right to the left-hander. Ideally to pitch it just outside the off stump, get the slips into play. You have 3 slips and a gully just waiting for something to come their way. And with that being said, he's changed the angle, coming right arm round the wicket, which is the ploy he did use last year. If you remember the second innings, he wrapped a heligoda on the pads coming round the wicket. Seemed to be a bit more express, not so this year, but I think the approach is correct. For him, it's about getting into the groove, getting that rhythm, finding his line and length, and then he can be menacing as time goes on.
It's been a good start by St. Thomas's so far, 24. 2 boundaries, they're batting at a good rate. The surface looks a good one for batting. Yes, there will be a bit of a movement because of that moisture as well. But after this first hour, so it's going to be a very good surface for batting. Already looks the ball coming onto the bat really well. There are not many terrors so far from what we have seen. We haven't seen the general ball swing in here and there, isn't it? Which we normally may see in the first half an hour, 45 minutes at the SSC, Harun?
Absolutely, and I'm not surprised, Ricky. Like I mentioned, the conditions are such that it's really hot. Whatever moisture that was there on the wicket has already been sapped out. The covers were open quite early, so having all those factors taken into consideration, that's why I was quite surprised to see Royal not opting to bat first. But then again, I think it's all about doing the right things the right way, which should tend results to come in your favour.
Well, he was looking for the single, sent back. Good call by Bulankulama from the non-strikers end. So first 5 overs completed in this 145th Battle of the Blues. It's a 24 without loss.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours. Keel's Crest and I made a sausages. The bite that bites back.
Welcome back. Joined with Gamini at the 145th Battle of the Blues. Tomian's steady so far, Gamini.
Yeah, good morning, Sastrika. Good morning, everyone. I don't think the Royal have the control that they want, really. Are they landing it where they want? I'm not sure about that. Once you win the toss and you put the other side in, that's a terrific area. That's a magnificent delivery. There and thereabouts, the 4th stump. Bulankulama hasn't the best of season, has he? So when you have an opponent like that, you need to make him play at every given opportunity.
Well, the thing with Bulankulama is that he's managed to somehow score at Royal Tomians. If you recall last year, I think he got a good 40 in the big match and another half century the one-day encounter. So he has this knack of really scoring in big games. So I'm pretty sure that'll be handy for Bulankulama this year round as well, especially being a third-year colorsman. A lot will be expected of him for sure, and he has to also now guide the debutant as well.
I think that would have been one reason, Sastrika, why he's been included in this side. I mean, you know more than anyone. You have played here a few times, and sometimes when you see a caliber of player, it's not only the occasion but the conditions. On a track like this, when the ball is coming on, he'll thrive on a track like this. Bulankulama, he's not a Christie player, is he? He's not a guy who will work the ball around, look to accumulate runs. He will rather wait for the bowler to come at him, and they're different style of players really, but like I said, some of them will thrive on conditions like this. This looks a paradise to me. If you're a batter, I would love to put my pads on and bat on this track. Again, good area. Simply because that 3 balls ago that ball came in, that's why Bulankulama was looking to play at that one. So it just held on its line.
Yes, so Senaratne, dibbly-dobbly bowler who moves the ball both ways a bit. I reckon, as a counter strategy for Bulankulama, could, think potentially to even use the crease, maybe come out of it for a bit as well. and see what the bowler has to do, or maybe what Sinet then would tell the wicket keeper to do. So they've got to be strategically a bit smart, especially at an encounter like this. It's about taking on the challenge. It's worked to the leg side. Easy single there for Bulankulama.
And also, we'll come back to that. Is the end of the over? Oh no, one more ball to go. Royal are having 3 slips of gully, point, extra cover and mid-off. I would rather have some protection on the leg side and asking the bowler to bowl at the stumps. Have a go at the stumps. On a track like this, Sashrika, you know, in this part of the world these days it's quite hot and humid, so you're not going to get a lot of movement in the air. It's basically you need to, with the Duke ball, with 6 mil of grass, you need to rely on that lateral movement off the track. So I would open that extra cover gap and ask them to go. So you need a fielder right there around that square leg area. If the bowler wants to go at the stumps, you need some protection there. So
that's the end of the 6th over. 27 for no loss in Thompson's.
This freedom takes me north that I have never been. With one more bite of rebel for the road.
Hot and spicy fun vibe with the karanga. Beat the remake karanga karanga. Hada hada bawala yana give me a fashion karanga. Fun turanga kotumi kikki karanga. Prima kotumi fun tamai.
Wonderful footage from the drone. Facilities like none other provided by the Papare. I mean, if we get back to the playing surface, Gamini, we saw during the toss as well. You did the toss, the pitch report, if I'm mistaken. And there was an even spread of grass right throughout, which indicated that it would really help the fast bowlers throughout the day, I would say. It was very green in color, unlike the dead grass we usually see. And so far, not really done what's expected, Royal.
Yeah, first change, Bulan Veeratunga. You spoke about big game players like Bulan Kulame. Veeratunga is another one. He likes a challenge. His stock ball will leave the right-hander. We have delivered first up. Yeah, like I said, no, to me, Shastrika, I would have put my pads on and batted any day of the week on this track. There are a lot less moisture than last year. You can understand because of the conditions that we are having these days. It's very hot and humid in this part of the world, and covers came off at 7:30 this morning. So there was enough time for the wicket to dry off. So that's why I mentioned I would love to lose the toss. Bulan Kulame is not only a front foot player. He's not a guy who transfers his weight onto the back foot that much. Likes to play on the front foot. His key scoring areas through extra cover mid-off, on the offside. He doesn't use his wrist that much. Suits that kind of skill on a track like this.
Yeah, he loves the extra cover region, Gamini. That's his key area to go to. If you look at his natural movement, it's across towards the offside, so he'll always look to score on the offside. Not the easiest thing to do up front with the new ball. Now that's a very good channel to be at for Veeratunga. There and thereabout, just outside off stump, testing the batsman. Batsman uncertain whether the ball would leave or come back.
And also, Sashika, I've noticed that Royal have made the change. They've moved that fielder from extra cover area to square leg. Has given the batter, okay, I'm going to bowl there and you have a go at it. You're going to find the outside edge, and that's why the 3 slips and a gully are in place.
That's clipped down towards the mid-wicket boundary. easy pickings for Bulankulama. 2 runs there. Very elegant towards the extra car region and also the mid-wicket region with this flick stroke. Viratunga slightly over-pitching this time around, maybe looking for that swing, the movement that everybody has been anticipating so far. We've not seen a lot yet, but I'm pretty sure with this Duke's ball, once you hit the 10th over or so, Gamini might really start to move a bit. That's how it usually is, so we expect the same. Once the lacquer comes out of the ball, that's when it starts to swing.
Beautifully bowled. Not convincing by any means. Bulankulame just finding the outside edge. Yeah, like you said, it's funny old game and funny old bowl coming from UK, the Duke ball. At times you're not going to get any swing at the start, but like you said, after 10-15 overs, suddenly it starts to find its way. But yet, you need to have a good skill set to use the ball like that.
It's very solidly played by Bulankulama down the ground. They move through for a single. St. Thomas is slowly but surely taking giant strides in this encounter. 30 for no loss in 7 overs.
Ravello, the official chocolate partner of the Battle of the Blues.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
The crowd slowly but surely filling in, especially for the first day of the Royal Tomian. A different vibe that I got Garmin today as I entered from the main gate. It's pretty packed early morning on a Thursday. So we expect a massive turnout in all 3 days, especially with what you've seen around in media and all of that, getting a charter flight down, getting so much of publicity on social media. I'm pretty sure come Saturday, this venue will be jam-packed.
Yeah, forget about Saturday, Shastrika, I think by this afternoon. Because I know that a lot of people have come down last night at the past cricketers' dinner. The biggest crowd I've ever seen. For the first time in my life, I was standing when the speech was made. Again, good area there. There are all kinds of anniversaries and milestones, and everyone is involved. And like I said, by this afternoon, I can see that all these tents are going to be packed. It's sold out anyway. It's not a rumor. It's talk of the town. All the tickets have been sold out, so bad luck if you haven't got one.
Festive atmosphere indeed. The 145th Battle of the Blues. St. Thomas is off to a very cautious but steady start. Bulankulama, third-year colorsman. He's been very cautious. Not had the best season as an opening batsman, as a third-year colorsman. But come the big day, you expect that pedigree to push him through Gamini. A very big name, I'd say, in St. Thomas's cricket, Bulankulama. So that pedigree should really help him now to ensure St. Thomas's gets a very solid start.
Beautifully bowled. Huge appeal. Umpire Chamara Soiza, you know him. He's got plenty of experience in first class cricket, and he's one of the best umpires coming up in the ranks, and that's what they have to do, Royalies. You have to get the batters to play at it, and like you said, Bulankulama, fourth generation? Third? I think it's fourth, isn't it?
You're testing me now. My first coach was Mr. Pachi Bulankulama. I'm speaking.
Pachi was Dhammika's old man, so
yeah.
Dhammika, Anura and Suresh, I had the privilege of playing against Suresh. I think even Pachi's old man played for St. Thomas. So yeah, he could be the fourth.
Correctly said, Gamini. So rich heritage and history for the Bulankulama family. I'm pretty sure some of them tuned in already, either at the grounds or elsewhere, maybe abroad as well. Big shout out to them too. But we've been speaking so much about Bulankulama. What about Soisa, who's a fresher, who's got 20 of 18 balls? Not the easiest conditions to bat up front, especially against his Duke's ball at SSC. But he's done his job. A brilliant over by Senaratne. 30 for no loss at the 8 overs.
Kiri atara supi rasa.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
.30 for no loss. St. Thomas's being put into bat this morning. Beautifully bowled. I think even the wicket keeper missed that. That's the hardest thing for a keeper, South Africa. When the ball comes through the inside edge and the pad, sometimes you get unsighted and you will not see the ball. And but one thing for sure here at SSC, there's true bounce, so it's going to come to you very quickly and come to you at a very comfortable height. Probably the best ball of the morning so far.
That was an absolute ripper by Veeratunga. Ripped the batter in half, ball jagging back, going through with a decent bounce, as you said. The keeper unsighted as well, so it's a very good follow-up as well. This time around, Soisa very watchful. He knows that he's made a start. 20 runs as a fresher is very important. Sign of very positive things to come, hopefully, for St. Thomas's. If he manages to pull it off all the way till lunch, that'll, add the momentum, the impetus that the team needs to go for a big score, Gamini.
Yeah, that's the beauty about SSC track, South Africa, you would know. The last 10 or 12 balls from the Royals have been pretty good. They've been at the batter. The length has been good. They're making the batter to think about the length. That was probably the first time that we've seen an effort ball from the fast bowler, trying to get that batter transferred to transfer his weight onto the back foot. But pressure is building. Like I said, the beauty about SSC track is sometimes you're 30 for no loss and you're looking comfortable, and you lose one and you can lose two.
That's precisely why this pair has to, carry through a bit further and make sure that, St. Thomas's, they're up for the battle, the 145th Battle of the Blues, especially after the loss last year. That's a freebie. And yes, it's placed beautifully, caressed by Soisa, another boundary. It's his fourth, if I'm not mistaken, Gamini, so he's off to a flyer.
Yeah, the idea was correct. After giving him the short one, he was looking to have the full bunger, but overcooked his length. Easy full toss. Yeah, I've been very impressed with Soisa. As you can see, South Africa, he's not a premeditated player. He plays the way it comes, and On a track like this, it can be very handy. 24 off 22. In contrast, Colombo 6 off 30.
The significant difference that I've seen with him and Colombo so far is he's not only looked to survive, he's also looked to score. Soisa is always on the lookout for that loose delivery because he knows it's around the corner at any given time. So he's always looking to capitalize and ensure that the scoreboard moves and also the bowlers are put under pressure.
And also the left-hand, right-hand combination, Swastika, I think, giving few headaches to the Royals bowlers. Like I mentioned at the start of my stint, they haven't had the control that they wanted to. Beautifully bowled. Not convincing by any means, inside part of the bat. But the nature that Soisa has played this morning, they got him another single. After 9 overs, STC looking comfortable, 35 for no loss.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Very good morning to Feroz Ahmad.
Very good morning to you, Haritha, as well as our viewers.
Decent start, almost at 4 and over. Sent into bat, Sadev Soisa. He's related to somebody very close to cricket at Royal. Tushan Amarasuriya was captain of Royal in 1999. His father, Hemaka Amarasuriya, headed a corporate entity which was sponsor of the 1996 Cricket World Cup team that won the World Championship. And young Sadev Soisa, opening batting for St. Thomas's, is related to them. Good start he's got with Senadi Bulankulama not out on 6. He's been subdued, but 4th generation Bulankulame in the big match. Feroz Ahmad, your involvement with the Papare, how long is that?
Almost a decade ago, I think we started. Next, beautifully played off the pads. I think the only thing I can say is hope Soisa, Sadev Soisa also emulates Tushan Navarasuriya in terms of the result.
36 without loss. Decent start. It's not very sunny. It's not all that cloudy either. Good for new ball bowling.
Absolutely. I'm sure the boys out there will have a different view. It's still hot and humid. The sun bearing down on them. But this has been a very good start if you're a Thomian. The 2 opening batsmen have not posted a half century during the season. And come the Royal Thomian, they've faced 10 overs, done the hard work, scored 36 at a good clip as well. And they've done the hard work, and as far as Thomians are concerned, they need to consolidate and score big.
Yeah, it was a good toss to lose on this wicket, surely.
I also had the same view. I expected both teams to bowl, but given the dryness, the less moisture on the wicket, I felt it was a good wicket to bat on. And at the end of the day, you see the first hour, the bowling hasn't been overly good, but you don't see the life that you normally associate with SSC wicket. There's been grass, but the life, the movement has been lacking.
Yeah, 3.79 is the maintained run rate. You can watch the live action from the SSC on the Papare TV HD channel 126 in addition to the papare.com and the Dialog View app. Powering the Battle of the Blues for the 19th occasion. Sri Lanka's premier connectivity provider and prolific promoter of Sri Lanka sports. His idea is good, but you must get the batter to play.
Yes, I think he's bowling in the right channels, getting the ball to gently deviate away from the off stump He needs to be a lot straighter, make the batsman play. But I like his thinking. He's making sure that he bowls up to the batsman. The opening bowler, Malaviarachi, was a little wavered. I expected Bulan to open the bowling. He's been amongst the wickets. He's played, this is his third year. And he was a pick of the bowlers in the last edition as well. Expected him to start, but nevertheless was brought in quite early. There you see a change in length by Sena Ratna, bangs it short, gets it to rise, not at express pace, but the change up is always good, make the batsman guess what the next delivery is. But Bulanko Lame was also equally adept in playing it with soft hands. He's on 6, a sedate start for Bulanko Lame, but Soiza on the other hand has looked to be aggressive.
Yeah, they started off fairly aggressive, but over the last 3-4 overs, Royal have bowled much more good line and length. I think the batters also want to spend some time there. They have been very subdued, all right. Another good leave, and that is the story at the end of 10 overs. St. Thomas is put in bat 36 without loss against Royal. Yeah, Ramiru Pereira, 47 wickets with a best of 7 for 52. Sinesh Jayawardena, okay, he's the top order bat, 6 for 53, best 19 wickets. He didn't play too many matches. Yenula Bandara, 13 wickets, 4 for 16, best. Ranuka Malavarachi needs to be amongst the biggest, 3 for 49, but a total of 10 wickets. Dinura Senaratna, who just completed the over, 8 wickets, 4 for 61. Hard working.
What's striking is that the top 3 bowlers are all spinners, and you look at the average of Ranuka Malaviarachi, 38.5 for 10 wickets. It's been expensive.
He made waves in his debut year with his pace, bounce, and a little bit of intimidation in addition to being very, very economical. Yorker length delivery, Sadev Soiza. Great stuff.
These two have bowled well. I think after the initial 4 overs where the batsman got away, they've pulled themselves back. They've started hitting the right line and lengths, and both these bowlers have done what was called for. Make the batsman play, keep it up to the batsman, and make the occasional challenges.
Match commissioner is Leelanand Kumarasiri, the assistant secretary of the Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association. Match referee is Glenn Roy, who has represented the country with the new ball at the highest level. There's a slight hold up of play. Wonder what the story is. The on-field umpire is Chandrika Amarasinghe. He is now standing as head umpire, together with Chamaredi Soiza, who's coming through the ranks to become an international panel umpire. Hemanta Boteju, the former national cap, is the television umpire. Pradeep Udavath is the 4th umpire. Again, another Yorker length delivery. Good to keep the batter guessing.
Absolutely. I think a little too full for my liking, but the thought process is right. Keep it up to the batsman, make him play. He's done that part right, but he should try to shorten the length a little bit. Allow the ball to move off the wicket.
Scorers: Hemant Aryavikrama for Royal, Tushar Akure for St. Thomas's.
This time the length was right, but the line a little outside off stump. Left alone by Soisa. A good passage of play. For Thomians, they've done the hard work. Royalists, they're pulling it slightly back. But I won't be surprised, Haritha, to see spin being brought in. There's a little bit of moisture, and when there's a slight moisture on the wicket, there's always a chance for the ball to turn.
See, over the last 3 overs, only 1 boundary. This is exactly what I was talking about. Apart from that, see the dot balls. No problem. There's no concern. It's just a matter of either the Royal bowling being on target or the Thomian batting wanting to go the long haul. Oh, just got a little bit past the wicket keeper. Giganage couldn't reach it. That's 4.
I think the bowlers have to be patient as well. The captain won the toss, elected to bowl, and it hasn't worked so far. But as far as the bowlers are concerned, you shouldn't try too much. Now, if you look at that last 18 deliveries, there were plenty of dot balls bowled. The bowler was impatient, came round the wicket, tried too hard, was on the pads. A gentle tickle and a boundary was scored, and that releases the pressure. And similar to batting, you need to have partnerships in bowling as well. You need to string in a few tight overs, bring in the doubts to the batsman, and then capitalize on the pressure that's created.
He's changed ends once again. Bulan still says outside the leg stump. This sometimes works on your mind. Sometimes you get distracted a little bit. You're not making the batter a little bit uncertain with what you are trying to do. If it is predictable, it becomes an easy process for the batter.
Yes, we haven't seen the bouncer being used, the shorter delivery. The thinking is right. You've got to bowl up, make use of the moisture, the life on the wicket, but you've got to bring in the variation. The bouncer, the occasional bouncer comes in handy. This time on the fuller length, equally well played by Soiza. He's moved to 30.
End of 11 overs. St. Thomas's put it to bat, a 44 no loss at the Battle of the Blues.
Gold hair and body wash shaker. Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Royal Captain Sinet Jayawardena, Sri Lanka under 19 skipper. It's very rarely you get a chance to captain a side at the Battle of the Blues, the mother of all big matches at school level, and your national team. Vice Captain Ramiru Pereira, Head Coach Ruan Soisa, his Assistant Coach Charit Fernando, Master in Charge Anura Prashanta, Prefect of Games Riaz Aluha, Principal Tilak Wattuheva. As far as St. Thomas is concerned, Captain Mahit Pereira, utility player with many sports under his belt. Vice Captain Nathan Caldera, Head Coach Dinesh Kumarasinghe, Director of Sports at the School by the Sea. Assistant Coach Dilchan Mendes, Master in Charge Kapila de Silva, Co-Prefect of Games Arunashanta Samarasinghe, and Dilchan Gunawardena, who's been a former captain. The Warden of St. Thomas's College, Reverend Father Mark Biluboria, mentioned this will be his last big match.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did.
He'd love to see St. Thomas's regain the shield. Bulankulame has looked solid, plays the waiting game, knows where his off-stump is, and he's figured out that Senaratne is an outswing bowler, and the moment he sees it pitched outside off-stump, he is willing to let it go. Have you seen Senaratne get the ball to dart in?
He heard you. But that's not what Feroz was hinting at, to get the ball from just outside off stump into the bat. Aim at leg stump from that point onwards.
Either that or the in swing or straighter one, so that it creates a little bit of doubt, because the batsman is comfortable leaving it outside off stump. You need to make the batsman play and get him to chase. And I won't be surprised to see Ranura being brought in. The Duke ball starts doing something after the 10 overs, and he's their premier fast bowler. He's quick, he's got experience, and you need to give him a second chance, especially when there's still life on the wicket.
Co-chair, match organising committee for St Thomas's, Arjun Vaidyasekara. For Royal, Brian Gunsekara. The technical committee for Royal, Pradeep Jayaprakasharan, new ball bowler. And for St Thomas's, Vajira Vijay Gunawardana is the top order bat. Yeah, a lot of work. The match organising committee would have had months of long meetings, strategies, plannings, all that to make this all happen.
Oh, good delivery. That came in. Senaratne got the ball to move away. On that occasion, kept it straight. End of 12 overs, 40 for no loss.
Rings on the field.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart 32 ඉඳන් 55 මේ 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. දිවෙන පුරා සිංග ශාඛාවට එන්න.
Your embrace so warm, let me stay here for a while. With one more bite of revel, oh, for sunshine.
He's gonna pop in and grab the number. That bigger kiss sicker than ever. Six so udin adanava. Hot and spicy puppy cinema. Prima kotumi fantamai.
Heels crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
Revel, oh, for love.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
12 overs completed on day one. St Thomas's, they'll be quite pleased to see that the two openers are still there in the middle. Sadev Soisa, he's been positive, 30 of 31 deliveries, whereas Bulankulama has been able to see off the new ball. The three seamers, Senaratne, Bulan Veeratunga and Rankamala Vyarachi, they bowled 12, but they've not been able to penetrate the defense of these two Thomian openers. Senaratne has been good, has bowled two maidens. You expect the new bowlers to bowl a lot of maidens, especially at SSC, and skipper Sineth has turned to his main spinner, Ramiru Pereira, as I welcome a gentleman who has been there, done it for Royal 3 years, and has the unique achievement of scoring 95 and 108 in one big match. Welcome to the commentary box, Malinda Thotivilage. Good to have you here. As you see, Ramiru with a long hop, put away easily by Sadev Soisa. You would have loved to play that one, Malinda.
Good morning, Damit, and good morning to all the Royalists and Thomians around the world who's watching the 145th Battle of the Blues. Yes, Damit, this looks like a bit more bonus to a batter to get coming out of the cage and get an easy boundary. to add to the score. And seeing Royal winning the toss.
That's the first opportunity gone down begin. Ramiro Pereira, that's what you get from your right arm leg spin. Anush Polnovita, he's not playing this game today, but he's at the first slip. That's a very tough opportunity. Another long hop. This time he didn't time it properly. Just a couple of runs. It's never easy settling down for a leg spin, isn't it, Mahinda?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because winning the toss and you expected your bowling unit to be ready. And so far what I've seen from the bowlers, it's quite ordinary. Quite ordinary in the sense looks like they're bowling without having much confidence wherein to bowl. Up and over.
The previous one he didn't time it, but this one, easy pickings for Sadev Soisa. Ramiro Pereira, the Royal vice captain, clearly struggling here in his first over. He's been their main spinner throughout the season, Ramiro Pereira, but he's bowling to a left-hander who's been striking it quite well this morning.
Looking at the previous games Royal have played, they have used quite a lot of spinners throughout the season, but having that type of a preparation before the big match, I'm just wondering what made them to think bowling first. And if I was the captain, the older the wicket it gets, it will give the benefit for the spinners. What are your thoughts on that, Damit? What do you think of that?
Yeah, indeed. If your main forte is your spinners, then you should be aiming to bowl fourth. That's how it should be. But nevertheless, Thomians cashing in on this opportunity of batting first on this good SSC surface. Another full toss. Another boundary for Sadev Soisa. Expensive over from Ramiro Pereira.
Your embrace so warm, let me stay here for a while. With one more bite of revel, oh, for sunshine.
Hot and spicy fun by ThePapare karanga. Beat take a remake karanga tavinna. Hada wada bawala yanna give me a fashion karanga. Fun turana kotumi kikki kawenna. Prima kotumi fun tamai.
Overs completed, 55 for none, St. Thomas's College. Sena Ratna, beautifully driven by Bulankulama. Much better stroke from the youngster. Valiant effort from Ramiro Pereira. And the batsmen have crossed for 3 runs. That's a stroke you would be very proud of as a right hand, isn't it, Malinda?
Absolutely. And first of all, I didn't know what made the team to decide to bowl first, because SSC has been always a good wicket to bat on. And even if you're not quite sure what ball's going to do in the morning, but because of the surface, it always helps to hit the runs you want, because the ground is quite fast given the weather. And these batters, looking at the way they're leaving the ball, that was quite a close one.
Much better delivery from Sena Ratna. Out of the 3 seamers, I think he's been the best so far. Sena Ratna playing his first big match.
Agree. He's been quite consistent with good lines. That's what you need when you have a new ball in your hand, and you want your batsmen to play each ball as it merits. But if you keep consistently in one lines with the new ball, there's always going to be a chance at some point. And I think the trick here is like make the batsman play. Ball very close to stumps, you might get results.
You started the second hour of play, Malinda. The Thomian camp would be the happier one at the moment. If you're just joining in on this live coverage on the Papare, this is the 145th Battle of the Blues. Royal College taking on St. Thomas's College, world's second oldest uninterrupted cricket encounter. Royal College, having won the toss, elected to bowl first. So far the Thomians have done quite well. Sadev Soisa and Sena the Bulankulama, they've added 58 runs so far.
The batter, sorry.
Malda, you should be very happy to be back in Sri Lanka, watching proceedings not from a screen but from your eyes itself.
Absolutely, it's always a pleasure to see these kids playing the beautiful game of cricket, and I'm really proud of being part of this encounter in 1999 to 2001. And you always want to find some time to come and see your friends, at least once a year. And as you know, I'm based in outside country, so this is the time we come here. We enjoy our company whenever we possibly can, and yeah, it's nice. It's nice to be back.
Yeah, I'm sure thousands of former Royalists and Thomians have come this weekend back to Sri Lanka. Maybe not thousands, maybe hundreds even, but still it's good camaraderie between these two schools, two of the topmost cricket playing schools in Sri Lanka. Sadev Soisa sits on his back foot and pulls it neatly. He's on a roll, left-hander. 14 overs completed, 62 for none.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Sadev Soisa, he's on 48. Last ball of the previous over, he was able to put it away to the mid-wicket boundary. Clear signs of pure confidence, isn't it, Malind?
Absolutely. The way Soisa plays at the moment, he's in the attacking mode. Looks like they have a good plan in place. And the interesting part is like these two openers hasn't got any 50s during the season, but looks like they have been waiting for this game.
Captain Sinet Jayawardena, after seeing what Ramiru Pereira did in the previous over, doesn't have any confidence in his vice captain to continue. So Sinet, he comes on to the attack. Probably the first loose stroke from Bulankulama so far this morning.
I think as a skipper you need to take some initiatives and make some changes, because I'm sure he's aware that things aren't going his way at the moment, but it could change any minute. But you need a bit of a consistency and get hold of chances. That's another boundary to the St. Thomas's. Poor start from the skipper. And with his experience, I think he needs a couple of overs to be very tight, build a little bit of pressure, try and make a mistake from the batsman's point of view. He has a big task ahead of him.
Easy pickings that time for Senadi Bulankulama. That's his first boundary. Sinet Javardhana picks him up. That's the first wicket for Royal College. Right after being whacked for a boundary, Sinet Javardhana breaks the opening partnership that went on with the arm, took the outside edge. A good catch at first slip.
That was a sharp catch and well expected. Skipper has done it. So this is what teams need from a leader. Being the example, get the breakthrough. Beautiful catch.
Good catch from Rehan Pires, the 15-year-old. Much needed breakthrough for Royal College. Senadi Bulankulama goes for 13. St. Thomas's 66 for 1.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්බන්න ගිහින්
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොව මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
Left-handed Dinet Gunawardena is the new batter for St. Thomas's College. Royal skipper Sinet Javardhana getting the first wicket. Dinet Gunawardena had a very good season with the bat. Missed out a couple of games due to injury, but he has a good average of 44. Has a best score of 150 against Wesley College. Nearly 500 runs this season. And he's being he'll face the Royal captain. The only time Royal managed to make a game and win outright this season, that was against St. Peter's. When they beat the Peterites after 38 years. Sinet Javardhana start with the ball for the Royalist, and that's what they'll expect of him. End of the 15th over, St. Thomas's 66 for 1.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
Double bowling change for the Royalist. They're bringing back Ranuka Malaviarachi. He bowled 3 overs, Marinda, previously. What do you make of this change, bringing your main fast bowler back into the attack?
Yeah, so I think what they wanted to do is just to get a breakthrough first of all, which they did, which is good. So I think ball is quite new right now, and that must have been the reason why he was caught at slips as well. So probably as a batsman, with the off spin, you expect a little bit of spin in there. Since it's a new ball, it didn't turn much, so that's where the ball ended up at the first slip. So yeah, if I was a captain as well, so I'm just, because ball is still new, I just want to give the new ball to your main fast bowlers to do something and get a couple of wickets from the top. Then of course you have your spinners, main spinners, to attack the middle order.
Also, Malinda, you've been residing in UK, and I'm sure you've played with the Duke's ball not while you were at college maybe, but what does it make the Duke's ball? It gives you that extra bit of seam movement after maybe the 30th over?
I would say it depends on the wickets and the surface to do it. Duke ball is quite a hard ball compared to Kookaburra, and fast bowlers would love to have that ball because you can control the ball with a lot of practicing with the ball, where you want to bowl, where you want to hit the areas. But the impact of the ball can depend on the surface. So in English weather, the wickets, a lot more grass on there, so it could help that ball to move right. That doesn't mean in Sri Lanka with the heat and you have like a very dry surfaces and dead grass on the wicket, you can't expect the similar effect from the ball. So it's down to the bowler how you want to control the ball and the seam position, slow balls, etc., etc. But it's coming down to the skill set what you've been training for throughout the season, and with, of course, professionals' help within the support staff. And I think regardless of the ball, you have to understand how are you going to use the ball to your advantage.
Malaviarach now coming round the wicket to Sadev Soisa, as correctly mentioned by Malinder. You need to hit the right lengths and lines, whatever the ball you're bowling from. He's got two slips in place.
It looks to me like they still have the attacking field, but as a bowler you got to make sure, try to bowl close to the wicket and make sure you try to make the batter play each ball. The more balls you bowl towards the stumps, especially with the new ball, there's always going to be chances. And of course, I'm sure you've been in the same situation as well. When you go into bat, no matter how much runs behind you or how many hundreds, 50s, you still have that bit of a butterfly effect in your stomach. And your feet aren't moving, you feel nerves. So those are the times bowlers should take the advantage of, make sure you don't give them width and keep them on those tight lines.
That's a much better delivery from Malaviarach, bowling his fourth over. Just wanted to ask you further on that 3 days of cricket you played here at SSC 23 years ago, Malinder?
Actually, the first big match I was played 25 years ago. In fact, we had a 25th anniversary game yesterday.
How did you fare?
Finally, we have managed to win the game after 25 years, and there's a lot of stories. Oh dear. 1999. So, in the team's perspective, I believe like Royal had the strongest, but St. Thomas has won. And for 25 years, we had that scar. So at least yesterday, it is a bit of a relief that we played our 25th anniversary game, and there are a lot of players flew down from all parts of the world to make sure we meet our old rivalries and try to get that win we couldn't get that 25 years ago.
69 for 1 after 16 overs. We'll talk more about it after this.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. Quick KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Keel's Crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor drink in your
Sadev Soisa, who's on 49 with 8 boundaries to his name. There you go. That's his maiden Rohito 50. Sadev Soisa. Great knock from the young left-hander. Wicket keeper batter for St. Thomas's College. Much needed knock from him, Malinda, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I'm sure he's pleased with himself as well, getting his first 50 of the season. What a way to get that at the last game of the season, in the big match, surrounded by St. Thomas College boys and the old Thomians. Driven, but couldn't find the gap.
So you played your first big match 25 years ago.
Correct.
And then got that special double, 95 and 108, 23 years ago.
Correct.
Let's go back down the memory lane. And when you're sitting here right now, how do you feel? Must be very pleased and quite happy that you were able to achieve it 23 years ago.
Absolutely, Damit. It's one of those moments like that change my professional career, I should say. And people might not realize, in order for me to get those two big scores in my last game, which helped me immensely. We'll come back to that. STC 70 for 1.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Rebel for life.
Yeah, so I was saying, Damit, it's not all from my effort, because I had quite a team that year to get the support, to be in the non-striker, helping me to get those runs, and that eventually helped my team to be in a stronger position at the end of the third day. And sometimes people might think, oh, you got 100 and you got a 95, what an inning, but you always have to understand you won't be able to get those runs if you don't have your team behind you, and especially having two good partnerships in the both innings with Andrew Pereira. Well left. Met him yesterday at the game. It's great to play a game with the people you have played 23 years ago. Good old memories and good friendships.
I'm sure it was not a 3-day encounter, but a T21, which is more healthier for the body.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, you could say like a baseball cricket in 3 days. I love that format.
Malaviarachi clearly not been able to hit the right lanes consistently. He has been able to bowl those good deliveries in patches, but if you are to be successful, you need to be very consistent. If you are to break the defense of Soisa.
Correct. And the thing is, given the weather, and if you're not using that 6 balls to bowl with a plan, you're more likely gonna waste your energy. So you have to be very mindful how you're going to use your energy under this weather. It's quite heat up there. Oh, it's close call. Good appeal, I should say.
Loud appeal from the Royal team. This is what we were just talking about. Malaviarachi's got that ability to bowl those good deliveries, wicket-taking deliveries that will threaten the defense of the batters. Very close call from umpire Chamara de Souza.
In my opinion, I feel like...
from a Royal point of view,
yeah,
some would say that will
it's quite unlucky,
crash on to the
unlucky
leg
one.
stump. But that clearly jacked back in very sharply from Malaviarachi. As we were just speaking, need to be very consistent with those deliveries.
Where's the review?
St. Thomas's 71 for 1, having been asked to bat first. Sadev Soisa and Sena Divulankulama, they added 66 runs for the first wicket.
When you're bowling to a new batter, I think it's always good to keep wicket to wicket, and as you can see, the results can come your way if you keep hitting the lines consistently. And Royal skipper's given a start, and you have to capitalize it and attack the new batter more, because as you can see, Soisa has been playing beautifully. He's so far got a 50 or 54 ball, so you can see like he's in that mind frame where he's going to attack. I think which is a great way to play the game.
Yeah, should be very positive in their approach. Ranuku Malaviarachi now coming round the wicket. 2 slips and a gully in place for the left-hander. A single to end the 18th over. St. Thomas's 72 for 1.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
St. Thomas's 72 for 1. It's 18 overs gone at this 145th Battle of the Blues, day 1, with another 30 minutes to go to lunch. I think the Thomians definitely have the upper hand. 72 very well compiled runs by the Thomian batsman. A round of applause for Sadev Soisa, scoring his maiden big match half century, playing his first Royal Thomian, and he's shown a lot of class. Scored at a very good rate, a very good pace. It was actually at faster than a runner ball at one point, and he's looked very optimistic. Oh, bad bounce. That's pierced the gap. That's running down to the boundary. Another 4 for Sadev Soisa. The scoreboard keeps ticking for the Thomians, taking their tally to 76. They're scoring at a very good rate, like I mentioned, just under 4 runs per over. And considering that they were put into bat after losing the toss, there you see in the replay an awkward bounce for the field at short extra. There was no stopping that in this excellent outfield here at the SSC. I'm joined with Danushka Colombo, my colleague and contemporary. Hi Danushka, welcome back to the scoreboard for yet another All Thomian.
Very good afternoon, Harun. Yes, the Thomians getting off to a very good start. Royal, after winning the toss, I think lost the advantage with how they bowled all over the place, especially the quicker bowlers.
This time once again River and comfortably the batsmen do cross over for a single. So this is very positive batting, like I've mentioned, of Soiza. Very good temperament from the get-go. He went for his strokes. Does not look the most fluent. Didn't look actually very fluent when he started. There were a couple of edges that went through the slip region, but once he got into that groove, and obviously he was gifted with a very, I would say, a present in the form of an over which was bowled by Ramiro Pereira. He got 4 juicy full tosses which he dispatched for 4 boundaries. So that really would have upped his confidence. And nevertheless, having said that, at his first Royal Thomian, he's really proven his worth. Good defense to end over number 19, 77 for Vincent Thomas's.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Scenes from the Royal College boys' tents already packed. Lovely to see the boys clad in their college uniform. Huge crowd, obviously looked after by the teachers and the prefects. It's a place that every young royalist would loves to be during the big match. The atmosphere, the camaraderie, and the scenes that they witness in the middle couldn't ask for a better combination. Malaviarachi to continue not being the best. His capability is not lived up to his expectations, mind you, Danushka. What have you made of him, looking at how he's bowled in this inning so far?
Malaviarachi, he is getting some movement off the deck, Harun, but the issue with him is he's not pitching it at the right corridor. So I think even on the last over he bowled 2 wides, so he has to get his line correct, and he can cause a bit of trouble for the left-handed batsman.
Absolutely, I think you're spot on there with your analysis of how he's gone about. He's been all over. Like you said, there has been movement of the pitch. As we know, the Duke's ball generally tends to work better as the ball gets older, provided that you maintain the shine of the ball. And a lot depends on Ranuka Malaviarachi, who is actually spearheading the fast bowling attack. Royal going with 3 fast bowlers, Malaviarachi, Veeratunga and Sena Ratna. He's the quickest of the lot.
Bouncer there, well left by Soiza. Harun, the 3 fast bowlers from Royal have not done their job. I mean, at the SSC wicket, you have to maintain that good line and length, and the pitch will do it for you, especially within the first hour of play. But the Royal bowlers have not done that, and that has led to the Thomians getting off to a very good start.
Absolutely right. If I summarize that in one word, inconsistency has been the problem for the Royal fast bowlers. They have not been able to bowl one line, one length. You know, they have not just asked the questions from the Thomian batsmen. They've given the loose ball on many an occasion.
Exactly, and Sadev Soiza has done extremely well putting away those loose balls, and when you look at his score, 57 of 63, it shows he has gone for his shots and made maximum use of all the loose deliveries which the Royal bowlers have given him.
Absolutely. It's not the strike rate that we are used to seeing, especially from opening batsmen, and he doesn't look that dashing, flamboyant batsman too, but like you said, he's been gifted with a lot of loose balls which he's been able to execute perfectly to the boundary. That's a much better delivery by Malaviarachi. One of the few deliveries that we've seen him in this spell where he's bowled it up, got the batsman to play on the front foot, which is very important.
Dinesh Gunawardene still to get off the mark. one of the main batsmen for the Thomians with an average of almost 45. So the Thomians will be depending on him. It's important that he gets his eye in and gets settled, because the wicket has now settled down and it's perfect for batting. Beautiful.
What a ball. What a magnificent delivery to end over number 20. That's how he should be bowling consistently. 78 for 1 St. Thomas's after 20. I think that should do him a bit more confidence. As we see on our screens the results of the last 10 encounters. Royal pipping St. Thomas's by 1 extra win during the last 10 encounters. The most recent being at the 144th Battle of the Blues, where Royal College comprehensively won by 180 runs. 2019 we witnessed St. Thomas's with the brilliance of Kalna Pereira pulling off a sensational victory. But what was unexpected was the 137th, where St. Thomas's, completely dominating day one, went on to lose that Royal Thomian thanks to the heroics of Masinda Surya Bandara and Hashin Ramanayaka.
I also believe even last year was unexpected. Thus is Manchanayaka. Credit to him, turned the match around. Because the Thomians had a very strong side last year. No one expected the Thomians to lose.
This is beautiful batting by Sadev Soisa. You can see someone who understands the technicalities of batting. He makes room, he moves his back leg and positions himself so well to play that ball through that extra cover region to pierce the gap. So, seems to have a very good head on his shoulders and understands the technicalities of batting. Good prospect for the Thomians.
Exactly. He knows where the fielders are, and as the next delivery, play defensively. He knows where the fielders are and he makes those slight adjustments where he can easily put the ball into the gap and rotate the strike. That's very important, especially in this school cricket arena. It's important that you rotate the strike, because
tough chance, and Gunawardana is now off the mark. He has a run in front of his name in this 145th Battle of the Blues, but Royalists over the last 2-3 overs have kept things relatively a bit more quiet, which is something that they've been trying to do in the 20 overs that they've bowled but failed. With Javadana coming in, they've managed to do that relatively better, kept things a bit quiet. It is very, very hot and humid out there. You just can see it on the players, especially when you look at their t-shirts, soaking with sweat. Excellent fielding there by Veeratunga at short extra cover. That brings the end to over 20 number 1. St. Thomas's 80 for 1.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්මන්න ගිහින්.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
ඕව මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
Malavia Arach to continue from the commentary box end, or we call it the tennis court end. He would be happier to bowl to Gunawardana, who is still look to be on the defensive side, which is rightfully so. He has Soisa that's been scoring the runs quite fluently, and this one, he's getting the ball to bounce off a length. That's something very interesting. Like we mentioned, his only problem has been finding that right line. As you can see, a lot of carry to the wicket keeper.
So I think he's having an issue in controlling the line, because every time he pitches the ball within the stumps, it moves in towards the left hand, and every time he pitches it outside the off stump, it goes away. So actually maybe he doesn't know which way the ball is actually going. This delivery beats the outside edge once again. I think that's the line he should be at, because even if the ball comes in, still it will be on the stumps, and this goes away. Second time he's beaten Dinesh.
Absolutely, this is Malaviarachi's potential. This is what he can do, and the Royal camp would be, pleading him to, make sure he consistently lands it there and thereabout. Because, like I said, spearheading the Royal fast bowling attack, there's a lot expected of him. Much better by Ranuka. Seems to be finding that groove, or coming into that groove. The rhythm looks pretty good. As long as he's bowling it up, getting the batsman to play, I think the ball will do the talking.
Exactly. I think he has got his line right, bowling much better than the previous over. With around 15 minutes to go for lunch, the Royals would love to have a couple of more wickets in the bag before they go for lunch. The Thomians would be playing for lunch. I think another good delivery, bouncer. I think it hit him on his elbow.
He's looked a bit penetrative in this over, Malaviarachi. I think he needs a lot of advice. I think the captain rightfully at mid-on, speaking to him every ball, trying to push his fast bowler in these conditions, mind you, not the easiest, and especially for the Royalists. They've been having such a tough season, especially in terms of the number of games they've played over a short period of time. These boys are only 16, 17 years old, and it takes a lot out of their body. Good batting by Soiza.
It's very well done by Soiza. Once again, rotating the strike. He's done that very well throughout his innings, and quite impressed. A fresher getting a 50 in his first Royal Thomian, and mind you, he has not scored a 50 throughout the season, and his average has been around 14. So quite impressed how he has performed at the big stage.
Yeah, he's put his hand up definitely, for sure, especially after having lost the toss. The Thomians been put into bat. Young Sadev Soisa, fresher, he's put his hand up, and the manner in which he has played, that's what impresses me. He's not looked to trot, not looked to just play this very, very cautious innings. He's gone about playing his natural strokes with a lot of freedom. I'm sure that he's got that confidence from the dressing room as well. His captain, his coach would have given him the license to play his natural game. Because if you look at the rest of the batsmen to follow, there are some good ones to come. On this time, beautifully driven there by Gunawardena. That's running down to the boundary for 4. Excellent shot. Not a bad ball, mind you. It's not something Malaviarachi has to be too disheartened about, but it was a fantastic shot by Gunawardena. That's the end of over number 22. 86 for 1, St. Thomas's.
Kiri අතර සුපිරි රස.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Sineth Jayawardena to continue his bowled 4 overs for 12 runs and has got the only wicket. Sri Lanka under 19 cap, keeping it tight on one end, Harun, but I think the runs are leaking from the other end. So he needs someone to support him from the other end as well.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. That's what he's lacked so far. He's been able to put the brakes from one end. I'd like to see the ball thrown into the left arm spinner as well, Yanula Bandara, just before they break for lunch. Give him an over or two, see what he can create, someone who can actually generate some bounce.
So if you take the Royal bowling, the highest wicket taker for the season for the Royalists has been Ramiro with 47 wickets, but his first over He bowled around 4 to 5 full tosses, so he was taken off the attack after the first over itself. So the Royal is having a bit of issue there.
Absolutely, I think they'll definitely bank on him to come back with a lot more confidence. To be very honest, I didn't think it was fair by him to come and bowl in that 11th over. The ball was still very new, and generally when you play with the Dukes, the seam is quite hard and slippery. So probably one thing he could have done is try and bowl cross seam. Nevertheless, he's a very strong guy, mentally very, very strong. And I don't think he'll be too disheartened. Might see him before lunch, or most definitely after lunch. He'll come back with a lot of venom and vengeance. Knowing Ramiro Pereira, strong character mentally.
Exactly, being a leg spinner yourself, Harun, I think it's a bit hard, very hard to control it rather than a off spinner. You need some time to adjust to get the rhythm right, so I'm sure he'll come back.
That's another bowler that the Royal captain should look at before lunch. With another 10 minutes to go, Nethvin Dharmaratne is indeed another very, very handy off spinner. Has an unorthodox action, but definitely gets a lot of bounce considering his height and the manner in which he bowls. So, bit of a starter, chance for a run out. There was a yes and no, and then they continued with the run. Fortunately for the Thomians, no harm done. Over number 23, St. Thomas is 87 for 1 at this 145th Battle of the Blues, day 1.
Love never felt this good until right now with you. With one more bite of Revelo for love.
He's gonna pop an event in the bar. That's the cookie sicker than ever. So udin ada nava. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kutumi. Panatamai.
It will be Malavia Arach to continue. Thought he bowled a better over. He bowled a much better over the previous over that he bowled from this end. Although he got driven for 4.
That's the line he should be at. I think the last ball of his previous over, they made a slight field change. They brought a short leg in and gave the impression that he was going to bowl the short one, but he pitched it right up to the batsman, and Sadev Soiza was up to the task. He played a beautiful straight drive for a boundary. Malavi Arachi is thinking, the Royals are thinking how to get a wicket, but the Thomians are up to the task.
Much better bowling by Malavi Arachi, but Soiza, like you said, equally up to the task. He knows his field well, doesn't have anyone protecting that mid-wicket region. Ample spaces here at the SSC, unlike you playing in the respective college grounds where the gaps are relatively smaller. Here, considering the size of the ground, there are many singles to be taken. Dhanushka, I think, having batted in this, you would know exactly. You were someone who was very cheeky, who always knew how to nick a single or two.
Exactly, Harun, and the ability to rotate the strike. Next delivery gets a thick outside edge, pass in the gully field, and that's another boundary for the Thomians. This time, Dineth Gunawardana.
Valuable runs for the Thomians. Not the best of efforts at gully. The ball did die on the gully fielder. Unfortunately, not being able to get a hand on it. Yendula Bandara had no chance of stopping that one going to the boundary. See the replay, the ball did die on the fielder. I think it was Dharmaratne who was at gully. Failed to get a hand on it. 4 valuable runs for the Thomians. They are inching towards the 100-run mark, which will definitely be a morale boosting landmark or a milestone to go into lunch.
Exactly, Harun. Oh, beautiful delivery once again. Beautiful line, beautiful length. Yes, I think the Thomians got much more than what they expected from the openers because replay once again. Well left actually by Dinet. Dropped his hands and let the ball go. Because the Thomians throughout the season, the most of the runs have come from their middle order and the low middle order, and the openers have not performed as much. But here today, the first session, they have really helped the Thomians to stay on top.
I think you're right, Anushka. Considering also the conditions that's on offer, the pitch that's on offer, I don't think they could have asked for anything better. Looks to be a belter now, with the sun beating down hard. Whatever moisture that's left has just disappeared. With the grass, with a bit of grass cover that you have, it's binding the wicket so very well, and it makes batting that much more easy. So in my opinion, to be honest, it's not a bad toss to lose for St. Thomas's.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say the same. It's a very good toss to lose for the Thomians because I think as we end the 24th over, 92 for 1.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
So it will be Jayawardene to continue from the Torrington end. We've not seen a bowling change over the last 5-6 overs. This time, so they've got a very interesting field. There's a short extra cover and an extra cover. So this is smart thinking by the captain. Is getting Soisa to play to his strengths, which we know can sometimes actually lead to your downfall. So not a bad tactic. He's got the solitary slip also, which he can bring into the play. But still he milks it through. What a magnificent stroke there by Sadev Soisa. He pierced that gap. Fantastic shot. 4 more runs to St. Thomas's, 96 for 1.
Beautiful shot, Harun, and this shows that he's not afraid to play his shots. Even though the two fielders are there, he doesn't stop playing the cover drive. Manages to get the ball in the gap. And this time a bit overpitched by Sineth as well. Like we talked about, he's not afraid to play his shots, and he's going for his shots. For whatever ball is available, he is going for the shot. So it's a very positive sign for the Thomians.
Said this before, seems to have a very mature head on his shoulder. Scored the boundary, respecting the bowler, very solid in defense. And someone who's always looking for the single. As you can see, then again he's looking for that gap. But the way in which he pierced that gap, very, very thin line, a very thin space, I think that's the value you get for your shots here at the SSC. Belt off a wicket. As we head to lunch, it's just going to get even more easier for the batsman.
It's very well played once again by Soisa, playing the ball on its merit, and it's important that he continues and gets a big one here. It will be really big for him if he can go to his 100 fresher. First Royal Thomian. The next delivery once again nicely tucked away towards the mid-wicket area, and they cross through for another single, and that's the end of the 25th over. St. Thomas's 97 for 1.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor drink in yogurt.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Hot and spicy fun by Wicket Karanga. Beat the remake Karanga Lavinia. Hada wada bawala yana give me a fashion Karanga. Fun Turana Koturi Kiki Kolena. Ekotumi, fun tamai.
Probably the last over as we head for lunch. 97 for 1 St. Thomas's, 25 overs bowled, and I firmly believe this is the right option that the Royalists are bringing in Pereira, who did go for 15 runs in that single over that he bowled. He bowled 4 full tosses. Obviously looked to be struggling, but I think it's a good move. It's a really good move to bring your highest wicket taker, your vice captain on the side. And like I said, this guy is a mentally very, very strong kid. I won't be surprised if he does some damage before the Royalists head to lunch.
That's exactly. Ramiro Pereira brought back into the attack. Always leg spinner. He is a wicket-taking bowler. This time, I think he has got looks much better. Good rhythm. Gets it right on the right line.
The ball is a tad bit old as well. It's 25 overs old. The lacquer would have worn off the ball. Easier to grip, and this is much better bowling by Ramiro. Like I said, he's someone who is very strong up above and who can cause and can work some magic.
So as you see, Sadev Soisa's season so far, 9 matches, 13 innings, 269 runs with an average of only 22 and a higher score of only 38. So this is his highest score for him in this season, 66 not out of 86. What an occasion to bring it up.
Oh, good comeback by Ramiro Pereira. 4 wonderful deliveries, flighted, no turn. It's not something that we expect on a first day wicket at the SSC, but line and length has been fantastic. Good comeback after that horrendous first over that he bowled from the other end.
Most probably the final delivery before lunch. Dominated by the Thomians, 97 for 1.
Well bowled. An excellent over by Ramiro Pereira, and that's lunch on day 1 at the 145th Battle of the Blues. And I'm sure out of the 2 camps, the Thomian camp would be the happier one. 97 for 1, having been put into bat after losing the toss. A big thank you, obviously, to from the Thomian camps to Sadev Soisa, who indeed played a brilliant knock. 66 not out of 89 deliveries. Was very positive from the start. That's what that really impressed me. Gunawardene has played a good supporting role, giving Soisa company, rotating the strike. The Royalists obviously would have their concerns, but I thought towards the latter part, or basically the last half hour or so, they brought things under control, tightened the scoring rate, and it was good to see Sinet Javadhan coming and putting the brakes, and a very good over by Ramiro Pereira after, having that very poor start from the other end. Malavia Arachi also was getting onto the groove, so it'll be interesting to see how things kind of span out as we come after lunch. But like I said, St. Thomas's will be a happy camp.
So exactly, after losing the toss and being put into bat at the SSC wicket, normally you would expect maybe 4 to 5 wickets, but the Thomians have done extremely well, only losing 1 wicket for 97. So he's not out on 66 of 89 balls, and Gunawardene on 10. Bulankolama played quite well, he hung in there, but unfortunately out for 13 of Sinet Jayawardene.
Just a solitary wicket for Royal College, that from Sinet Jayawardene, who probably has been the best out of the lot, just conceded 18 runs. The rest, I think Sena Ratna too bowled well. He kept things very tight, asked a few questions, not expressed, but a lot was expected from Malavia Arachi, who didn't actually deliver to the level of expectations that was kept on him. And Veeratunga too, Bulan Veeratunga, a seasoned, experienced campaigner, not at his best. So things to ponder for the Royalists. They are yet to bring in young Yenula Bandara, who's playing his first Royal Thomian, and a few extras too, not helping Royals' cause. take a look at the highlights of the first session. Tomians started off really well. Aggressive stroke play. This was the first wicket to fall. Bulan Kolame, who went out for 13. But from there on, it was all Sadev Soisa in this first session. At the 145th Royal Tomian Battle Blues encounter, Ali Goda playing that beautiful straight drive. So Royal will have to regroup. They'll have to think and come up with the goods and come up very, very strong in the second session. They have to make up for what was not capitalized on during that first couple of hours. As you can see the chart, it clearly shows that session number 1 belonged to St. Thomas's. So with that, we will head over to the studios, reaching out to Damit, who will continue with the post with the lunch show.
Thanks, Arun. Was a very interesting first session of this 145th Battle of the Blues. Royal College won the toss, opted to field first, and St. Thomas is now 97 for 1. I have a man who has won this big match twice in his playing era, Gamini Pereira. Gamini, you called it correctly at the pitch report. Good toss to lose. St. Thomas's will be very happy, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt. Royal is on the back foot. St. Thomas have really, the way they batted, the way they approach the innings, that's what I'm most impressed with. So is being a fresher. I know Royalists didn't have control, particularly the fast bowlers. I think they'll be very disappointed with the lengths that they bowled, and at times the lines as well. White red ball format, you don't see wides that often, but there were a few wides as well. So Soisa, when there was an opportunity, he put the bad ball away. That's why they are 97 runs. They've got 97 runs on the board, and like you mentioned at the toss, it was funny old track. It's SSC. I've known this track for a very long time, and last year there was a lot more moisture on the track, and like I predicted, I still would have batted first. So knowing the two sides, the way they have performed during the year, that's why I said good toss to lose, because no one wanted to back themselves. And St. Thomas has lost the toss and they're in front.
Indeed, that partnership between Sadev Soisa and Senadi Bulankulam, Gamini, 66 runs. Were you impressed with how they handled the new ball?
Particularly Soisa. Like I said, you're presented with an opportunity and you still got to have the skill set to put the bad ball away, and that's what Soisa did. Bulankulam was in a bit of a shell actually, and that's the first wicket. Bulankulam played for the turn. This wicket, you're not going to get a lot of turn. It's dry and there's 6 mil of grass. Unless you are a very good tweaker, you got good fingers, and you're not going to get any turn. And you need to find the actual speed as well. I thought Royal bowlers bowled around 80 k's per hour. So you can go a bit slower, try and induce a shot from a batter. But one of the problems they're having right now is that their go-to bowler is Pereira, Ramiru, and he had a very bad first over. So they couldn't use him in the first session, but they'll be looking to use him a bit more in the second.
Gamini, Sadev Soisa coming into this match hadn't scored a half century, but today he's now unbeaten on 66, and he's just could be go on to score 100 also. You've been a coach, you've been a player. How do you assess this situation, especially for a fresher playing his first big match?
Oh, the freshers are the ones who are dangerous because you don't know much about them. And I've seen a couple of big matches here at SSC. During the year, you play on tracks that are slow and low, and because the way some of these guys have skills, and some of these batters like the ball to come on. There are very similar situations. They're all top order. That's why Ramiru Pereira was so brilliant last year. I put Soisa in the same category. You could see the bat speed he possesses and the loose hands he's got for either side to have access on the onside and the offside. On a wicket like this, when the ball is coming on, and you can trust the bounce, not like other school tracks that you play on, they're slow and low. So you need to organize your innings in such a way that you need to, sometimes you need to sacrifice a couple of shots that you have in your armory. But on a track like this, it's very easy, and you could see he loves his track. So he's, I'll tell you, he looks so good for a fresher, like you said. And why I said freshers are so dangerous, because at times there is no fear of failure for a fresher. He had not played this match before, and then you come on and you see a big crowd, and then you thrive on these occasions.
Indeed. Gamini, now from Royal point of view, what should they be doing in the second session?
First of all, they need to find a couple of bowlers to bowl in partnership. Apply enough pressure. There was, I think there was only maybe 2 overs, 3 overs just prior to that, just after that wicket fell, the first wicket, that there was pressure, and there were 12 or 13 dot balls in a row. So that's what they need to do on a track like this. You need to still keep your attacking instincts on. The moment you show your opponent that you're going through the motions and you're waiting for them to make a mistake on a track like this, that's the worst thing you can do. So you need to still have your attacking fielders in, and you need to find a good partnership from both sides. 2-3 overs combined from both ends, and get the batter to do something different, because right now it's pretty easy.
Gamini, it's a game of 9 sessions. First session was won by St. Thomas. They'll be quite pleased that they won the first session. The rest of the 2 sessions, especially today, because it's a game, as I said earlier, it's a game of 9 sessions. What should they be doing, St. Thomas's? As I said, the first session was won by St. Thomas's clearly. The rest of the 2 sessions, especially on day 1, what should they be doing, St. Thomas's College?
Oh, we'll take the next one. Forget about the third one. They'll be looking to consolidate their position, like the Royals did last year. They were in a bit of trouble. They were looking down the barrel at lunchtime, 4 down, and then there was a brilliant partnership between Manchanayak and Pereira. So they'll be looking to win the next session. So when they win the next session, they'll be so far in front. Royal will have to play catch-up cricket for the next couple of sessions. It includes next day. So on a track like this, scoreboard pressure was quite evident last year. St. Thomas came as the favourite, but Royal got a decent score on the board, and suddenly, they look like they're a different opposition. So they will win the next session. From there onwards, it will be difficult for the Royals to come back, unless, cricket is a funny game, of course, but the conditions are not helping.
Yeah, the conditions aren't helping the bowlers at all, but nevertheless, thank you very much, Gamini, for joining with us. St. Thomas's College, having been asked to bat first, 97 for 1 at the end of the first session. So do join us on the Papare, on the Papare TV HD, available on Dialog Television Channel 126, the Dialog View app, and on the papare.com, as we bring the live pictures from the second oldest uninterrupted cricket encounter in the world, the 145th Battle of the Blues. So we will be back after lunch.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Keel's Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Hot and spicy fun vibe එක විවර කරන්න beat එක remake කරන්නට වෙන්න හදවත බාවලා යන්න කින්නර fashion කරන්න fun උතුරන්න කොතුමි කික් එක වෙන්න cream කොතුමි fun තමයි
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. WeKYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chilliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන් වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සෙවරි රසය ෂෙලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Keel's Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. WeKYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Your embrace so warm, let me stay here for a while. With one more bite of Revelo for sunshine.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Keel's Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Revelo for love.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. WeKYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
ඒගොල්ලෝ දැන් සෙල්ලම් කරන අයගේ තාත්තලා මාමලා ගැනත් කියලා තමයි ළමයි ඔය වන්නේ මැද්දට. ඔය ඩ්‍රම්ස් වාදක මහින්ද සෙල්ලම් හොඳ සොෆ්ට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩකයා. විශේෂයෙන්ම කතා කරන්න ඕනේ 91 සාෆ් තරගාවලිය. එහිදී ඉන්දියාව පරාජය කරලා පිහිනුම් මන්සෙන් දීපිකා චන්දුකුම් සහ ජූලියන් බෝලින් අරන් දීපු රන් පතක්කම් ටික එහින් දැක්ක අපි ඒක සොඳුරු මතකයක් පවණක් නෙමෙයි. සුවිශාල අත්දැකීම්. මෙම ඇසක් ඕකට මේ මම භාෂා දෙකෙන් ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය කරනවා කියන එකට හොඳයි නරකයි දෙකම ගල්මුල් ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මමත් තෝරගත්තා. ඉතින් සමහර ක්‍රීඩාවන් මොකද අපේ හැපිනවන්න පුළුවන් අපේ තරුණ කාලේ. තමන් ආතව ගහෙtti බස් ටිකට් එකේ ලියාගෙන ඉන්නේ. සියලුම විස්තර ලස්සනයි කියන්නේ මොඩල් කියන්නේ ලස්සන විතරක් නෙමෙයිනේ. කැරිස්මා එක තියෙනවා. නමුත් අපි
කතා කරන්නේ සජිත් ප්‍රනාන්දුට ඒ අවස්ථාව හිමි නොවුනේ ඇයි කියලා. ආවරණය සඳහා තියෙන පොරය හරහා මට පේනවා තත්ත්ව මට්ටමේ අඩුව.
ආයුබෝවන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. අද අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නේ මාධ්‍ය ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ දැවැන්තෙක් ක්‍රීඩා මාධ්‍ය කිව්ව ගමන් ඔබට මතක් වෙන නමක්. මගේ පුංචි කාලේ මමත් ක්‍රීඩාව නරඹද්දී මට ඇහුණු හඬක් දැකපු රුවක් අද අපේ නොදුටු මිනිසා හරිත පෙරේරා. ආයුබෝවන් හරිත.
ආයුබෝවන්.
මුලින්ම අවසර ගන්න වෙනවා මොකද මේ අපේ පූර්වජයෙක් අපට වඩා සෑහෙන ප්‍රවීණ අත්දැකීම් තියෙන කෙනෙක් හැටියට ඉතින් අපි ආදරයට හරිත අයියා කියලා කියන්නේ. නමුත් අද මට හරිත කියලා කියන්න වෙනවා වැඩසටහනට ප්‍රවේශයක් ගන්න. ඉතින් හරිතයි ඒකට අවසර ඉල්ලගෙන අපි මුලින්ම කතා කරමු පොඩි මේ ඊරෑ ටිකක් විශේෂ දවසක් පාපන්දු ලෝක කුසලාන අවසන් මහා තරගයක් නරඹන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා අපිට. විශේෂ තරගයක්, ඉතාම තරගකාරී තරගයක්. ඉතින් හරිතය තරගය නරඹන්න ඇති. මොනවද හිතුනේ මේ අලුත් ට්‍රෙන්ඩ්ස් ගැන, මේ ක්‍රීඩාව කොච්චර වේගවත් වෙලාද, කොච්චර වෙනස් වෙලාද කියන එක ගැන මොකද හිතුනේ ඊරෑ?
අසංකමල්ලි මේකයි කතාව. දැන් අපි තරගයේ නැරඹුවා කියලා නෙමෙයි. අපි ඒ තරගයේ ජීවත් වුණා. මොකද ලෝක පාපන්දු කුසලාන අවසන් තරගයක් කියලා කිව්වහම ඒක ගුවන් විදුලියෙන් නැව්වත්, රූපවාහිනී තිරයෙන් බැලුවත්, සමාජ ජාල මාධ්‍ය ඔස්සේ ඒ තරගයට සම්බන්ධ වුණත් තරගයේ ජීවත් වුනේ නැත්නම් ඔබ තරගයේ හිටියේ නැහැ. එහෙම තමයි මම දකින්නේ. ඉතින් වසර ගණනාවක් තිස්සේ ඔය වගේ ලෝක කුසලාන පාපන්දු, ක්‍රිකට්, රග්බි, ඒ වගේම හොකි. මම ඒ ගැන ටිකක් වැඩිපුර අවධානය අර කණ්ඩායම් ක්‍රීඩා හින්දා යොදනවා. ඉතින් ඒ අවසන් තරගයක් බලනකොට ඒකේ ඇඟට දැනෙන දේ විඳලම බලන්න ඕනේ. මොකද අපි ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලාන අවසන් තරගයක් කරන්න වෙන ලෝක කුසලාන අවසන් තරගයකට මේ සහභාගී වෙලා නැහැ. ඇස් දෙකෙන් දැකලා නැහැනේ ක්‍රිකට් ඇරෙන්න. දෙකින්ද ඒකේ ජීවත් වෙනකොට තමයි තේරෙන්නේ ඒකේ විචිත්‍රත්වය කොතරම් දුරටද කියලා. ඔය වචන වලින් කියනවනේ මෙච්චර ලක්ෂ සංඛ්‍යාත කෝටි සංඛ්‍යාත ප්‍රේක්ෂක ප්‍රජාවක් කියලා. ඒක මම විශ්වාස කරනවා. මොකද ඒකේ ජීවත් වුණොත් ඒක දැනෙනවා. ඊයේත් ඒ වගේ තමයි. මම දන්නේ කීයද නිදාගත්තේ කියලා.
ඔව් ඊටාම තරගකාරී විශේෂ තරගයක් නරඹන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා අපි හැමෝටම. ඉතින් අද ප්‍රධාන මාතෘකාව තමයි අද නොදුටු මිනිසා හැටියට අපේ හරිත පෙරේරා ඉන්න නිසා. ඉතින් ඔහුගේ නොදුටු පැත්ත, ඔහු ගැන ඔබ නොදත් දේවල් ගොඩාක් තියෙනවා. ඔහුගේ අතීතය, ඔහුගේ අත්දැකීම, ඔහුගේ රසවත් අත්දැකීම් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ හැමදේම ගැන කතා කරන්නයි සූදානම් වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් හරිත ඔබ ඉපදුණු තැන ඉඳන් අපි පටන් ගමු. කොහොමද පෞල් පසුබිම, ක්‍රීඩාව පවුලේ තිබුණ එකක්ද නැත්නම් කොහොමද පුංචි කාලේ තිබුණු ඇල්ම ක්‍රීඩාවට?
මෙමයි මම ඉපදුනේ නම් වැල්ලවත්තේ මගේ ගම දෙහිවල කරගම්පිටියේ. සත්වෝද්‍යානයට වැඩි දුරක් නැහැ. මුහුදු වෙරළටත් වැඩි දුරක් නැහැ. ඒකින්ද ඔය දෙක අතරේ තියෙන කෝණයක තමයි මම හිටියේ කරගම්පිටියකින් තැන. මම 5 දෙනෙකුගෙන් යුත් පවුලේ වැඩිමලා අසංක. මට නංගිලා දෙන්නයි, ඊට පස්සේ මල්ලි, ඊට පස්සේ ආපහු බාලම නංගි. බාලයයි මායි අතරේ පවුලේ වැඩිමලා හැටියට අවුරුදු 11ක වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මගේ තාත්තා ක්‍රීඩාවට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා හිටියා. ඔහු ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඒ වගේම මගේ මාමා, ඒ කියන්නේ අම්මගේ මල්ලි හොඳ මේ ජිම්නාස්ටික් ඒ වගේම මල්වල ක්‍රීඩා කරපු හොඳ ජව සම්පන්න චරිතයක් කියලා මට දැනගන්න ලැබිලා තියෙනවා. දැන් දෙදෙනාම ජීවිතුන් අතර නැහැ. මගේ මාමා ස්ටැන්ලි රොසයිරෝ සහ ගාමිනි ෆොන්සේකා දෙහිවල හන්දියේ එකට මේ කරක් ගහපු දෙන්නෙක් කියලා මම අහලා තියෙනවා අම්මගෙන් මාමගෙන්. ඉතින් ඔබට ඒ පෞරුෂය ගාමිනී ෆොන්සේකා කියන චරිතය ගැන කිව්වහම ඔබට තේරෙන්න ඕනේ කොයි මට්ටමක ඒගොල්ලෝ හැසිරුණාද කියලා. හොඳම කඩවසම් දෙන්නේ. මගේ තාත්තත් හොඳ දේහධාරී පුද්ගලෙක්. ඉතින් ඒකින්ද ඒක තමයි ක්‍රීඩාවේ තිබිච්ච පසුබිම. හැබැයි ඉතින් මම ක්‍රීඩාවට යමුනේ පාසල් කාලය හරහා ඇවිල්ලා අපි හොඳට සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කට්ටියක්නේ.
ඒක මේ ටිකක් වැදගත් හරිතයි. මම ඒක ගැන වැඩිපුර අහන්න හිතෙනවා. මොකද මේ ගොඩක් දෙනෙක් දන්නේ නැති දෙයක්. ඔබ සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ඒ වෙනකොටත් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ සෑහෙන ජනප්‍රිය වෙලා තිබුණා. මේ වෙනකොටත් දැන් ඔබ දකිනවා ඒ කියන්නේ සජීව දර්ශන බලන්න, සජීව තරඟ අත්දැකීම් ලැබෙන තරමට සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් ඉදිරියට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. ඒ කාලේ තිබුණු තත්ත්වය කොහොමද සැහැල්ලු පන්දු?
ඒ කාලෙත් මේ වගේමයි. මොකද දැන් මම කරගම්පිටියේ හිටියා කිව්වහම සරණංකර පාරේ ඉතාමත් ඉහළ මට්ටමකින් ඔය සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රීඩාව සිදු වුණා සරණංකර පොඩි ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකේ. මොකද කට්ටිය පොලිමේ ඉන්නවනේ. කළුබෝවිල එක්සත් කිව්වහම බෙල්ලන්විල එක්සත් එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරා මේ ඇක්සස් ව්‍යාපාරයේ නිර්මාතෘ. ඔව් ඔහුත් හොඳ වමතින් වේග පන්දු යවපු කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් මම අත්තිඩිය සමුද්‍රයේ සෙල්ලම් කරා, කරගම්පිටිය ක්‍රිකට් සමාජයේ සෙල්ලම් කරා, අපි හිල් රේන්ජර්ස් කියලා කණ්ඩායමක් හිටියා. ඊට අමතරව ඔය ජනතා කුසලාන කියලා ලේක් හවුස් එකෙන් මේ අනුග්‍රහය දක්වපු දීප ව්‍යාප්ත ක්‍රිකට් තරඟාවලියක් තිබ්බා. ඔයා විශ්වාස කරන්නේ නැති වෙයි මොරටුවේ සොයිසපුර කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක එක තරඟයක් අපි ජය පරාජයකින් තොරව අවසන් කරා. මොකද ඒ තරඟය අනිවාර්යෙන් දිනන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟ වටේට යන්න. දෙවනි වටේදී ලකුණු 200ක් එලෝලා ගිහිල්ලා අපිට 200 සම්පූර්ණ කරගන්න බැරි වෙච්ච ඉඳා මේ මොරටුවේ සොයිසපුර කණ්ඩායම ඉදිරියට ගිහිල්ලා වුන් ජයග්‍රහණයත් කරා. ඒ සොයිසපුර කණ්ඩායමේ හිටියා ඔය ලින්ඩන් හැනිබල්ගේ ඥාති සොහොයුරා ලෙස්ටර් හැනිබල්. අදටත් ඒක ඉන්නවා. ඒකේ හිටියා ප්‍රියන්ත විජේසූරිය, නාලක විජේසූරිය අයියමල්ලෝ දෙන්න මේ ද්‍රවිඩ සංගමය වෙනුවෙන් හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කළා මොරටු ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. නම් වැලක් කියන්න පුළුවන් ඕකේ. තරම් ඉහළ මට්ටමකින් ඔය ඩ්‍රම්ස් වාදක මහින්ද සෙල්වා හොඳ සොෆ්ට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩකයා. හරි. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ මං නම් බොහොම ටිකයි කිව්වේ. මාව ඔය ක්‍රීඩාවට අදගෙන ගිය කෙනා තමයි හනිෆ් කිචෙල්. එයා දැන් නම් ඉන්නේ ඇමරිකාවේ. තව හිටියා ටයිටස් සිල්වා කියලා මහවැලියේ ලොකු වැඩ කොටසක් කරා පාලිත පෙරපොළත් එක්ක. මම මේ කියන්නේ මේ ඒ ලොකු කොටසක් ඒ සැහැල්ලු පන්දු වපසරිය අපිට හිතාගන්න බෑ. මම හැබැයි සැහැල්ලු පන්දුවේම එල්ලිලා හිටියේ නෑ. ඔය බොහෝ දෙනා ආවා වගේ මම ලෙද බෝල් ක්‍රිකට් එකට ගියා තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට, ලාබාල් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට කොළුපිටිය ශාන්ත තෝමස් ප්‍රාථමික පාසලේ. හැබැයි මට ඒ පන්නරේ ආවේ ඒ සැහැල්ලු පන්දුවේ ජාතික මට්ටමේ ක්‍රීඩා කළා. අපි අලව්වේ ගිහිල්ලා ගැව්වා, පොළොන්නරුවේ ගිහිල්ලා ගැව්වා. මට මතක හැටියට අනුරාධපුරේ දෙපාරක් ගියා. ඉතින් රත්නපුරේ ගියා. ඒ ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ වලට සහභාගී සහ සමාජික ක්‍රිකට් අපි එකපාරක් අමලංගොඩ සිංහ ඔය දැන් ඉන්න සියලුම දෙනා ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ගිනිගේලා, ප්‍රේමසිරිලා, එතකොට කුමුදුලා ඒ කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක ජයග්‍රහණය කරලා අන්තිමට ධර්මපාලයේදී තමයි ජාතික අවසන් තරඟයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරේ හෝමාගමත් එක්ක. ඒකේ හිටියා නාගසිංහ කියලා. මම මේ නන් ටික කියන්නේ ඔය මම කියන නන් ටික ඇහුවාම සැහැල්ලු පන්දුවට උනන්දු හැමදෙනාම ඔය නන් ටික අඳුරනවා. අනිත් එක තමයි අසංක මට කියන්න ඕනේ විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය. ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරයේ ක්‍රිකට් සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් තරඟාවලියක් අහන්න. අපි කියන්නේ මොනවද කියලා හිතෙනවා. මොකද ක්‍රීඩකයා එනකොට එයාගේ සම්පූර්ණ ඉතිහාසය කියලා ඉවරයි මැද්දට එනකොට. ඊතරම් දක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරකයෝ 5 දෙනෙක් මම ගණනලා තියෙනවා. සමහරවිට අපි දැන් යනවා මේ තෑගි බෙදලා දෙන්න. අපිට ලැජ්ජා හිතෙනවා මේ මිනිස්සු ඒ කියන කතාව. අවුරුදු 35ක 40ක අතීතයක් ඒගොල්ලන්ට තියෙන්නේ. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ දැන් සෙල්ලම් කරන අයගේ තාත්තලා මාමලා ගැනත් කියලා තමයි ළමයෝ එවන්නේ මැද්දට.
ඒ තරම්
ඔව් ඒක වෙනම කතාවක්. ලංකාවේ සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ.
ඔව් දැන් ඔබට තේරෙන්නේ නැති මේ කතාව කොහෙටද යන්නේ, කොච්චර ඉතිහාසයක් මේ කතාව ඇතුලේ තියෙනවද, මේ කතාව ඇතුලේ අපි අහපු නැති දේවල් කොච්චර අහන්න අපට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙයිද කියන දේ. ඉතින් අපි තවත් මේක හරවස්සමු. හරිත පෙරේරා දැන් සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් ප්‍රවීණෙක් වුණා, ක්‍රීඩා කළා. මම හිතන්නේ ඒ ඇතුලේම ඔබට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්නේ නැති විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය කරන්නත් ඔබ කිව්වත් වගේ අලුත් අයටත් අවස්ථාව ලබා දුන්නා. ලෙද පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ගැන මොන වගේ මතකද?
මම කියවනේ කොළුපිටිය ශාන්ත තෝමස් ප්‍රාථමික විද්‍යාලයේ 11න් 15 13න් 15 ක්‍රීඩා කළා. මාත් එක්ක ඒ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කීප දෙනෙක් ගැන කියන්නම්. කෙනෙක් ගයිද අල්විස් නැසීගේ එකම වයස් කාණ්ඩේ ලක්මාල්ද සොයිසා, එතකොට රබා ගුණසේකර. පසුව ඔහු ජාතික රග්බි කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඔහු රාජකීය විද්‍යාලයට ගියේ. ඔය තුන් දෙනා අතරේ තමයි අපි ඉස්සරහට ගියේ. ඊට අමතරව හිටියා වසීල් හෆීල්ලා වගේ අය. ඒගොල්ලෝ රග්බි වලට ගියා. CHNFC කණ්ඩායමේ රග්බි පුහුණුකරු බවට පත් වුණා. ඉතින් අර එතනින් ගිහිල්ලා අපි ශාන්ත තෝමස් විදුහලට ගියාම එහි 16න් 15 කණ්ඩායමටත් ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඒ අපි 14න් 15 කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කරනකොට එහා පැත්තේ රංජන් මඩුගල්ලේ අර්ජුන් ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ ඒ 14න් 15 කණ්ඩායමේ රාජකීය විදුහලේ ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඊට පස්සේ මේ මාත් එක්ක 16න් 15 ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කීප දෙනෙක්ම අද අපාතර නැහැ. ඒ අතර අපේ නායකයා හිටිය දායලන් සුප්‍රමණියම් ඔහු රග්බි පවා ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඊට වගේම අපේ නිවාස කණ්ඩායමේ නායකයා හැටියට ක්‍රීඩා කළපු රත්නායක ලලිත් රත්නායක මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. අපි තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැටියට ඉන්නකොට අපිට හොඳ අවස්ථාවක් ලබා දුන්න කට්ටියයි. අරිත වික්‍රමනායක ඒකේ දෙවන පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කළා ශාන්ත විතර. අරිත වික්‍රමනායක කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ නීති ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ දැවැන්ත නමක් අද වන විට. එදා ඒ සෙල්ලම් කරපු ඒ කට්ටිය දැන් රග්බි කණ්ඩායමේ හිටිය ෂේන් පින්ඩ ඒ වගේම ඔහුත් සමග ක්‍රීඩා කර උමේෂ් ඉදිපිඩි ඒගොල්ලෝ ලක්මාල් සොයිසලා ඒගොල්ලෝ රග්බි පාසල් ශූරතා 3ක් දිනලා හොඳම පාසල් රග්බි කණ්ඩායම හැටියට තීරුණා. ඉතින් එවැනි ක්‍රීඩකින් රැසක් හිටිය දැවැන්ත මලර් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හිටියා රෝහන් ද සිල්වා කියලා. අපි ඔහුට කිව්වේ ශරෝනා කියලා. මේ මොකද ශරෝනා මේ බිම තමයි ඔහුගේ උපරිම මේ පානේ. ඒකින්ද තමයි ශරෝනා කිව්වේ. ඒ වගේම මිලින්ද මොරහැල කියලා හොඳ හොකි ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හිටියා. ඉතින් ඔය මං කියන වපසරිය හරහා තමයි අපිට ඉතින් පොඩි නිවාස මට්ටමින් හැමදේම කරන්න පුළුවන් තත්ත්වයක් උදා වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මම මේ පළමු පෙළ ගහන්න 19න් 15 ගියේ ධර්මපාල විද්‍යාලයට. වසර 2ක් ධර්මපාල විද්‍යාලයේ තමයි ක්‍රීඩා කළේ.
ඔව් සම්පූර්ණ වෙනස් පරිසරයකට එන්නේ. මට තවත් දෙයක් මතක් වුණා. හරිද මේ ක්‍රිකට් කල්චර් එක ක්‍රිකට් සංස්කෘතිය මොන වගේ තැනක තිබුණද කියලා අහන්න. මොකද දැන් ඒ වෙනකොට ගොඩක් තරග නරඹන්න අවස්ථාවක් තිබුණේ නැහැ. සජීව තරග නරඹන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩා කළා. මොන වගේ දෙයක්ද මේ තරග නැරඹීමේදී එහෙමත් නැත්නම් ක්‍රිකට් ගැන කතා කරද්දී මොන වගේ කතා බහක්ද තිබුණේ යාළුවෝ අතරේ?
ඔබ දන්නවනේ රාජකීය ශාන්ත තෝමස් මහා ක්‍රිකට් තරගයත් පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් තරගයක්. ආනන්ද නාලන්ද ශාන්ත ජෝසෆ් ශාන්ත පීතර මේ මම කියන්නේ බොහොම තෝරලා බේරලා අරගෙන හොඳේ. ඉතින් ඔය රටවටේම මහා ක්‍රිකට් තරඟ බලන්න සෙනගාව. නමුත් ඊට වැඩිය වෙනස් කතාව තමයි අන්තර් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ තරඟ ඒ දවස්වල. ඒ දවස්වල SSC NCC, Bloomfield NCC, Bloomfield SSC, CCC NCC SSC ඔය තරඟ ගැන කතා කරන්න ගියාම දැන් Bloomfield ක්‍රීඩා කරා කියන්නේ වර්ණපුරකින් පටන් අරගෙන රණසිංහ වෙනකන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ 7 දෙනෙක් විතර ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔවුන් හොඳ කණ්ඩායම තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කරා. අඩුම තරමේ 2000ක් තරඟේ නැරඹුවේ නැත්තම් පුදුමයි. බොහොම අමාරුවෙන් තමයි අපි ගිහිල්ලා බැලුවේ අජිත් දිසිල්ලට පින් සිද්ධ වෙනවා. මොකද අජිත් දිසිල්ල දෙවිවලාවට නෑ දෑයෝ අපි දන්න කට්ටියට පින්ද අජිත් දිසිල්ලගේ මාර්ගෙන් තමයි යන්තම් බ්ලූම්ෆීල්ඩ් එකේ අයින් එකට කොනකට ගිහිල්ලා අපි පොඩි ළමයි ගිහිල්ලා තරඟ නරඹන්නේ. ඉතින් එනේන ඔක්කොම කසකාරයෝනේ හිටියේ. ඉතින් වර්ණපුරගෙන් සුනිල් ජයසේකරගෙන් පටන් ගත්තාම ලෙස්ලි නාරංගොඩලා මේ ලලිත් කලු පෙරුමලා ශබ්බිර් අස්කරාලිලා තුන්සියක් ගෙවුවා මේ කෙලොණු. ඒ වගේ ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලෝ පිටිකරුවන් හැටියට දස්කම් දක්වන්නේත් ශ්‍රී ලංකා පන්දියවන්න හමුවේ. එයා පැත්තේ ඉන්නවා මේ ඩෙනිස් චන්මුගම්ලා ටෝනි ඕපාතලා එළවෙලෝ ගහන්නේ. ඒ වගේම තමයි අනිත් පැත්තත්. පන්දියවනකොට DLS දිසිල්වලා සභාපති පිල්ලේ ළඟරත්නම්ලා එහෙම යවනකොට මම කිව්වා තව කීප දෙනෙක් හිටියා රුමේෂ් රත්නායක රවි රත්නායකලා වගේ උන්ට වේග පන්දු යනවා අසන්ත දිමෙල්ලා. හැබැයි ඒ නම් නැති තවත් කීප දෙනෙකුත් හොඳට හිටියා. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉස්සරහට ආවේ නැති වුණාට කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට තරඟ ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී එතකොට කණ්ඩායම් තරඟ ඔවුන් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය වෙනුවෙන් තමුන් වෙනුවෙන් නෙමෙයි. උතන තමයි වෙනස තිබ්බේ එතකොට. ඒ සංස්කෘතිය තමයි දැන් වෙනස් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයට සෙල්ලම් කරාට අද ඒක තමගේ පෞද්ගලිකත්වයේ ඉදිරියට ගෙන එන තත්වයට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා කියන අදහසේ මම ඉන්නවා. මොකද මමත් ක්‍රිකට් පරිපාලනයට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා හිටපු කෙනෙක් හැටියට මට ඒක තේරෙනවා.
වර වෘත්තීය මට්ටමට එන එකේ හොඳකුත් තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ඔය වගේ නරක පැත්තකුත් තියෙනවා. මොකද අර පෞද්ගලිකත්වය ගැනම හිතන හින්දා. ඉතින් ඔබේ ක්‍රිකට් වලට ආයෙත් ගියොත් ඊට පස්සේ ඔබට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. මොන වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝද එතකොට හම්බුණ කට්ටිය මොන වගේ මතකයන්ද තියෙන්නේ මේ තරඟාවලිය ගැන?
ඔව් ඉතින් ඒ දවස්වල වේග පන්දු යවන්නන් නම් අපිට ඉතින් හෙල්මට් ආම් ගාඩ් තිබ්බේ නැහනේ. අපි දිව්වා. ආරම්භක පිටිකරුවෙක් හැටියටත් කටයුතු කරා. අවසන් පිටිකරුවෙක් හැටියටත් ගියා. මං ක්‍රීඩා කරේ BRC ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයට. මොකද මම ධර්මපාලයට ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තරුණ ළමෙක් හැටියට මම අවුරුදු 2කට පස්සේ රස්සාවට ගියා. ගෙදර තිබ්බ වාතාවරණය හින්දා මම මුලින්ම පිගන් සංස්ථාවේ අද පිගන් සංස්ථාව නැහැ පිළියන්දල නිමබඩු ගබඩාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කළේ. ඉතින් එහි ජනසතු සේවා දෙවන පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඊට පස්සේ පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ආවා මේ එට්කින්ස් පෙන්ස් සමාගමට. එහිදී වෙළඳ සේවා දෙවන පෙළ. ඒකේ ඉහළ මට්ටමේ තරඟවලට සහභාගී වුණා. සෑහෙන කාලයක් ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඒ හිටපු අවුරුදු 25න් 25ම ක්‍රිකට් වලට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා හිටියා මම. ඔවුන්ගේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ ක්‍රිකට් ලේකම් හැටියට කටයුතු කරපු හින්දා. ඉතින් එහිදී තමයි මගේ ක්‍රිකට් දිවිය උපවෙන්න මට අවස්ථාව උදා වුණේ. මම BRC කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන් පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කළා. එහි ක්‍රිකට් ලේකම් හැටියට කටයුතු කරා. විවිධ කාර්යභාරයන් රැසක් සිදු කළා ඒ අවුරුදු ගාන ඇතුළත. ඉතින් ඔය කාලේ හරහා තමයි අපිට විශාල අභියෝග රාශියකට මුහුණ දෙන්නත් සිද්ධ වුණේ. අපිට 971 කරදරේ මතකයි අපි පාසල් ළමයි හැටියට. 83 කරදරෙත් මතකයි අපි එතකොට මාධ්‍යයට ඇවිල්ලා නැහැ. හැබැයි පයින් වැඩට ආවා දෙහිවල ඉඳලා මේ හයිඩ් පාක් වෙනකන් කීප දවසක්ම. ඊට පස්සේ 89 ඒ කරදරේ වෙනකොට අපි ඔය ක්‍රිකට් වලටත් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා ක්‍රීඩා සමාජවල වැඩ කටයුතුට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා හිටියා. ඉතින් අර එවැනි පසුබිමක් වාතාවරණයක් යටතේ තරඟාවලි පැවැත්ුණා. මේ මෑත කාලයේ වෙච්ච කරදර වෙනකන් ආවේ නැති වුණාට හැම තරඟාවලියක්ම අඩු වැඩි මට්ටමින් පැවැත්ුණා. හැබැයි අර වෘත්තීය මට්ටම ඉස්සරහට ගියානේ 96න් පස්සේ. ඊට පස්සේ ක්‍රිකට් දිහා බලලා අනිත් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජත් ක්‍රීඩා මේ සංවිධානත් ඔවුන්ගේ ක්‍රීඩා මට්ටම ඉහළට ගෙන ආවා. දැන් මේ අතරවාරයේ ජාත්‍යන්තර මට්ටමින් මල්ල ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් අපිට සෑහෙන වාසි ලැබුණා. මේ අර විශේෂයෙන්ම කතා කරන්න ඕනේ 91 සාෆ් තරඟාවලිය. එහිදී ඉන්දියාව පරාජය කරලා පිහිනුම් මන්සෙන් දීපිකා චන්නකුම් සහ ජූලියන් බෝලෙන් අරන් දීපු රන් පදක්කම් ටික ඇහින් දැක්ක අපි ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ කතාව ඒක සොඳුරු මතකයක් පවණක් නෙමෙයි. සුවිශාල අත්දැකීම්. අපි ඒක ගැන වෙනම කතා කරමු. නමුත් ඔබ මගේ ක්‍රීඩා දිවිය ගැන අහනකොට මගේ ක්‍රිකට් එකේ ඒකයි ඒ වෙළඳ සේවා දෙවන පෙළ තුන්වන පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු ඒවා හරහා ආපු පන්නරේ තමයි මේ අපිව ඇදගෙන ගියේ ඔය ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරයට. ඉතින් ඒකට යොමු වුණේ විශේෂයෙන්ම සහැල්ලු පන්දු වල හිටියා. නමුත් ඊට වැඩි ආවේ BRC එකට ඇවිල්ලා ඒකේ සහ සමාජික ක්‍රිකට් තරඟාවලියේ ඉතින් අපි ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය කරන්නේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩකින් සමගනේ. අන්න එතනින් තමයි මාව පොඩ්ඩක් එළියට ආවේ.
ඔව් ඒක තමයි දැන් වැදගත්ම තැන මේ කතාවේ ඔහුගේ අපි කියන පදනම වෙන්නේ ඔහුගේ විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය. ඔහුව ඔබට මතක ඇත්තේ විස්තර ਵਿਚාරකයෙක් හැටියට මටත් මුලින්ම මතක විස්තර ਵਿਚාරකයෙක් හැටියට. ඉතින් ඒක ගැන අපි දැන් අහමු. කොහොමද මේ විස්තර ਵਿਚාරයට එළඹුණේ? අපි අහලා තියෙනවා ඔබ සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් තරඟත් විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය කළා මුලින්. නමුත් හරියටම මේ ජාතික මට්ටමේ තරඟ විචාරකෙක් වෙන්න කොහොමද අඩිය තිබ්බේ?
බොහොම ලෙන්ගතුව මතක් කරන ෆයිසල් බොංසෝ. ෆයිසල් බොංසෝ එතකොට ලංකාවේ නමක් දිනා සිටි වෘත්තීයම නිවේදකයෙක්. ඉහළ මට්ටමේ ඔහු 25 නේ. ඉතින් ඔහුට ඉඳලා හිටලා ඇහෙනවා මේ VRCගේ සය සමාජික තරඟාවලියේ ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් ඇනවුන්සර් හැටියට මම මේ කරන විස්තර කතනය. මොකද ඒ තරඟාවලිය කොළඹ කෝල්සා BRC තරඟ පිටිවල තමයි පැවැත්වුනේ. ඉතින් ජාතික මට්ටමේ සියලුම ක්‍රීඩකින් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඔහු දැන් ඔහුට මේ යාළුකමක් තිබ්බා. ඔහු ගුවන්විදුලියත් එක්කත් රූපවාහිනියත් එක්කත් වැඩ කරන. විශේෂයෙන් ගුවන්විදුලියත් එක්ක වැඩ කරන කාලේ කාල්ටන් සෙනවිරත්න නැසේගේ කාල්ටන් සෙනවිරත්න හොඳ ජනමාධ්‍යවේදියෙක්. ඒ වගේම මල්ල ක්‍රීඩා පුහුණුකරුවෙක්ද මන් දන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් මල්ල ක්‍රීඩාවට සෑහෙන සම්බන්ධකමක් තිබ්බ පුවත්පත් කලාවේදියෙක්. ඔහු ක්‍රීඩා අංශයේ බාරව හිටියා ගුවන්විදුලියේ. ඔහුට කවුරු හරි මෙහෙම ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව සම්බන්ධ කට්ටිය ඕනේ කිව්වහම ෆයිසල් බොන්සෝ BRC ක්‍රීඩාංගනේ BRC සමාජය හරහා මට කතා කරලා මට කිව්වා යන්න කියලා. ඉතින් එතෙන්ට ගිහිල්ලා කාල්ටන් සෙනවිරත්නට පින්සින් දෙන්න තමයි අපි ගුවන්විදුලියේ ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරයට සම්බන්ධ වුණේ. නැසීගේ කාල්ටන් සෙනවිරත්න ඔහු මට විතරක් නෙමෙයි තව බොහෝ දෙනෙකුට අවස්ථාව ලබා දුන්නා. එපමණක් නෙමෙයි ඔහු යොමු කරා අපිව වෘත්තීය මට්ටමින් මේක කරන්න. ඒ අවස්ථාවට සහභාගී වෙච්ච තව කීප දෙනෙක් තමයි අපි ඒ ගුවන්විදුලියේ පුහුණුව ලබා දුන්නා අපිට මේ නිවේදකින් හැටියට. ක්‍රීඩාම නෙමෙයි නිවේදකින් හැටියට. රොෂාන් අබේසිංහ එක හිටියා. තවත් හෙට්ටිආරච්චි මොන ප්‍රසන්න හෙට්ටිආරච්චිද ප්‍රසාද් හෙට්ටිආරච්චිද කියලා මතක නැහැ. ප්‍රසාද් විතානගේ හිටියා. හරිසිරි විතානගේගේ පුතා කීප දෙනෙක්. තව ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට සම්බන්ධ වෙච්ච නැති නිවේදක මට්ටමට ගිය තව 10 දෙනෙක් විතර හිටියා. ගුවන්විදුලියේ හොඳ පදනමක් සහිත හොඳ තත්ත්ව මට්ටමක පුහුණුවක් ලබා දුන්නා කොයි විදිහටද මේක හැසිරවන්නේ කියලා. ඒ දවස්වල ඒ ලබා දුන්න ඒ පුහුණුව මම හිතන්නේ ඒක ඒ මට්ටමින් කරනවා කියලා. දැන් මර්ල් විලියම්ස්ලා ලිවි විජේමාන්නලා වගේ අය ඇවිල්ලා කතා කරලා අපිට කියපු දේ අදටත් මතකයිනේ. ඒ නෝට්ස් අපි ගාව තාම තියෙනවා සංක. ඉඳලා හිටලා ඒක බලනවා.
ඉතාම වැදගත්. ඒ වගේම අර මට තව දෙයක් මතක් වුණා. දැන් ඔබ භාෂා දෙකෙන්ම ඔබට දී භාෂාවෙන්ම කරන්න පුළුවන් කෙනෙක් විස්තර විචාරයන් ඉංග්‍රීසි භාෂාවෙන් සිංහල භාෂාවෙන් දෙකෙන්ම. ඉතින් මේකත් ඒ කාලෙම පටන් ගත්ත දෙයක්ද භාෂා දෙකම කතා කරන්න කොහොමද හැකියාව ආවේ?
මෙම අසක් ඕකට මේ මම භාෂා දෙකෙන් ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර විචාරය කරනවා කියන එකට හොඳයි නරකයි දෙකම ගල්මුල් ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. ඉංග්‍රීසි භාෂාවෙන් ඒක වඩාත් මට ලේසි මොකද මම ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් නිසා. හැබැයි සිංහල භාෂාවේ මගේ සාමාන්‍ය පෙළ අධ්‍යයනයේදී
Welcome back to the SSC Grounds for day one, second session, the 145th Battle of the Blues, Royal College versus St. Thomas's College. Well, it has been a very good first session of play. Royal won the toss and elected to bowl first on a very good surface it seems to be, and St. Thomas's have capitalized. 96 for the loss of 1 wicket in 26 overs. It has been a great start, led by Sadev Soiza, the left-hander, who has made 66 of just 89 deliveries, well supported by Dinet Gunawardena, who is on 10. They've just lost the 1 wicket of Senadi Bulankulama. The runs have come at a very good rate, and the Thomians will be very happy with their performance in the first session. They are certainly in the driver's seat, and the Royal have some catching up to do in this second session. The umpires are out there, the players are out there, as well as Dinet Gunawardena is prepared to take guard. A very good afternoon to Feroz Ahmed after quite a heavy lunch, I suppose.
Yes, quite a heavy lunch.
You missed a dessert as well.
I could digest the fact that St. Thomas's had scored 97 for the loss of only 1 wicket.
And you took your time at lunch as well, Feroz, and missed that we sort of had to run, and all what we ate has gone down from the run from the lunch area to the com box.
Occasionally I do put my runs, and now here I am panting for my life.
Well, it has certainly been a hot and humid day out there, not easy for the players, especially in that morning session. It might be even worse in this afternoon session, but Sadev Soiza has shown great progress from what I have seen of him last year as well. Played a couple of games in the first 11, a lot of games in the second 11, was one of the chief run getters for St. Thomas's, has got a longer opportunity this year as the wicket keeper and opening batter, and today is paid back the faith that the coaches, the captain, the selectors have had faith in him, and he's done dividends.
Absolutely, I think for the season this is his top score. The previous best was only 38, but Kamadia, the man has risen to the occasion and he's batted very well. Change in field. The short leg fielder was taken to the offside, and on that occasion took the inside edge and went where the fielder was previously placed. A couple of runs to Gunawardena. Gunawardena is coming after an injury and would like to spend some time. He's a very aggressive batsman, been quite an impressive batsman with the little I've seen, and finding his feet out there. Gunawardena is on 12.
Yes, he had an injury. He was out for about 4 to 5 games during the season. That was very unfortunate for him being a senior player. Played the last game against St. Peter's, couldn't get among the runs. So he's been out of form, not enough match practice, batting practice in the centre. So he'll take a bit of time here, but so far he's done good. I mean, he's kept company with Sadev Soiza and ensured that the scoreboard has been rotated right throughout. 27 completed, that's the first over after lunch, 99 for 1.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
So Malawi Arachi will continue from the commentator's box end. He's bowled 8 overs for 26. I thought it will be interesting to see who would partner the skipper Sineth in the bowling straight after lunch, and we have Ranura being brought into the attack. I personally would like to see the other opening bowler, Sena Ratna, who had a lot more discipline. I think what Royal lacks at the moment is a bowling partnership, someone to support Sineth, who's looked impressive. String in a couple of tight overs, build the pressure and be disciplined. Because what we've seen so far, Ramiru, the rest of the bowling have kept on feeding loose deliveries. What we need is a couple of good overs to build the pressure.
Certainly on a good batting track you need those overs, a lot of dot deliveries, a few maiden overs to really tighten the grip, and especially if you're leaking runs from both ends, it makes it impossible for the bowling side. What they need to do is bowl those tight overs, put some pressure, make the batter do the mistake, make the batter try to go off the bowling, because it's a good surface, nothing in it as so far. There hasn't been any real turn, nothing for the seamers as well. So they need to come up with a plan, come up with a strategy, and how can they tighten up at least one end to make sure that there are dot balls to contain these batters. Because also adding to that, Feroz, the majority of the runs this season for St. Thomas's have come from their middle and low order. Number 5 onwards, Mahit Perra with over 800 runs has led the way. Tisene Halegeda, he's been among the runs. He scored over 600 runs this season. Nathan Caldera, Akash Fernando, they have been the all-rounders that have contributed heavily to ensure that the Thomians have got runs on the board. So whatever this top order is getting here, I feel it's like a bonus for St. Thomas's, because this gives us the freedom for that low order to come and express themselves later on in the game.
Absolutely. I think part of the reason why Royal opted to bowl first was the weaker top order of St. Thomas's to exploit and get the strong middle order to bat as early as possible. But hasn't worked so far, and what we see is a beautiful batting track. And coming back to the bowling, when you closely look at how Malawi Arachi bowls, he bowls with an open-chested action. So the tendency is for the ball to swing into the right hander and move away from the left hander. But throughout these 9 overs he's bowled, he's lacked control, and that has been his downfall.
Yes, and I also feel that he bowled to the right hander Bulankulama much better than he has bowled to Soisa and Gunawardena. Sort of, we remember Dillar Fernando from Sri Lanka pacer, bowled with a good speed, bowled fast with this open sort of action, but was one of those wayward bowlers. It can happen with Malawi Arachi as well. He'll get that odd good ball that is unplayable, but I thought he was more comfortable bowling to the right hand, and with the 2 left-handers in the centre, he'll have to adjust really quickly.
Again, outside off stump. Lets the ball. Gunawardena is on 12. End of 28 overs, 100 for 1.
Well, the vanilla flavored milk is a real treat, especially on these hot and humid conditions. If you can have one of those cool milks, so whether it's vanilla or chocolate flavor, I mean that's going to be really refreshing, isn't it? Feroz, you're a fan of milk, I have been told.
I'm opting for the low-fat drinking yogurt given my age. The younger crowd can have the vanilla and chocolate. I'm interested in the mixed berry flavored low-fat drinking yogurt, Ricky.
Yes, I can see you having one straight after that lunch break as well. As Jayawardena is the second highest wicket taker, I think, this season for Royal. 19 wickets, just 19 wickets in 6 games. Ramiro Pereira 47 in 11 games. He is by far being the best bowler. The rest haven't picked up a lot of wickets in the games they have played, and Sinet Jayawardena, of course, he was out with national duty captain in the Sri Lankan under-19 team, but since he's come back, he's done exceptionally well to pick up wickets whenever possible. He played a match-winning role against St. Peter's at the Royal College Ground, picking up 5 wickets in that second innings. He'll have to use all his experience on these conditions to try and prize out a wicket here in this second session.
Yes, and continues to impress. He's got his line and length right. We haven't seen that much of turn, but there's a lot more effort, a lot more bite. This time well tossed up, teasing the batsman, a big inside edge. The batsman valiantly tried to play over the mid-off fielder, didn't connect it, may have looked to play it a little too hard.
Well, Feroz, I can see that anchor, what do you call, mixed berry flavored low fat right in front of you. You have finished it already. Is it that good, Feroz?
Absolutely, you could have asked, Ricky, I would have kept. A royalist knows to share, Ricky.
Well, that's good news, that's good news. I hope you share those other drinks as well, Feroz, as the day progresses.
So Sinet continues to bowl on a tight leash. Soisa is looking comfortable at 67 for 9 off 96 deliveries. This time on the back foot, but again straight to the mid-on fielder. Yet another over is completed. 9 overs, 100 for.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
Welcome back. So 3 overs completed post lunch, and so far the Royalists have regrouped, have bowled 3 tight overs. I think the message is clear: get a bowling partnership, keep the runs on check, and play on the patience of the batsman.
The Royal should definitely have discussed it in the lunch break, have a plan coming out to bowl to the left-handers. They would have looked at what bowling options they have. Sinet Gunawardena, I'm sure Jayawardena, beg your pardon, will bowl at one end as the right arm off spinner to the 2 left-handers.
And what we see post-lunch is Malavi Arachi has cut down a yard of pace and is bowling with a lot more control than what we saw in the first session. This time around, he's been on the bit of a shorter side. Not much carry on the wicket as well from this end. We see the ball dart outside off stump, but he's bowling within himself. He's not trying too hard. I think the first session, the bowling, they tried a little too hard and thereby gave a lot of freebies.
That generally happens, isn't it, at the SSC, especially when you win the toss, decide to bowl first. You are expected to go out there, go hard at the opposition, get some early wickets. The bowlers, these young schoolboy bowlers, tend to do a bit too much. That's beautifully played. Driven through the covers, Gunawardena. Stand and deliver. He got the width he was looking for. Execution perfect. Beautifully played for 4.
Beautiful shot on the front foot. That should give him some confidence. Again, what you see, the story so far is the bowlers have not been disciplined and have not been patient enough. Beautifully driven on the up into the gap. A wonderful strike. That should give Gunawardena some confidence. He bowled 3 tight deliveries over the wicket and then tried something different. Came round the wicket, a loosener.
And certainly this is a good batting surface. You could trust the bounce as well. You know, you could play through the line without any fear, isn't it, Feroz? A lot of shots. Soiza has played also, has just played through the line, through the offside. And
that's
where pay dividends.
Absolutely. That's where when the wicket is batsman conducive, you need to be disciplined in your bowling. You have to be patient. And it's a test match after all, a 3-day game. Plenty of overs left. You need to have a good bowling partnership. You need someone to support Ranuka and ensure that you limit the loose deliveries being bowled.
Yes, the Royal had done well to that boundary. They've bowled a lot of dot deliveries, kept that in quiet. But Gunawardena getting free there with that boundary, 16 of 37. One of the senior players in this Thomian lineup.
So Ranuka Malavayarachi opting to bowl over the wicket now. Not happy with the 2 deliveries that he bowled round the wicket. This is a better angle. He's an open-chested bowler. You can get the ball to move away and need to pitch it in the right areas. A better bounce on that occasion. Bit more effort. End of 30 overs, 104 for 1.
Keel's Crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
Hot and spicy fun by Bugatti Barakaranga. Beat the remake Karanga Tavina. Hada with the Bawala give me a fashion Karanga. Fun Turana Kotumi Kiki Kalenda. Prima Kotumi Fantamai.
Kiri Ateru Supiri Rasa.
So Jayawardena will bowl to Gunawardena. The Wardenas, the attraction in the centre at the moment. Interesting field. He has a leg slip as well as the orthodox slip fielder, but nobody in front of the batter catching there. Feroz Silimida for short leg.
Interesting field indeed. I think the conversation is whether to take him to Silimidon. I think the slip fielder was contemplating of moving the leg slip towards the Silimidon fielder, but on this occasion opted to have behind the crease. Again, Sinet continues to probe that outside off stump line and length. We haven't seen the ball turn. It's been straight, but it's the bounce that has troubled the batsman occasionally.
This umpire Chandrika Amarasinghe at the strike.
Oh, that was, I think the leg slip fielder should have moved early. A bit of lethargy, and I didn't think there was a run on that occasion. A risky single, but in the end, made it easily. There we see. Took the inside edge. There was never a run there.
I think he slipped, isn't it?
No, he should have and could have moved faster. Was caught. Oh, took the inside edge again. There you see, it's going on with the arm. This is where I feel, Ricky, that they need to bring Yenula, the left arm spinner, into the attack. You have two left-handers, but the ball is not turning. The occasional delivery can go in with the arm.
And I was just going to mention, as this game progresses, I think the spinners are going to play a big role. Feroz, looking at the surface, it hasn't done really
there you see the bounce. It's the bounce that is troubling. And I wouldn't mind if Royal could bring that sweeper cover fielder to the offside and get another catching in front of the wicket, because it's the bounce that is troubling the batsman.
Certainly they need one in front of the bat there. I certainly agree with you on that one. Once again through that cover region, there's a protection, the sweeper cover we were talking about. Just a single, but as we mentioned, partnership 40 of 97 deliveries, 31 overs completed, 106 for 1.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්බන්න ගිහින්
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
So bowling change, Bulan Veeratunga being brought into the attack. Just bowled 3 overs for 12, so Royal opting to go with a spin and a fast bowl partnership. I personally feel that it's time to bring the left arm spinner into the attack, see what's there in for the bowler, and in the previous over as well, there was the occasional bounce that is troubling. Yenula is more on the shorter side. He's a short left arm spinner, not as tall as Sineth, but nevertheless we haven't seen the left arm spinner being brought into the attack.
Now this is an interesting change. He's just bowled the 3 overs so far today, surprisingly. I think the most experienced of the bowlers of this Royal lineup, Bulan Veeratunga, to his 3rd year as well, hasn't played all season, has been in and out of the Royal lineup due to injury reasons, and hasn't picked up many wickets either.
Well, he's a bowler who's taken wickets at the big match. He was impressive in the first innings with the 144th Royal Tomian. He also was amongst the wickets 2 years back. He started off well, hitting the right channels, making the batsman play. The difference between Malaviarache and Bulan is the control aspect. Bulan has a lot more control than Malaviarache. And this is a wicket, I feel the spinners should not just flight. They need to put more effort. There needs to be a lot more pivot. And you see Sineth occasionally toss it up and easily being driven to the sweeper cover. He needs to continue with the revs that he throws, imparts on the ball, and the occasional throw-up delivery hasn't been effective so far.
That's shot, that's pulled away, and that's into the gap. Beautifully played by Saddev Soiza. He's really into this innings. This has been the best we have seen of him so far this season, and it has come at the right time. 73 now of 105 deliveries, and he's really punishing the Royal bowlers.
Beautiful batting, rocked on to the back foot. It was short to be hit, and boy did he hit well. Just a couple of bounce for another boundary. Again, loose deliveries, the bowlers not being patient, and if they continue like this, Ricky, I'm sure the left arm spinner will be brought into the attack sooner than expected. Nelson on the board.
They have to, I think they have to, I was going to say earlier as well, spinners are going to play a key role in this game as the game rolls along into day 1, day 2 and day 3. The wicket certainly will get drier with these hot and humid conditions. It's going to take some turn, and certainly more assistance for the spinners, so they'll have a huge role to play.
Oh, full toss, another loose delivery.
He'll be disappointed. He didn't put that away for runs as well. So he's hit it straight to the fielder. That's the giant scoreboard here at the SSC. 111 Nelson on the board.
Ricky, are you a superstitious guy? Are your feet off the ground?
Definitely not. Definitely not. These are all numbers. Like they say, age is a number as well. The Pharaohs. And I don't think the Tomians are really bothered about that.
Again shot, Apesh.
But.
Oh, he dropped it.
Well, Feroz. Nelson almost got a Royal a wicket.
Oh dear. The field was set. The deep mid wicket. He judged it very late. Nethwin Dharmaratne at deep sky leg. That should have been held. Didn't charge in. Oh, good effort in the end, but that catch. The issue there was that he did not charge at the ball and he moved in very late. He picked it late and that meant that he had to put in the dive and he couldn't hold on to it. Will it be a costly mistake? Soisa is on 74 already. 2 chances dropped by Polonovita and Dharmaratne.
That one straight to the field. 32 completed. 112 for 1.
Your embrace so warm, let me stay here for a while. With one more bite of revel, oh, for sunshine.
Lucky save. Never mind, it happens that way. Sadev Soisa on 74. Jordan has had a long ball, the Royal captain. Rotating the strike very well. The 2 left-handers have done well. Good afternoon, Malinda Thotuvilake.
Good afternoon, Haritha. Great to be back with you.
Yeah, played the big match series from 1999 to 2001, 2 millenniums.
Correct.
What did you do in the millennium big match, 2000?
The game was drawn. I remember I was playing under Ruchira Jayasuriya, who's here.
Yeah.
To watch a big match, and this was after 25 years.
Yeah, and he scored a 50 in that over 40 game.
He did. He's a remarkable player, and he landed on Sunday early morning, didn't have any sleep, and turned into the game, and he scored like a match-winning. Oh no, sorry, they lost the game. So he got like 56.
Yeah, but I was asking what you did in the 2000 big match.
What did I do?
Yeah.
Nothing much, to be honest.
Don't say that you don't remember.
I do. I think the second innings I was like 20 odd not out because it was a drawn game. I think Jehan, Ruchira was in the same team as well. Unfortunately, Jehan couldn't play the year of 1999. He was on under-19 Indian tour. So it was great to play a game with Jehan because we rarely get a chance to play with him because he was in the international duties with the under-19 squads.
Another good partnership at the top of the order for St. Thomas's. This is something that was not evident through the season. 66 for the first wicket. And now this partnership 47. It's a good batting track too. End of 33 overs as the ball is fielded at cover. St. Thomas is put into bat by Royal, 113 for 1. Malinda, this is something good, huh? Naimeris is the best. Anytime, any occasion, you may test it. It's always there. They've been supporting Papare with the cricket, and every time you see this mouth-watering, this is too close to lunchtime, otherwise we would have had a bite into this. But any one of you, if you want to really enjoy the party, Naimeris pasta.
Name says it all, Naimeris.
Mouth-watering. Played across the line, shortish delivery from Bulan Veeratunga. You want them to do well because if you don't get an early breakthrough, And if this pair play to their full potential, Royal will be chasing a mammoth first innings total.
Correct. It's just a bit of a surprising decision to take from the start. To be honest, like, it's okay, you know, if the team has a strategy and a plan in place, thinking, okay, if we're going to bowl first, this is the plan that we're going to execute. But so far, I haven't seen such plan going on, but it looks very ordinary.
Malinda Toduvilage smashed a 95 and went on to complete the three-figure mark the following year, the last year. He played the Royal Thomen. He scored 108. What happened to 95?
Yeah, the first innings 95 and second innings.
What happened to after 95?
Oh, that's a bit of a story, but you know.
Make it very short.
Didn't make the right choice of shot.
And then?
Then second innings, so I had.
No, I'm asking about the first innings. Second innings, you made the 100. You wanted to clear mid on or long on or what?
Covers actually.
Okay.
And
I was on commentary.
There was only 3 fielders in the offside, and I managed to pick just one fielder. What pressure can do sometimes.
And after college, where did you play?
I joined Colombo Cricket Club. It's a beautiful club with a great wicket for batters then. Then eventually I joined NCC after playing for CCC, but I had the privilege of playing with Kumar, Hashan, Tilakaratna, one of our ex-test skippers, Upul Chandana.
Have you walked into that Maitland Place club recently?
I haven't.
Oh, you should go there and see. A lot of development. Renovations, I think it's still going on. Brilliant facility. Yeah, played enough mercantile cricket too for the bank he was employed with?
Not really. So when
what do you mean, not really?
Okay, just joined Ceylon just to be the part of the cricketing team, but never had an opportunity to play any games. However, but I didn't waste any time, so I just learned banking. That made a bit of a future for myself.
Yeah,
that helped me when I moved to London, so just to get my first job at HSBC. So that's how it helped in order to find myself in the right direction.
Left alone, and he's happy to do that. Bulan Veeratunga, 5 overs completed, 18, 114 for 1 St. Thomas's in their first innings.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor Drink in Yogurt.
The Royal Cricket Advisory Committee is headed by Andrew Pereira. Thomian's Stefan Anthony's. Round the wicket.
I think looking at the game right now, I think Royal need to come up with like a short-term plan, but it looks like the batters in the middle, they're feeling so comfortable batting there, and if the ball doesn't do much, you gotta do some kind of a planning how you're going to go about for next 5 to 10 overs.
Bit lucky. Sadev Soiza already dropped twice. Dinit Gunawardena encouraging him to bat confidently. Oh, I think Isula gave him a life on that occasion. He's out of his crease, yes. He's playing his 4th innings now.
Is it?
Yeah. Missed 3 times.
This is the thing, so when you're in attacking mode, the mindset, you got to get runs, and that can put little more under pressure for the fielders and the bowlers as well. But I think what they need to do right now, in my opinion, they need to keep some overs where required, like just put some maiden overs as much as you can and test the patience of the batsman. But all the bowlers should work with a partnership just to make sure both sides, not many runs given, and then you build the pressure little by little. And you're trying to make a mistake by your batsman. So looking at the wicket, it's flat and the ground is fast. If you bowl weak balls, all you're going to get is punishment.
So he's change sides, the Royal captain, from where he's bowling. Angled across the left hander. He had the field well covered up to end the 35th over. And it's a quiet period. St. Thomas is 115 for 1 in their first innings. Prima Kothumi guess and win. Win hot and spicy gifts from Prima Kothumi. Log on to the Papare Cricket Facebook page and take part in Guess and Win with Prima Kothumi. It's your occasion to be involved with the longest running schools cricket encounter in the world and be part and parcel of this live coverage from the SSC Grounds. It's warm, it's a warm, humid afternoon. It's going to be a long haul. Bulan Veeratunga continues. That's well played. He didn't try to hit in the air. Sadev Soisa, they are trying to catch him on the pull, the hook. But trying to bowl short is a bit of a gamble on this wicket at this stage, Malinda.
Correct, but I think if you have a plan to execute, like, you know, it could be like, it should be a surprise ball, and it should be the effort ball from the one of the main bowlers in the side. So this is the reason I was saying you have to come up with a plan in a flat wicket like this, because otherwise it's going to go on for the whole day without you knowing. Thormians are going into 300 plus, then you're going to put yourself under pressure unnecessarily. And this is not a 2-day game, this is a 3-day game. So you have to be patient as a bowler and hit the right areas consistently.
Have you had the opportunity to play in the Festival of Cricket in England?
Sorry, pardon me, like
the Festival of Cricket?
Oh yes, oh that's one of the festivals that I was look forward to every year, and organized by a lot of Sri Lankans in the country, and yeah, it's a great day of fun. I would say that, but
the competition is also sometimes very hot.
Correct, depends on the day. But the biggest challenge is for me is the facing on those wickets. Those wickets aren't prepared for the level, in my opinion again, level to get the best out of the tournament. But hopefully that will be improved going forward.
Just tell me about what happened in that 25th year game. Who captained Royal?
Tushar Namarasuriya and Naren Ratwat, who came down from Birmingham as well to play that game. So initially, I don't know if you remember, Harshan Rajakarna.
Yes.
One of our current MPs.
He also played?
Yeah, he was the part of the team in 1999.
Okay.
So
he played in that game yesterday?
Yes, he did.
Oh.
He did. Actually, he is the guy who initially started the discussion to have this 25th anniversary game.
Oh,
and himself,
nice of him.
Himself and Andrew got the people around the world.
Yeah, by the way, 50-run partnership, the second 50 partnership in consecutive wicket partnerships for the Thormians. Yeah.
Andrew and Harshan organized the whole tournament basically, and even though we created a WhatsApp group, got the people who's interested in, and booked the tickets, and it was a great time. It was amazing feeling, like, 25 years ago. We had the same teams, almost same teams, but yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, end of 36 overs. St. Thomas's progressing slowly at 116 for 1 after being sent into bat by Royal at the SSC.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Royal captain will continue, and I believe Royal won that particular game.
Yes, after 25 years.
By 2 runs.
3 runs, yeah.
3
it was
runs.
a close game, actually.
Close game, good.
Very good game.
And it was fairly high scoring affair, 20 over match, 180, is it?
Correct. 20 over game, and St. Thomas won the toss and they wanted Royal to bat first, and we got 192.
Ah.
Angelo Pereira got a brilliant 85 runs, and Ruchira Jayasuriya.
You mean Royal won the toss and elected to bat?
St. Thomas.
St. Thomas.
Ruchira got another 50, batting brilliantly. It felt like they never stopped playing cricket. And so they were chasing well. Kanaka got a good 80-odd runs. He's been a bit unlucky. And it was a very close game. It went down to last over.
The last big match, Sinet Javadana was good with the ball, picking up a couple of wickets in each inning. As Dasis Manchanayaka got that Reverend Shield back to Reed Avenue. But this is a hard grind for Sinet Javadana. Just coming back and seeing all this, the tourists are coming back to Sri Lanka. Hopefully things will be better. Sri Lanka went through a tough period, not doing too well in almost every sector, but hopefully it'll turn for the better. How often do you come to Sri Lanka?
I would love to come more often, but I have a young family, so it's quite hard to get some time away from work, etc. And I remember the difficult times that Sri Lankan had. So I was here last time 2020, 4 years ago.
Oh.
And as soon as I left, things started to go downhill. And people, one thing is like Sri Lanka is they're absolutely brilliant in the sense like they have the ability to adapt to any situation that was given, regardless how challenging those situations are.
Yeah, down leg side and easily worked away to end the 37th over. St. Thomas is 119 for 1 after being sent into bat. Sumitra Barnakollu Surya 197 and 41. 1980. Jagat Fernando before that, almost 100 before lunch, 160 not out and 43, one-time record. They are Malinda Totuvilige, 95 and 108. That's as close as to twin hundreds. Dasis Manchanayaka last year, 137 and 57. What a player. Ramit Rambukwel, he dominated that particular game, 27 and 165.
It's a very attacking.
Yeah, he played well in the one-day game too.
Brilliant player.
It is a good tussle. They have planned out the short lift in delivery on Sadev Soiza.
I think you have to trap the batsman and you have to plan well with the bouncer. You just play with his mind, just bowl a few balls into front foot, just, make sure you use the crease, go court side of the crease, or just you use something, because it's just all about mindset, playing a mind game.
Yeah, so that's the problem here. You've got to be careful because Sadev Soiza has crossed over first delivery. Is he going to do the same thing with Dinet Gunawardena? Gunawardena nursed an injury and was not in the team for quite a long time, so he will take some time to bat there, and I think he's done the right thing. Just spend some quality time out in the middle. The umpire wants Royal to carry on with the game. Ramiru Pereira is leading the side in the absence of Sinet Javadhan. I thought he went away very quickly. See, Malaviarachi 10 overs, Sinet Javadhan 12 overs. He's been the solitary wicket taker in the innings.
And Tomians, I think they're in a very good position. They should try and dominate from here, because if they want to win a game, you take all the advantage you have and playing those moments for your advantage, and try to make those opportunities to get more runs, because now you can see fielders are like quite tired and the bowlers, and the weather's not helping, so they need to maximize their opportunity.
Probably thought he missed that one, Dinet Gunawardena. Third year player. Well struck. Into the gap for the moment it left the bat. That shot would have pleased you, Malinda?
I love it. It's in the slot to play. So this is what I was saying. You have to be very consistent with the line left. You can't bowl good few balls and give a looser like that.
Superb timing equally. Good placement. Right approach. Getting onto the front foot all the time. It's a very difficult situation to be bowling under these circumstances. Last year he picked up a 3-wicket haul in the first innings, one in the second in that winning cause. Third year player for Royal, but he's not been the bowler that we thought he would be during this season for the Reed Avenue School.
You know, as a bowler, you go through patches, and it's not easy to get 3-4 wickets every game. But when you know on your day, your lines are getting right, your fielders are supporting, your fielders are getting hold of all the half chances.
Yeah, almost a leading edge to the cover fielders. It wasn't to be. 38 completed, 124 for 1 St. Thomas's.
Hot and spicy fun by Biggie Barakaranga. Beat a remake Karanga Tavinna. Hada Bawala and give me a fashion Karanga. Fun Turana Kotumi Kiki Karanga. Prima Kotumi, Fantamai.
Ravello, the official chocolate partner of the Battle of the Blues.
124 for 1 St. Thomas's after 38. It's been a steady start by both teams. Thought Royal have done reasonably well to curtail the run scoring, if I may put it that way. But on the other hand, continuing from 97 for 1 post lunch, the Thomians have looked untroubled now, I would say unfazed. Your take on the proceedings post lunch, Danushka?
So I think, like you said, the Royalists have started off well, keeping the runs down. And I think they have created one chance as well, the drop catch at deep square leg of Bulan Viratunga. So if they had caught that, then things would have been different. But these two batsmen, Dinet Gunawardena and Sadev Soiza, carrying on from where they left off. Sadev on 80, only 20 runs to his maiden century, Harun.
Absolutely, I think he's batted exceptionally well. He's shown a lot of confidence, not being afraid to play his strokes. But like you said, I think in terms of the chances, it's absolutely crucial you hang on to every chance, especially at a Royal Thomaian. Probably the most unnoticed facet is the fielding aspect. Every team that has won a Royal Thomaian has always fielded well. So it's something that you can't turn your eye from. I think it's very important, both teams. It's difficult, obviously, considering how hot it is and its energy-sapping conditions here. Maintaining that level of concentration, switching on, switching off, ball by ball, it's really a test of your mental toughness as much as it is of your physical toughness.
So exactly, you have to take those half chances, especially on a wicket like this, and this is the best time to bat on the SSC track on this time. Cut straight towards the calf fielder. That's the end of the 39th over. St. Thomas's 124 for 1.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Wonderful pictures here on the first day of the 145th Battle of the Blues. Overview of the SSC, considered the lords of Sri Lanka cricket. Many an international game played in this wonderful, prestigious venue, as we see Weerathunga continuing from the tennis court, and he's been a bit up and down. But something that's been pleasing to see is that he's made the batsman play on most occasions. He's not got the length right, but relatively speaking, looking at how Malaviarachi bowled, he's got the batsman on the front foot. He's just not got the much needed assistance from the pitch.
So exactly, Weerathunga much better lines than Malaviarachi, but then the movement, like you said, is not as much as Malaviarachi.
Once again, the ball beautifully coming onto the bat. The batsman can play through the line. They don't have to, lean onto the shot. The hand flowing. As long as the ball is in the arc, I think you can fearlessly kind of get that hands flowing towards the ball, and that's what these two batsmen have done. More so, Soisa, who is on 80, inching towards what would be a maiden century.
Another short delivery there by Weerathunga. Good shot delivery, well directed. Equally well played by Soisa. He left it alone. The Royal is bowling with a deep square leg and also a deep mid wicket. So definitely trying to get Soisa to pull the ball, because he gave one chance already. But now Soisa, after that, is correcting himself. He's letting the ball go. Like you said earlier also, he's got a good head on his shoulders, Arun.
Oh, no pace. Quite comfortable. Had ample time to just drop on that and cross over for a single. Smart batting. He's not fazed by the whole scenario and the situation. He understands that the Royalists have a plan to trap him in that deep square leg, deep mid-wicket region. And he's mindful of the fact that they are looking to double bluff him also parallelly. So it's quite interesting to see. It's very good to see a young batsman showing a lot of maturity. And the best part is also Dinesh Gunawardena playing that supporting role, not trying to be flamboyant and understanding who the senior person is.
Exactly. Dinesh Gunawardena I've heard that he was injured for a short while, and he has come back after a few games, so he needed this time on the wicket, and he has done quite well to get the time in and support Soiza very well, because Soiza is very fluent, like you said. He goes for his shots, so the run rate is not an issue because he's always rotating the strike. So these two putting on a good show for the Thomians.
Watchfully defended to bring the end of over number 40 at this first day's play of the 140th Battle of the Blues post lunch. 126 for 1 St. Thomas's. You have to, give your big round of applause to the gentlemen here at the SSC who worked tirelessly, not only for this game but over the last 4 or 5 weeks, preparing for a series of big matches that's been taking place here at the SSC. A lot of hard work goes into the preparation of the pitch, and that's probably the most important resource from a cricketing point of view, to ensure that there's a very good strip in hand for the 3 days. I think they've done a fantastic job.
Exactly, Harun, especially when it's so hot and humid outside. So big round of applause for all the groundsmen at the SSC. Sinet Jayawardene continues. Royalists going ahead with spin and pace, and this time Sohiza comes down the track but does not connect well. However, managed to get a couple of runs.
Once again, not afraid to use his feet, understanding that the field was close in. Jayawardene not too happy. Maybe he didn't have Ramiru at the right place, or the place in which he would have liked him to be. Jayawardene creating that chance, he's kept things really tight as the captain has put his hand up and bowled exceptionally well to peg the scoring rate. St. Thomas's were cruising at one stage probably at 4.5 runs per over, but that's sharply dropped down to about 3 as we speak. So good stuff from the captain. It's just that he's not got that penetrative support from the other end, from a wicket taking point of view. The work that he's doing here ideally should get the results from the other end.
So exactly, Jayawardene keeping it simple, keeping it tight, tying one head up, but like you said, no support from the other end, because the other end is leaking runs. So there's no point in Jayawardene keeping it tight because the pressure is released from the other end.
Excellent over by Sinet Jayawardene. That brings the end of over number 41, 128 for 1 St. Thomas's.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා. Chiliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා.
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය Chilito Biscuits.
So 128 for 1. Dinet Gunawardene to take strike, and it's going to be Veeratunga that will continue, or beg your pardon, there's a bowling change. It's Dinur Senaratne from the tennis court end. He did indeed bowl a very good spell in the morning. His first spell was quite impressive. He got the batsman to play more often than not, which is the most important aspect of bowling on this track, especially on the first day, first hour. You get the batsman to play. Yes, you may get hit for a few runs, but then again, you're always asking the question. You bring the slips into play, you bring the pitch into play. which unfortunately the other two fast bowlers failed to do in that first half.
Well ball once again, bringing it into the left-handed Dinet Gunawardana. Harun, what do you think the approach should be going forward? Because at the moment the two Thomian batsmen look to be very comfortable and they're getting the runs, rotating the strike. So what do you think?
I think in my personal point of view is that it's very important that they tighten the screws. If you can bowl maiden over after maiden over, three of them, especially you're playing, this is schoolboy cricket. The batsman is bound to look for something different, look to play a stroke. And that's where you create the chance. But unfortunately, like you mentioned, the Royal bowlers, like you see, another boundary, another 4 beautifully driven by Gunawardana. Fantastic stroke through the cover region for 4. This has been the problem. You have Jayawardena from the Torrington end who's really keeping things tight. Run scoring has been difficult, but like you said, from the other end, runs has just been leaking. So it's pressure-free cricket for the Thomians at this point in time. And from Royals' point of view, what they would need is a lot of maiden overs, or basically tightening the screws, sending that sending the information to the batsman, saying, okay, look here, why don't you try something different, try something new, you take the chance.
Exactly, I think that's the way to go for the Royalists. They need to keep the runs low, and at the moment they're having a big issue with runs leaking from one end. And I would like to see 2 spinners operating from both ends as well, and I believe we all have a left arm orthodox spinner as well, which we have not seen yet. He has not bowled even a single over. So maybe the Royalists should think of something different here.
Absolutely, I think a tad too late for my liking. Is someone who gets a good bounce, bowls at a very lower trajectory. Bandara had a fantastic game versus St. Peter's, where he picked up a match bag of 8 or 9 wickets, if I remember right. And irrespective of 2 left-handers batting, I think Jayawardena should take the risk and try and create something out of currently, which is not kind of helping his cause. That's
Chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා Chiliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මාච්චි සේවරි රසය Chilito biscuits Gold hair and body wash එක
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
March Madness is finally here, and we're at the biggest big match of the Dialog season, the 145th Battle of the Blues, played against Royal College and St. Thomas's College.
You're so right. Even though it's a 145th match, the crowds behind me are just getting bigger. It's day 1 and I can see both tents completely full, and I can't wait to see what this weekend is like. But I do have to say it's a bit hot over here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jordan, for making it hotter.
It is my first time here, and I can't wait to see what it's like these first 3 days of the match. I think it's actually super exciting. I can't wait to see how well the boys play. But of course, you've been here before, right? How does it feel to be back?
It's nice. Battle of the Blues is always nice. It's always a carnival of cricket. So guys, keep watching, keep cheering. Over to you guys, over to the commentary box.
Welcome back. So this has been the story of the day. St. Thomas has put into bat Soisa He's on 83. He's looked good. Gave a couple of chances that were not held by the fielders. Kulankulame survived for a longer period, didn't capitalize. He did all the hard work for his 13, and Gunawardana, he's taken time. He's been out of cricket for a period of time and decided to spend some time. A crucial passage of play, Shashrika. There we see the bowling for all. It's only Javardhana who's been impressive so far. 14 overs, 29 runs given and taken the solitary wicket. The rest of the bowling has been found wanting. Bulan has been impressive in patches, but the rest, nothing much to speak about.
Yes, a solid start for the Thomians. Looking to lay the platform at this 145th Battle of the Blues. I'm pretty sure they're pretty keen and eager to bounce back this year to ensure they bring the shield back to where it belongs as far as the Thomians are concerned, to Mount Lavinia. But on the hindsight, Feroz, now they've batted for a while. If you can see, Dinet Gunawardana has played 76 balls, so he's up with 131, and the ball is relatively old as well. They should look to capitalize now, maybe even add some impetus, maybe look for some scoring options, and look to, you know, propel this start.
Absolutely. I think this is an interesting passage of play. The Royalists have managed to rein in the runs, bowled a few tight overs. Sineth in particular will continue after the water break. This time tosses it up, but equally well played towards mid-off. An interesting field change post the water break. Dinura, who was at leg slip, is being brought front of square to catching short extra cover fielder. The bowler, Sineth, the skipper himself, adjusting the field, getting the fielders to come straighter. I think the line of attack will be up to the batsman, making him drive the ball. I would have loved to see a silly mid-off, especially with that bounce that we've seen when Sineth imparts a bit of effort. There's not much of turn. Again, takes the inside part of the bat. He's bowling well, Sineth, getting the batsman to drive. I think that's the plan of attack. And as you correctly mentioned, the Thomians shouldn't go into a shell. They need to look for runs, especially when they're on top. There we go. The plan has worked. Javardhana kept teasing the batsman, tossed it up. Soisa didn't learn from the previous delivery. Again, tried to play that valiant drive. Got the inside edge. No turn on offer. Went on with the arm. That inside edge was up in the air, a dolly of a catch. This time the fielder didn't make any mistake. There you see, tossed it up, inviting the batsman to drive. And took the inside part of the bat. Yenula held it. There we go, the successful bowler so far for the day. Sineth, the skipper, gets his second scalp. Sadev departs for a well-made 83.
So Sadev's maiden inning at the Royal Thomian comes to an end. A valiant, a great effort, I'd say, of 83 runs. So he has to depart, losing his concentration, and that's the second wicket. The St. Thomas's inning, 132 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. VKYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
So Mahit Pereira, Thomian skipper, out in the center. The very first ball, driven with some sort of control. They scamper through for 2 runs. He'll look to be positive from the outset. That's his nature, Feroz. He's got 300s during the season. in a way, could be a blessing in disguise. Now that Mahit is out there, the scoring rate could be a bit more better, I'd say. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, they went into a bit of a shell, and they really couldn't find their way out of Sinajawardana's bowling.
I'd partly put the blame on Gunawardana. He had gone on to a sort of a defensive mindset, not looking to score runs, and that somewhat rubbed on to the other batsman. An outside edge. The field was placed. Sineth continues to impress. Unfortunately, eluded the dive of the second slip fielder Rehan. There we go. Again inviting the batsman to drive. Played it away from the body. A little too slow to react. Shash, I'm sure you have fielded in that region. Could that be held, or you think it's a little too tough?
A bit harsh to call it a chance, but nevertheless, the field is there for a purpose. You should be expecting these opportunities from the outset, especially with the field that is set, and also the fact that the skipper is slanting the ball across as we come to the end of the 43rd over, 137 for loss of 2 wickets.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
So the trivia for the day: Prima Kottumi, guess and win. Win hot and spicy gifts from Prima Kottumi. Log on to the Papare Cricket Facebook page and take part in the guess and win competition with Prima Kottumi. Back to the game, Shash. Royal opting to go for a spin and pace partnership. I would have loved to see the left arm spinner be brought into the attack. Mahit Pereira, especially when he's new into the crease, he got out to the left arm spinner a couple of occasions in the previous big match as well.
I was just about to ask you, where's the left arm spinner been? I mean, unfortunately, so far not even bowled a single over during the game.
The stats: Mahit Pereira has been the pick of the batsman for St. Thomas's. 23 innings, 844 runs. Been amongst the runs with 3 centuries to his credit. The 5-4 deliveries he's faced, he's looked to play his shots with a very good positive frame of mind. Walked in at number 4. Again, good delivery by Sena Ratna. Outside off stump in the channel. I think although St. Thomas's are just 2 wickets down, this is a delicate situation. If Royal can manage to string in a few tight overs, get 1 or 2 wickets, they're back in the game.
100% Feroz. But that being said, Mahit generally looks to impose himself on the opposition. He loves to dominate proceedings, and that's his nature, Feroz. So he'll definitely look for the same formula that he was successful right throughout the season. And what a platform, 137 for the loss of 2 wickets. I mean, what more could you ask for?
I think usually he comes in at number 5, promoted himself, because it was a crucial passage of play when the Thomian batsman went into a shell. I think he took the onus on him to walk in and to accelerate a little bit. And so far, the very few deliveries he's faced, he's looked comfortable. Again, seems to prefer playing on the back foot.
Yes, slightly shorter in stature, so he prefers the back foot strokes more. That being said, usually bats when the scoreboard reads 30 for 3. But now it's a significant difference as far as the scoreboard is concerned. It's 137 for 2, which means he could take that chance and maybe even capitalize, maybe even look to put the pressure back on the Royal bowlers.
Well, we'll have to wait and see whether 30 for 3 is the situation in which he prefers, or whether this is a good situation for him. Again, good delivery right in the channel. So far, the post-lunch session, Royal have been very disciplined. That's been the change. But in a situation like this, when 2 bowlers are bowling tight and in being on top of the game, it's very important the backup bowlers, the first change or the second change, continue imparting the pressure, because the moment they come in and release the pressure, all the hard work is lost.
Yes, Feroz, spot on there. From the Royalist, from their side of things, they should really look to keep things tight, as you mentioned. That was a bit of a freebie there down the leg. Gets off strike, does Mahit. That's what he's looking for, to rotate strike maybe. As you can see, already 6 runs of 8 deliveries. That's a part of his role. Dinit should also look to do the same. He's consumed 76 deliveries for 27 runs. I understand it's a 3-day game, but sometimes it's about the momentum you have as a batsman. Now, if this is his formula, he should make sure he bats deep, he bats long for the Thomians and ensures the Thomians get into a very decent and competitive first innings score.
So far, 44 overs bowled, 138 for 2. Pereira, the skipper, is on 6 and Gunawardene on 27.
Ferry, you fancy a bite of this? I know we just had lunch, but fancy a bite, Ferry?
Well, I would, especially with Naimeris involved. I like it spicy.
You do, I'm sure.
So end of 44 overs. Why don't we try Shashiga?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I'm going to try one of these. Naimeris indeed. It's slowly creeping up.
Sinet adjusting the field. A deep mid-wicket fielder being placed for the right-handed Pereira. There we see the field, a slip, a wideish, I wouldn't call it a gully, a third slip rather. A mid-on, deep mid and a deep square leg.
Easy pickings for Mahit. The line a bit straighter, so easily clipped down towards deep square leg. I'm pretty sure Sinet Jayawardene is targeting the left-handed batsman, prefers bowling at the left-handers. Now it's gonna be a battle between Dinit's patience and Jayawardene's persistence as an off-spinner.
He's bowled 15 overs, no signs of being tired, bled from the front, but he needs support. He's taken 2 wickets, but hasn't found the support. And partly I would put the blame on the fact that he's opted for a spin and pace attack, especially post-lunch. This is a very difficult period for a fast bowler, especially with the sun glaring, and it's not easy. It's hot and humid out there. But sooner or later, I think we'd see a double spin attack being introduced. A bit of bounce on that occasion, but equally well played by Gunawardene. Beautiful sight, the aerial shot. Can clearly see the field placements quite easily. A leg slip, a slip. This time tosses it up, but equally well played. Zample cover, a good field placement. They've understood what the batsman is opting to do. The contrast is Mahit Pereira seems to be comfortable playing off the back foot. You mentioned that he's on the shorter stature. That's where I feel. Get the left armer, tosses it up, and invite him to play the drive.
There we go. That's a freebie by Sinet, and well utilized by Gunawardene, paddling it down towards the deep fine leg area. That crosses down over the boundary, and that's a welcome boundary for Gunawardene, who moves on to 31 now.
Yes, very well played. Just paddled it. It was pitched outside leg, waiting to be hit. And Dinit just using the pace, rolling his wrists and getting a much needed boundary. That should ease some pressure. Again on the straightest line, equally well played. End of the over. 143 for 2.
Heels crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
So Senaratne will continue. A very familiar name, Shash, Senaratne.
Senaratne, yes, takes my memory back all the way down to 2006. Sukita Senaratne.
No relation to him, this boy, Dinura Senaratne.
Along with, don't forget, Maligaspe. Both got hundreds and helped Royal to that famous victory in 2006. You were a part of that team as well.
Fond memories. Senaratne runs this time again. Gentle shape away from the right-handed batsman. Senaratne's been the pick of the fast bowlers. He's been patient. He knows his strength and keeps it in the right channel. The only criticism, if I may say, is he needs to look to make the batsman play a lot more. But nevertheless, he's right in there. Getting the ball to swing away, and occasionally we saw the ball come into the right-handed batsman as well.
Yeah, he's kept things tight. That's what the captain would have asked him to do, and he's done his job.
This time opts for the in-swinger on the pads. Bahit plays delicately towards mid-wicket, gets a couple of runs, bowls well within himself. He doesn't overly exert himself. He's got that action where you feel that he can bowl a longer spell relatively easily.
Yes, easy action. Just bowls it outside the off-stump corridor of uncertainty for most batters. It looks to move the ball either way, ever so slightly.
And so far, out of the three fast bowlers, he seems to be the thinking bowler, where he's constantly talking to the captain, trying to draw up plans. Again, very well played. Ample time for Pereira. He's looked good so far. 850 runs behind during the season, and he's walked in, and he seems to be a batsman with enough time out there.
Yeah, he brings a lot of energy into the crease as well. I mean, to the whole environment of the team. Because as we mentioned, even at the very up front, he's a guy who has colors in 3 sports, so carries a lot of energy, and we clearly can see the energy in the middle where he's got 10 runs of 13 deliveries already. So that's a change that the Thomian inning needed, and that's what he's providing. So hopefully Gunawardena can now tally along with that and contribute equally.
So Senaratne will continue probing outside off stump. That's where I feel you need to have a change. You need to bring in, I would have loved to bring in the right arm leg spinner, but the 2 overs he's bowled, he's looked a lot loose, looks tired to me. There's not much pivot, there's not much of effort being put in, and you saw 4 full tosses being bowled.
I'm just wondering, Feroz, if the Royal skipper is a bit concerned about leaking runs, hence going for the safe
I think
option.
so too. So that's the end of 46 overs, 146 for 2.
Don't wanna miss 1 second of this pouring rain, pleasing my soul. One more bite of rebel for the rain.
He's gonna pop in a grand Nova. That's the sicker than ever. Six udin ada Nova. Hot and spicy coffee cinema. Prima kotumi, fun tamai.
Very good afternoon to all our viewers from wherever you are witnessing this 145th Battle of the Blues first day's play. These are the platforms in which you can watch this match: Papare TV, HD, channel 126, ThePapare.com, POTV. Mahit Pereira has looked, or he seems to be brimming in confidence, and as we speak we see the left arm spinner brought into the attack from the Torrington end. A lot of questions were asked in terms of when he will be brought in. I think it's a tad bit late, but General Bandara, Ricky, we've seen a bit of him at the St. Peter's game. Going to be, oh, that's very close. Good start by Bandara.
Bit of glove inside edge, I think, onto pad from Mahit Pereira. Yes, certainly a good start straight away on the mark. And you're right, Harun, we were a bit surprised that they held him back. I thought probably maybe over or two before the lunch break as well, or soon after lunch. But probably a tactical decision. Maybe it was because the two left-handers were out there for quite a while. But the way that he has bowled this season, picking up 13 wickets in 7 games, I would have expected him to come on much earlier.
Yeah, excellent average, 18.57, so wicket every 18 runs, best of 4 for 16, an equally good economy rate. And I think it's the right batsman he's bowling to at this point in time. Mahit Pereira, very susceptible to left arm spin. We've seen him getting out LBW, doesn't read the arm ball. That's my observation of Pereira. So it's going to be an interesting battle, and very keen on seeing how he counter-attacks in Bandara, someone who's playing the Royal Thomaian for the first time.
Yes, and a high score of 33 so far for Mahit Pereira, playing his 4th year at the big match at the SSC. Hasn't got going. 33, 30, 22, you know, for his standard, for the expectations he creates, he's a much better player and he can do much more damage. Has scored 300s this season, and big ones at that. So he's the best batter easily for St. Thomas's, and the most experienced player, the captain. A lot depends now on his shoulders.
He's got the starts, 22, 33, 30. So it shows that he's got in and got himself out, which is very unfortunate, especially when you're at the SSC. There's very little that you can complain of in terms of the pitch. More often than not, especially if you get yourself in, it's more so your fault in terms of giving your wicket away. That's the end of over number 47, 146 for 2 St. Thomas's.
Your embrace so warm, let me stay here for a while. With one more bite of revel for sunshine.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
Yes, we're coming to you live, of course, on the Papare.com platforms from the SSC. Once again, a good afternoon to all of you who are watching on the TVs from home in Sri Lanka, or whichever part of the world you are. Warm welcome to this live broadcast. It's excellent here, as always, the Royal Thomaian. It's the carnival atmosphere. The tents are full now. A lot of noise, a lot of music. People are enjoying the game.
I think Sena Ratna has kept things relatively tight. He's been the pick of the fast bowlers. He's not express. Seems to be up and down. The odd ball has seemed off the pitch, but has very good temperament. Looks relatively fitter than the other 2 fast bowlers as well, from what I've observed thus far in this Royal bowling inning. Malaviarachi has looked a bit up and down, even from a physical point of view. And this time, that's race to the boundary for 4. No bat. The umpire did signal byes, so it's 4 byes. Just as we praise Sena Ratna, he pushes one, towards the leg side.
It just got a bit of a swing in the air as well. I feel there he was looking to bowl it that Yorker length full onto the pads. Probably it's just swung away. Even for the wicketkeeper, that was just too much.
Fine leg fielder just had a few yards to move to cover that, but there's no chance. The ball sped away on this very fast outfield for 4.
150 on the board. And Gunawardena, 31 of 86. He's taken his time, but it has been a good hand. He's not given his wicket away. I was telling Ophia that he was injured for about 5 games this season. Important games, and he just played the last game against St. Peter's, got out for a low score, didn't get much batting in that game as well. So to come out here and in this high pressure situation to hold one end while Soiza was getting the runs, and now he's into his stride, he has to make this count, make it big.
Much better delivery by Senaratne. That's where he has to consistently be. The field is spread out a bit. It's just 2 slips now for Gunawardena. But it's very important for Dinur Senaratne to keep things tight, because his captain is trying his level best. He has called the shots. He's been the only bowler that's been rewarded with wickets purely because he's put and applied the pressure from his end.
Also, Harun, I was just going to ask you. We were talking about Mahit Pera's stats earlier on at the Royal Thomaian. We'll come back to that. That's shot. That's a poor delivery. He gets away with it, just a single. There are these players that score tons of runs in the season, but when they come to the big match, they fail. On the other hand, there are players who do not do anything at all during the season, and suddenly they come to the big match and they just stand out. They score runs, they pick up wickets. What's the secret behind that?
I think the flip side of scoring a lot of runs during the season is when you come into the big game, the expectations, the burden is all on that particular player's shoulders. So the living up to the expectation is where you put on undue pressure, and more often than not it leads to your downfall when it comes to the big match. On the other hand, when you have a player who's had a pretty ordinary season, not much is expected of him. So he's relatively coming to the big match, I would say, pressure free. Obviously you have a sense of nerves coming in. We'll continue this. It's 48 gone, 153 for 2. So before we move on to that topic, we'll get a glimpse of what our crew actually has to go through to bring these beautiful pictures to your screen. Ricky, why don't you take us through?
Yes, a lot of hard work behind the scenes. Harun, the technical company, they have been here, not today, but they have been here from yesterday, day before, getting things right, you know, setting up everything. There's so much, a lot of hard work going behind this to bring you this production on TV, the live streams, the social media platforms. There are different people working in different sections, not forgetting our videographers, our photographers, the people who bring the stats. You know, there is so much more that happens and what we watch from home. And credit to the crew of the Papare.com for once again bringing this tremendous production of the 145th Battle of the Blues.
Yeah, indeed. Kudos to the Papare.com, powered by Dialog. A fantastic platform that's bringing school sports onto your screens. As you see the next ball, first ball of Yamla Bandara, second over, conceding his first run in his first big match. So coming back to your point, Ricky, like I mentioned, the player coming with a pretty ordinary season has relatively less expectations of him. So he comes into the match with not too much of a burden that he has to carry on his shoulders, hence giving him that much better, probably relatively a better chance of performing well, which has been the case in most instances. It's not to say that where the person who's actually performed during the season, or where there's a lot expected of him, has not come and performed. We have seen that many a time. But considering schoolboy is playing this match, very often you can get onto a shell and put undue pressure onto yourself. It's happened to me. I can say that, tell that to you for a fact. coming into 3 Royal Thomians as the highest leading wicket taker. You see your name, on the press and all the expectations, and trying to live up to it. It does put a lot of pressure, especially as a schoolboy, because you're not exposed to that at a very young age. As the next ball.
Good use of his feet. Excellent batting from Mahit Perera. Taking it on the full. Hit it straight back past the bowler. Got a hand to it, I feel, Bandara, but just not enough. And that's 4 runs all the way. So he's looking to be aggressive, to be positive. That's a sort of a player he is. He's not going to let the bowler, just bowl at one end and dominate. He's going to try different options. Mahit Perera, I think he was pushed down up the order. He was scheduled to bat at number 5, came ahead of Ali Agoda, who's another left-hand. So they needed a right-hand, left-hand combination. And Mahit Perera, he'll be looking for the big one.
Has a very unorthodox drive, the way in which he breaks his wrist. But the most important thing is that technically he is very balanced when he plays that stroke. His head doesn't sway all over the place. He adjusts his body line by taking that back foot towards the leg stump, looking to pierce that mid-off gap.
And also what I saw of him before the toss as well in the morning, that he looked very relaxed. We didn't see that undue pressure on his shoulders like we have seen some of the captains in the past years. We saw that last year as well. But he was smiling, he was laughing, he was joking, taking pictures. And playing in his 4th year, having played multiple sports as well at the highest level, rugby for St. Thomas's as well, soccer. So he looked very relaxed. And I thought that he knew exactly what he wants to do out there with his team. 49 completed, 158 for 2.
Keel's crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
Beautiful pitches once again. The SSC Colombo, surrounded by many other grounds here. The NCC, the SNNI ground, the Mercantile Cricket Association, lots of cricket in venues. And the SSC stands out. It is a centre of attraction during the month of March, hosting many a big match. And the Royal Thomen is the biggest of them all. Nothing comes bigger when it comes to 3 days of cricket. The crowds, the entertainment, the facilities have to be up there. And a big role that the management and the SSC at the ground staff play to host in this game.
I think this is going to be a very important phase for the Royalists, as we are a few minutes away from tea. 25 minutes to be precise. And Malaviarachi, the leader of the fast bowling pack for Royal, has a big role to play. If he can bring in a breakthrough, a couple of wickets, can do Royal a world of good going into tea. I'm sure Sineth would have had a very strong chat with him, as he has not been able to live up to the expectations. And this time, there did seem to be a bit of deviation.
Yeah, probably off that pad. I thought too that there was something on it. But the bowler, neither the wicketkeeper, went up. Probably a bit of tie pad. Yes, on the way through to the wicketkeeper.
I think another problem that's kind of, not helped Ranuka is the fact that the right-hand, left-hand combination has, troubled him to catch his line.
Yes, on the earlier stint I mentioned that I felt that he was more comfortable against the right-handers. He bowled, if you remember that morning session we had Harun, he bowled some very good deliveries to Bulang Kulama. But he hasn't bowled that effectively to the left-handers, to Soiza and Gunawardena. He's tended to stray on the leg stump. So he'll probably prefer to bowl at Mahit Perera as well, the right-hander. And if he gets it in the right channels, in that right corridor, certainly he can trouble the right-hander. So that will be his aim. But he's their wicket-taking option. He's their strike bowler, Malaviarachi. And he needs to deliver. Pulls up in his run-up. Umpire Chamradi Soiza has done an excellent job with Chandrika Amarasinghe so far this game. Two young umpires in Sri Lankan umpiring panel, up and coming umpires, and I think this is a big moment for them as well. When it comes to the crowds, the expectations, the Royal Thomaian can't get any bigger.
Not being able to get that line right, still too much on that leg stump. There's no chance of creating any trouble to the batsman. He's not been able to bowl that line or the length in that corridor of uncertainty, especially to the left hand bowling over the wicket. He's always opted to go round and kind of angle that ball in. But I feel he can cause a lot of trouble if he can get the ball to angle away from the left hander bowling over the wicket. That's where he can bring in that skepticism on the left-handed batsman. Playing away from his body, Pereira, but seems to have very good hand-eye coordination. I think that's been a key feature of his batting. He is very nimble-footed, shorter in stature, moves well on the crease. So a lot of things working in favour in the way in which he bats.
Yes, I think one of the key things is he just trusts his ability. Mahit Pereira, not too complicated, takes things very simple. He was first looking to pull that, last moment decided to get under it. I think that was quite a good decision there. There is two fielders down on the boundary, waiting for that top edge. The last moment, tucking under it. But that was a good delivery. Taken Mahit Pereira by surprise, Malawiarachi.
Poor end to over number 50 at the 145th Battle of the Blues. Day 1, 159 for 2 St. Thomas.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart. 32 ඉඳන් 55 නෙමෙයි 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. තිබෙන පුරා සිංග ශාඛාවට එන්න.
The Dialog pledge so far has accumulated 179,000 for every run, 1,000 rupees for every wicket, 10,000 rupees. The two school heads will decide on the schools. Beautifully played from Dineth Gunawardena. He's growing in confidence. Flighted delivery, as all left-handers love playing against left-arm spinners. Yenula Bandara over-pitching it.
Little too much flight on that occasion, up to the batsman, but Dineth, equally well played, powerfully drives it along the ground. It was there to be hit. Again, they've pushed back the mid-on fielder to long on. Easy single, brings the right-handed Mahit Pereira. St. Thomas's, these two have put on a 32-run partnership. 51st over in progress, 164 for 2. The Royalists, post-lunch, came in with a plan. Bowled it on a tight leash, ensured that the batsman didn't get away too easily. Again, Mahit continues to prefer playing off the back foot. There's ample time for him to rock on to the back foot and play with a straight bat. Bandara continues from the far end. A spinner sees a batsman play on the back foot, can slip in that armour, the one that goes on with the arm that time. Nicely tossed up. not afraid to toss it up.
Yeah, Feroz, I think Yenula and Ramiru must stand up and make sure that they push in some good overs for Royal's perspective. That's a much better delivery. Need to bring the batter forward. Then only you get that inside edge and the outside edge both into play.
Yes, and Mahit seems to play away from the body when he's on the front foot. This time uses his feet, comes up to the pitch of the delivery and plays it towards sweeper.
End of the 51st over, St. Thomas's 165 for 2.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor drinking yogurt.
He's gonna pop in and grab the Nova. That's bigger to sicker than ever. Six so udin ada Nova. Hot and spicy cup is Nova. Prima kotumi, pantamai.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
So Mahit Pereira takes guard to face Ramiru. So far, Ranuka Malaviarache, my apologies, will continue from the commentator's box end. Malaviarache, the opening fast bowler for Royal, has changed ends. He bowled from the far end in the first session. Runs in. It's a better delivery, equally well fielded. Finally, he's found his radar, the line and length. He's bowled well to the right-hander, but he's been a bit of a disappointment against the left-handed Gunawardena.
It's never easy in these conditions and to be consistent throughout, especially in this post-lunch session. But so far, St. Thomas's have lost only one wicket in this session. Royal clearly hoping to get another wicket, break this partnership.
Interesting bat grip. I noticed that Mahit Pereira seems to be holding the top hand and the bottom hand with a bit of a gap. Interesting grip. Generally, you don't associate batsmen having a wider grip. Again, the shorter delivery. Looks at the square leg umpire. Gets the signal that he wanted. The second warning for the over. It's a bit of a golf, not a golf, a hockey grip with a gap. There you see. The top hand right at the top and the bottom hand right at the end, the edge of the bat face.
I'm pretty sure Mahit played rugby, football, and he did athletics. I'm not quite sure whether he did hockey also, because he's such a multi-talented sportsman. Maybe he has played hockey also.
Well, that's up for you to check when you do the interviews later in the day. But whatever said and done, irrespective of the grip, the stance, what matters is the output, the runs that you make. And so far, he scored 850 runs with that particular grip. As long as the batsman is in control, that's what matters. But an interesting observation, Mahit Pereira preferring to play with a wider grip. Again, that was a good delivery. Takes the inside edge. Finally, some control, some movement by Malaviarache. His first spell was a lot wavered. This time around, he's found his rhythm, he's found his length. He's a rhythm bowler, Malaviarache. He needs to be in prime rhythm for him to feel good about himself and bowl in the right areas. But I've been impressed with Yenula, brought into the attack quite late. But so far, he's not been afraid to toss it up.
Yeah, part of the couple of bouncers, he has made sure that the batters play the ball on its merit. 52 overs completed, 166 for 2. It's the 145th Battle of the Blues, and it's a party atmosphere here at SSC Grounds. And for all those who are watching this, the bite that bites back. Naimeris Pasta Cup. Make sure that you all buy it. It was launched for the big match season itself, and it's very tasty. Feroz, you can try it later on. I know you don't want to eat in front of the camera.
I've already got enough comments. There we see Yenula will continue.
Some beautiful pictures of Royal College. We spoke about the early also. Feroz goes down the memory lane, isn't it?
The famous quadrangle, the main hall, brings back memories, the old architecture etched in our memories. Next delivery is goes with the arm Yenula. Left arm round the wicket, goes wide of the crease, bowls with a bit of a squarish arm. You've got to impart a lot of revs, a lot of effort to get the ball to spin from a wider angle. Again, that was well bowled, acknowledged by the wicket keeper as well. You see there's a lot more effort compared to Ramiru. Yenula seems to be having a lot more control naturally to a finger spinner compared to a leg spinner. This time easily worked on the back foot by Mahit Pereira. Gets the single, moves to 18 of 40 deliveries. 53rd over in progress. Bit of change in the field. The Silimidov is being removed for the left-hander.
The way he's bowling, Feroz, just makes me wonder why he wasn't brought on earlier than this. He has only bowled 3.3 overs so far out of 52.3 overs.
Not afraid to toss it up. Apesh towards point fielder. He's doing the right thing. He's not afraid to toss it up. He's inviting the batsman to drive. And the field is well placed. There's no silly mid-off or mid-on. But I think the field placement has been so far so good. Very well fielded that short mid-wicket by...
Yeah, great effort. You need these kind of efforts, especially on a tough day. You won the toss, elected to bowl first. You have only got 2 wickets. You need the fielders to back the bowlers. 53 completed, 167 for 2.
Heels crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
So we see a bowling change. Bulan being brought into the attack. So Royal opted to go with a spin and pace attack post-lunch session. An interesting perspective. We haven't seen a dual spin threat being introduced by the captain. It's been the spinners who've taken wickets but throughout the season, but unlike the season, he's opted for a pace and a spin attack to counter the Thomian batting. So far, the St. Thomas's batting lineup have stood up, managed the pre-lunch session effectively. They were 97 for 1, and the post-lunch session also reads the same. They've put on 70 runs for a solitary wicket. The pick of the bowling has been the off-spinner, the skipper, Sineth. There's a short mid-wicket, just a slip and a gully. On the back foot, I think Mahit Pereira prefers playing on the back foot. And he's looked comfortable so far. Gunawardhan, on the other hand, likes to play with a straight bat on the front foot. So contrasting batsmanship, Dineth is tall of the two compared to the shorter stature of Mahit Pereira.
Feroz, we are just less than 10 minutes away from tea, and if I'm the fielding captain, I would try and do something different.
Well, certainly, and this is an ideal time to either bring Nethwin, who's another bowler who's not afraid to toss it up, or bring the right-arm leg spinner. He's only bowled 2 overs. The leading wicket taker for the season was brought in at the 9th over. Bowled 4 full tossers, couldn't grip the ball, couldn't pivot, and the second over he bowled was just before lunch, and we haven't seen him much. I know it's day one, not easy for a leg spinner, but it's not being spin that has worked for Sineth, it's more the bounce. So that's where I feel the leg spinner can come into play, but you can, on paper you can be a leg spinner, it's how you bowl. Especially today he hasn't looked comfortable and confident.
Yeah, even Nethwin, with his height, he could also generate some bounce off this surface, and you quite well know that these two batters are just biding their time and making sure that they go into the shed unharmed. So could have been a best time to bring the part-time. Oh, Bulan Veeratunga's delivery could have easily go on to the keeper's hands or fine leg fielder's hands. That's a high risk stroke from Mahit Pereira, but he got 4 runs. This is exactly what Royal wanted.
Oh, took the edge, he was lucky. Came quicker than he expected. Just a waft. Previous delivery was way down leg. This time right at him, took the edge, but fortunately for the batsman, just went past the wicketkeeper again on the shorter side. I don't think this is good bowling. Mahit is having a good laugh at the expense of the bowler's effort. End of 54 overs, 171 for 2.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
So as you correctly mentioned, we've just got 10 minutes left. The pledge stands at 191,000 rupees. The pledge by Dialog. The 171 runs, each run gives you 1,000 rupees, and a wicket gives you 10,000. So far 171 runs accounted, plus the 2 wickets has accounted for 191,000 pledge. Coming back to the bowling change, we see Ramiru being brought into the attack. We expected the right arm leg spinner to be brought in. This comes from the far end. I'd like to see the left armer coming from the commentator's box end the next over.
Yeah, it's a good gamble to take now from Sineth Jayawardena. And as leg spinners, they tend to gain confidence by keeping on bowling. You need to give them some time, not like the finger spinners, as you said.
Yes, and I felt with just 2 overs left, with a left-handed batsman on strike, they could have brought Nethwin from the end that Ramiru is bowling, the far end, and maybe if the right-hander was on strike, bring Ramiru in. This time batsman not afraid to come down the track. Easy single. That brings the right-handed Mahit to face 3 deliveries in this over. We'll have to see what he does. Will Ramiru tease the batsman, get him onto the front foot? The aerial shot.
Lovely drone shots from the Papare production team. It's still only day one of this 145th Battle of the Blues, but for day one it's been a good crowd in, and we expect more and more crowds to come in on day 2 and 3.
There we go, the last delivery, the batsman coming right up to the pitch of the delivery. This time Mahit also uses his feet. Doesn't want the right arm leg spinner to settle in. Good signs if you're a batsman, but equally Ramiru needs to be encouraged. He needs to pivot a lot more as a spinner to get some assistance on this wicket. You can't just toss it up. You need to put in that effort, get the revs going. Better delivery, but again equally well played. No turn yet for Ramiru. He's just bowling his 3rd over. The partnership stands at 40. The total, well healthy total for St. Thomas's. Put into bat. Again, nicely played, a single. These two are looking comfortable, working the singles. The experienced batsman for St. Thomas's. End of 55 overs, 173 for 2, and we should be able to squeeze in another over before tea.
Rebel for love.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Yeah, the umpires Chandrika Amarasinghe and Chamra D'Souza have called tea on day 1. Another session clearly going the Thomian way. The Royal bowling and fielding unit, they are 5 overs behind schedule, but nevertheless St. Thomas is 173 for 2. The two batters at the crease, they are well set. Dinet Gunawardena 41 of 102. Mahit Perera, the captain, 23 of 49. The only wicket to be dismissed was Sadev Soisa, who looked brilliant out in the middle. He was dismissed for 83 of Sinet Javardhan, the captain. There's plenty of batting left also. Tise Nahaligoda, Nathan Caldera, Akash Fernando. But I think these two, they hold the key for St. Thomas's College. If they are to put in a solid first innings score, 13 extras, 9 byes by Giganage, 173 for 2. Thomians will be quite pleased, but the Royalists, they'll not be that pleased.
Bowling for all, Malavia Arachi has bowled 12 overs, given away 33 runs. Sena Ratna, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 33 runs. No wickets. Veeratunga, 9 overs, 30, and no wickets taken. Ramiru Perera, just a solitary 3 overs bowled, 17 runs given. Jayawardene, the pick of the bowling for so far for all, bowled 16 overs, gave away 39 runs and just 2 wickets. And Yenula Bandara, the left arm spinner, has bowled 4 overs, given away 12 runs. Nothing much to talk of in terms of the wicket panel. And in terms of partnership, the first wicket fell at 66 and the second wicket at 132.
Yeah, 32 overs were bowled by the seamers, and Sadev Soisa and Dinet Gunawardena started off well in this second session. Sadhu Soisa was
That was the catch that was dropped. Didn't pick the flight of the delivery, but you saw some scintillating drives by the two left-handers in between. Wonderful, powerful drives by the two. And then the only wicket to fall during the session, the batsman on 83 unfortunately tried to go over long off, got the inside part of the bat. Some wayward deliveries and that was a good shot. The on drive, a difficult shot to play by the captain, and again the left-handed batsman too playing a similar shot, and that was in the previous over, a top edge. And these two have held fort, put on a partnership of 41, and St. Thomas's at the moment 173 for 2. So far the story of the day has been St. Thomas's. Simply dominated play for 2 sessions. They would have loved to score a lot more freely, push a little bit on the run rate, but I'm pretty certain, Damit, the post-tea session, we will see some aggressiveness from the Thomians.
Yeah, indeed. If they are to regain the Right Honourable D.S. Senanayake Memorial Shield, they'll need to win at least about 6 to 7 sessions. So they've started off well, and they'll be hoping to do well in the post-tea session. So we'll take a small commercial break, and we will be back with the live action in the 3rd session on day 1 of this 145th Battle of the Blues.
The history maker of sport. Innovative, incomparable, unleashing an experience. The Papare TV.
On the Papare TV and the Papare TV HD. On channel number 63 and 126. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Youth Plus. The Papare TV, the Papare TV HD, Dialog television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Come on everyone, let's make some noise with our loudest cheer for this momentous day.
Let's go. Tata Women's Premier League starts February 23rd. Live on the Papare TV HD and Dialog View app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Come on everyone, let's make some noise with our loudest cheer for this momentous day.
Let's go. Tata Women's Premier League starts February 23rd. Live on the Papare TV HD and Dialog View app, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
මරාගත්ත මැද මරාගෙන කරන්න තියෙන හැමදේම කරගෙන මේ නම්බර් 1 හිටපු ටීම් එකට T20 World ranking වල 3.0ක් ගෙහුවා ඒ සීරීස් එක. ෆාස්ට් බෝල් කරා දාන්න බෑ. ඊට පස්සේ කෝච් කිව්වා අනිල්ස කිව්වා ෆාස්ට් බෝලින් ගන්න නැහැ ස්පින් එක දාමු කියලා. තාත්තා 3 wheel රියදුරෙක්. අම්මා ගෙදර හිටියේ. එතන මල්ලි පොඩි 3 wheel එකක් දුවන රැකියාවක් කරන මිනිස්සෙක් විදියට නෙමෙයි සැලකුවේ. මල්ලි මේ යනෝන්චිලා පැන්නා. පැනව පාර අත කැඩුනා. මේ වෙලේ. මේ විදිහට ඉවරලා සමහර ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඉන්නවා රණ්ඩු වෙනවා නම් මනම් එහෙම. ඒත් අර මෙතනදී කුසල් සදීර කාපි කට්ටියම මාර යාළුවෝ ටිකක් මම මොකක් කර මිස්ටේක් එකක් කරා වුණත් මට බනින්න මුකුත් කරන්නේ නැහැ යාලා. සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් එක දේවල් කියනවා. ඇත්තටම ඒ කාලේ දැන් අපිට නැති වෙන දෙයක් තිබ්බේ නැහැනේ. අපිට තිබ්බේ දෙයක් ලබා ගන්න විතර. අපි ඉතින් ඒ දේ ලබා ගත්තට පස්සේ මිනිස්සුන්ට ඕන දෙයක් හැමෝම කියන්න පුළුවන් ඒක සාමාන්‍ය දෙයක් නෙවෙයි. අද වෙනකම් මම Facebook නෑ මගේ page එක විතරයි තියෙන්නේ. මැච් එකට බැස්සන් පස්සේ මම පොඩ්ඩක් කට වැඩි. මම කියවනවා පොඩ්ඩක්. මගේ අම්මයි තාත්තයි ඒ දෙන්නගේ තරුණ කාලේ කැප කරා මං වෙනුවෙන්. මරණ තුරා ඉතින් මං ඒ දේ ඉෂ්ට කරනවා.
අයිබෝන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. ඔහු ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් තුළ ඉන්න දක්ෂ කඩුළු රකින්නෙක්, දක්ෂ පිතිකරුවෙක්, ඉතාම කුඩා කාලෙකින් විශාල ජනප්‍රියත්වයක් ළඟා කරගත්තු ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. අද අපේ නොදුටු මිනිසා මිනෝද් භානුක. අයිබෝන් මිනෝද්.
අයිබෝන්.
ඉතින් මේ දවස්වල මොනවද වෙමින් තියෙන්නේ කියලා ඉස්සෙල්ලාම අහගෙන අපි වැඩේට යමු.
අයියේ මේ දවස්වල දැන් ඩොමෙස්ටික් ටූර්නමන්ට් එක පටන් ගන්න තියෙනවා. 3D ටූර්නමන්ට් එක. ඒකේ මැචස් දැන් 4ක් ඉවරයි. ඊළඟ හෙට තව මැච් එකක් පටන් ගන්නවා. ඒ මැචස් ටික තමයි මේ දවස්වල යන්නේ.
ඔව් මිනෝද් දන්නවා ඉතින් දක්ෂ කඩුළු රකින්නෙක්, දක්ෂ පිතිකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම කාලෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ටිකක් පල්ලෙහා තත්ත්වයක තියෙද්දි ඊට ටිකක් ජවයක් දීපු කඩුළු රකින්නෙක්. මුලින්ම මට හිතෙනවා ඒ ගැන අහන්න. දැන් ඔබ කණ්ඩායමට එනකොට කණ්ඩායම ටිකක් වැටිලා තිබුණේ. මේ වෙනකොට ආසියානු කුසලාන ජයග්‍රහණය කරලා තියෙනවා ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ වෙද්දි මොන වගේ තත්ත්වයක්ද තිබුණේ ක්‍රීඩාගාරය ඇතුලේ ඔබ කණ්ඩායමට අලුතෙන් එන්නේ මොන වගේ පීඩනයක්ද තිබුණේ?
ඔව් ඇත්තටමයි මේ ඒ කාලේ කණ්ඩායමේ හිටපු ඒ දසුනය කැප්ටන් ඒ වගේම දැන් ආසියානු කුසලානේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරපු කණ්ඩායමේ 90ක් වගේම ඒ කණ්ඩායමේ හිටියා. ඉතින් මට ඉතින් ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකේ සෙල්ලම් කරලා තිබ්බ කට්ටියම තමයි හිටියේ. ඒක නිසා ඉතින් අර ලොකු වෙනසක් තේරුන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි පොඩි පීඩනයක් තිබ්බා. මොකද ජාතික කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරන්න ලැබුණ පළවෙනි අවස්ථාව. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ මට වුණා උනේ මගේ උපරිම 100% 200ක් මගේ කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන් දීලා ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න මේ ඒ සීරීස් එක.
ඔව් ඒ ජවයේ නැවතත් කණ්ඩායමට ආපු ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගෙනාපු ක්‍රීඩකයෝ අතරින් ඔබත් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් මට හිතෙනවා අහන්න මිනෝද් කුරුණෑගල තමයි ඔහුගේ ගම කියලා අපි හැමෝම හිතන් හිටියේ. නමුත් මං හිතන්නේ ඒකට වෙනස් පිළිතුරක් තියෙනවා මිනෝද් ගාව. අපි අහමු මිනෝද්ගේ ගම කොහෙද, මිනෝද්ගේ පොඩි කාලේ කොහොමද ගෙවුනේ කියලා.
ඒ වගේ පොඩි කාලේ මුලින්ම පටන් ගන්නවා. මුලින්ම මගේ ගම සිංගක්කුලිය සඳලංකාව. ඉතින් මම මුලින්ම ඉස්කෝලේ ගිය ගමේ පොඩි ඉස්කෝලේට හැන්ඩියගල කියලා තියෙන පොඩි ඉස්කෝලේට. ඒකෙන් ශිෂ්‍යත්වයේ පාස් වෙලා තමයි මම ජෝසවාසයට ගියා ඊට පස්සේ මුලින්. ජෝසවාසයට ගිහිල්ලා ඊට පස්සේ ජෝසවාසයේ 2008 දී දීර්ඝසුරිස දැකලා මල්ලිදේ 13 පාල පුහුණු කරු. දැකලා අපේ ජෝසවාසයේ ඊට පුහුණු කරු අනිල් සර් එක්ක කතා කරලා මාව ඉල්ලුවා ක්‍රිකට් වලට. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි මම මල්ලිදේට ගියේ. මේ ඉතින් මල්ලිදේට ගිහිල්ලා පස්සේ දැන් අවුරුදු ගාණක් හිටියානේ. එතකොට මම උදේ හවස යනවා. ඉතින් ඒවත් එක්ක ඉතින් අම්මලට ඒව බලන් ඉන්න බෑ මේ නිසා අම්මයි තාත්තයි ඔක්කොම මේ ගෙවල් විකුණලා මේ කරලා පදිංචිය මාරු කරලා කුරුණෑගලට.
ඔව් කුඩා කාලේ ඔබ කඩුළු රකින්නෙක් නොවේ. කුඩා කාලේ මොනවද කරේ ක්‍රිකට් වලින් කියලා අපි ඔහුගෙන් අහමු. ටිකක් වෙනස් දෙයක් කරපු ක්‍රීඩකෙක්.
කුඩා කාලේ මේ වෙනස් දෙයක් කියන්නේ මේ බෝල් කරා. ෆාස්ට් බෝල් කරා. බෑදා බෝ දාන්න බෑ. ඊට පස්සේ කෝච් කිව්වා අනිල් සර් කිව්වා ෆාස්ට් බෝලින් කරන්න නැහැ ස්පින් එක දාමු කියලා. ස්පින් එකක් දැම්ම බෑ දාන්න දමලා ගහන්න. ඊට පස්සේ සර් කිව්වා හරි දැන් ඔයා බැරිම දන්න විකට් කීප් කරන්න ඒක විතර ඉතුරුලා තිබේ. ඒක කරන්න කියලා.
ඔව් අන්තිමට Tamanට ගැලපෙනම තැන හම්බුණා.
ඔව් ඒක තමයි අන්තිමට ඉතුරු වෙච්ච දේ.
අන්තිම ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට එන්න තරම් දස්කම් පෙන්වන්න හැකි වුණා කඩුළු රැකීමෙන්. ඉතින් පවුලේ පසුබිම ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් ඇහුවොත් කොහොමද ගෙදර තිබුණ පසුබිම ආර්ථික තත්ත්වය ඒ වෙනකොට තිබුණු බාධක මොනවද ක්‍රීඩාවට?
ආර්ථික තත්ත්වයයි බාධක කියන්නේ අයියේ අම්මයි තාත්තයි මල්ලි මමයි පවුල. තාත්තා ත්‍රිවිල් රියදුරෙක්. අම්මා ගෙදර හිටියේ. එතකොට මල්ලි පොඩි. කොහොමත් ඉස්සර ඉඳන්ම මේ තාත්තා තමයි මාර ක්‍රිකට් වලට මාර ආසයි. කියන්නේ මාර ආස කියන්නේ මැච් එකක් අතාරින්නෙත් නැහැ. එන මාර ආසයි ආදරේ ක්‍රිකට් වල. ඉතින් ඒවත් එක්ක බලලා ඉතින් අපි කිසි අඩුවක් කරේ නැහැ. ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න දැම්මා පොඩි කාලෙම දාද්දි ඉතින් ක්‍රිකට් බඩු වල ඉඳන් හැමදේම අරන් දීලා ඒ අර ත්‍රිවිල් එකක් දුවන රැකියාවක් කරන මිනිස්සෙක් විදියට නෙමෙයි සැලකුවේ. හැබැයි ඊට වැඩි දෙයක් ඒ මම තාත්තමයි මට කරා. ඉතින් ඒවත් එක තමයි බාධකයක් කියලා එහෙම ආර්ථික අපහසුතාවයක් ඒ දෙන්න අපිට පෙන්වුවේ නැහැ. ආර්ථික අපහසුතාවයක් අනිවාර්යෙන් තියෙන්න ඇති. ලොකු අපහසුතාවයක් තියෙනද හැබැයි මට පෙන්වුවේ නැහැ පොඩි කාලෙදී මෙහෙම අපහසුතාවයක් තිබ්බා කියලා.
ඔව් ඊටාම වැදගත්. ඔබේ දෙමව්පියෝ ඔබට කොච්චර ආදරේද? ඔවුන් ඔබට නොපෙන්වා කෙතරම් පීඩනයක් දරාගෙන ඉන්නවද කියන දේ. ඉතින් දරුවන්ට තේරෙන කාලයක් එනවා. විනෝද් ඒක තමයි මේ කියන්නේ. කුඩා කාලේ මොන වගේ දරුවෙක්ද මල්ලි කෙනෙකුත් හිටියා. ඉතින් ටිකක් දඟත් ඇති දෙන්නම එකතු වුණාම අපි දන්න ඔහුත් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් මේ වෙනකොට. ඉතින් පොඩි කාලේ තාත්තට අම්මට දීපු වද මොනවද දරුවෝ දෙන්න කැටට?
වද කියන්නේ මේ හොඳම එක සිද්ධියක් තියෙනවා. එක සිද්ධියක් නෙවෙයි සිද්ධි ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. එක සිද්ධියක් තියෙනවා දැන් ගියා මේ වෙඩින් එකකට. එතකොට මාත් පොඩි මල්ලිත් පොඩි වෙඩින් එක වෙලා දැන් තාත්තයි අම්මයි ආවා එන්න. එතකොට ඔන්චිල්ලාවත් තිබ්බා ගාඩන් එකේ. ඔන්චිලි පැද පැදිරිය මල්ලි පැද පැදිරිය මම තල්ලු කර කර හිටියේ. අම්මයි තාත්තයි පාකින් එකට ගිහලා කෑකව යන්නේ නැද්ද එන්න කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මං එන මල්ලිව මං තල්ලු කරගෙන ඉඳලා මං එනවා මල්ලි ඔක එන්න පැනලා එන්න කියලා. මල්ලි මේ යන ඔන්චිල්ලාවෙන් පැනව පාර අත කැඩුනා ඒ වෙලේ. ඊට පස්සේ එහෙම මීගම මාස්පිතාලට රන් ඇවිල්ලා මේ වෙඩින් එක ඉවරලා ඒ වෙලාව එහෙම මල්ලිගේ අතට මේව කරලා ප්ලාස්ටික් අර තියෙන බැන්ඩේජ් යනම ඒක කරා. ඒකලා අදටත් චූටි අදයක් තියෙනවා මල්ලිගේ ගැන මේ හරියට කරපු ડોක්ටර් යා හරියට කරලා නැහැ ඒක. තාමත් චූටි අදයක් තියෙනවා ඒක එක අවස්ථාවක් විතරයි.
ඔව් ඉතින් පිරිමි දරුවෝ දෙන්නෙක් කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඔය වගේ තමයි පවුල් වල මටත් ඒ වගේ අත්දැකීම් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අපිට ඒකත් මතක් වෙනවා මේ වෙලාවේ. ඉතින් ඔබ ඉන් පස්සේ ජෝසප් පාස් විද්‍යාලයෙන් මලිදේව විද්‍යාලයට ඇවිල්ලා එතනින් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ටිකක් හොඳට කරන්න වඩා හොඳට කරන්න පටන් ගත්තා කියලා මට හිතෙනවා. මොකද ඔබට පාසල් කාලෙදිම ලොකු ප්‍රේක්ෂකාකර්ෂණයක් තිබුණා ඔබේ ගම් පළාතේ දිස්ත්‍රික්කයේ වගේම ලංකාව පුරාම සමහර විට පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් බලන ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන් අතර. ඉතින් 19න් පහළ ලෝක කුසලාන තරඟාවලියට එන්න තරම් ඔබේ දස්කම් දියුණුනේ කොහොමද? කවුද උදව් කරපු පුහුණුකරුවන් ඒ කාලේ පාසල් කාලේ?
19න් පහළ කණ්ඩායමේයි මම මුලින්ම 19න් පහළ කණ්ඩායමට ඇතුළු ඉස්කෝලේ හිටියේ බුද්ධි කැල්ලේපොළ ඇල්ලේ අපි කියන්නේ ඇල්ලේ කියලා අදටත් කියන්නේ මේ ඉතින් ඇල්ලේ අයියා කතා කරලා දැන් මම එතකොට U19 එක මැච් එකක් ගහලා තිබුණා ඉස්කෝලේ. එතකොට මට කතා කරලා ඇහුවා ඕපන් ගන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. මම කිව්වා දැන් කොහොමද මැච් ගන්න ඕනේ? මම කිව්වා පුළුවන් අයියා. ඉතින් ඕම ගහලා මම ඒ අවුරුද්දේ 960ක් ගෙවලා වුණා. ඒ සීසන් එකේ එහෙම මම under 19 ට්‍රයල්ස් කතා කරා. ඒ වගේ මේ ඊට පස්සේ මැච් වල ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැච් වල හොඳට කරලා under 19
Welcome back to the post tea session here at the 145th Battle of the Blues. Thomians in a commanding position at 177 for the loss of 2 wickets with the skipper Mahit and Dinit Gunawardana in the middle. So we see the Royal team striding in to the center. The 2 umpires out already. Sharma also is a very experienced umpire. The crowds have slowly but surely filled in the real buzz, the vibe, the hub that everybody expects is on here at the SSC as I'm joined by Danushka Colombo.
Very good afternoon, Shashrika. Thomians in a commanding position as after putting into bat. I think they have done well, Shashrika. 173 for 2. You would accept that on any day. And the star of the show, Sadev Soiza, 83, fresher, coming into bat. Opening the batting for the Thomians and getting a good 83. Gulam Colombo got out for 13 and Sinet Jayawardena, Sri Lanka under-19 captain, the only wicket taker for the Royalists, keeping it tight and pick out the bowlers with 39 for 2.
Yes. What do you reckon the plan would be for the Thomians? I mean, obviously they're in the driver's seat now. How do you think their intent should be for the rest of the day? Do you reckon they'll, force the issue from here onwards, or will they be a bit more, careful as they've been in the second session? Now, these are the things that, would really determine as to where this Thomian inning is heading and also the game.
Exactly. I think the Thomians went quite well in regards to the run rate during the first session, but second session they were a bit bogged down, and the Royalists did well to keep the run rate quite low. Currently going at 3.15, so I would like to see the Thomians being a bit more aggressive, and Mahit Pereira is known to be aggressive, to play his shots, so I think he should get on with his game and get the score, the run rate up to maybe 4 or 5, and I would like to see them declare and give the put the Royalists into bat during the last session today. If not, they should get the maximum runs and think of not batting the second innings, as the first ball of the third session, Bulan Weeratunga. Royalists have continuously gone with one side spin, one side pace, Shashrik, and I think we are yet to see the left arm spinner bowl as well. Not sure if he bowled in the second session. So the Royalists not making big changes, but maybe they're sticking to their plan, but Thomians have done well so far.
Yes, they've gone with the spin pace combo. Not really certain as to whether the fast bowlers have really delivered for the Royalists, as we see the next delivery slash down towards deep point. They cross through for a single. Gunawardena moving on to 42. I'm pretty sure once he gets to 50, he might look to be a bit more aggressive, try to put the pressure back on the bowlers, try to rotate strike more.
Also, the Thomians would be looking to force a result, Shashrika, because the shield is with Royal at the moment. So ideally the message from the dressing room should be for them to get on with the game and get these runs at a good rate during this session. Next delivery, short ball left alone by Mahit Pereira, who's on 23.
The all-important shield, the DS Sinanayaka shield. Will it be back in the rightful place as far as the Thomians are concerned? A bit of a biased comment, I'd say. However, that's what the Thomians are targeting.
And I believe they are on track so far. They have done very well the first two sessions of the day. Next delivery once again down the leg side. Once again, Shashrika, the Royalist bowlers have been all over the place, especially the fast bowlers. They have not made use of the SSC track or the new ball during the first session. I think that's where they lost the plot during the first session.
If you look at the field, there is a bit of shelter even on the leg side. They got a deep fine leg, a deep square leg, short mid wicket and a mid on. So I'm assuming he's going to bowl a bit of both, maybe some barrage with short stuff and some outside off stump just like that. That's probably where they're trying to test the patience of Mahit Pereira. Mahit generally is quite aggressive, so they're trying to go against his game and see what he has to offer.
Weeratunga so far has bowled 9 overs for 31. On-field umpire Chandrikambara Singha. So far has had a quiet game, both umpires. Another short delivery by Veeratunga, left alone, and that's the end of the 56th over. St. Thomas's 175 for 2.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm. I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
කිරි අතර සුපිරි රස.
I think we can see a change in the bowling. Ramiru is back in the attack. He's bowled 3 overs so far, went for 17 runs. Especially the first over that he bowled was a shocker. But ever since he's dragged things back, as we see the next ball, placed beautifully by Dinet. Another rank long hop by Ramiru. Placed beautifully, graciously along the ground for a boundary, and Dinit Gunawardena moves on to 47.
Dinit Gunawardena on 47. Well-deserved half century, almost there now. Ramiru Perera has only bowled 3 overs so far. Sinet Jayawardene has done the bulk of the bowling for the Royalists. Ramiru's issue has been too many loose deliveries. Like you said, first over was a shocker. And this session, the first ball was a very short delivery which was put away to the boundary.
For someone who's led the attack for the Royalists this season, he's been really struggling. He's captured 47 wickets this season in the 2-day encounter in 11 games with a best of 7 for 52 in an inning. So he's no mark with the ball for sure. Right now he's really struggling with his confidence.
Exactly, and normally I think Shashika a leg spinner would take a bit of time to settle down, to get his rhythm going, unlike an off spinner. So we have to be fair to give him some time as well. The next 2 deliveries he has done quite well. He has got his line and length okay. I think the first session, the first over he bowled was in his on the 11th over of the innings. I think that was the main issue. The new ball, he could not grip it properly. Better delivery this time, nicely played by Dinet Gunawardena. Moving nicely onto 48. 2 more for a well-deserved half century. And that's the end of the 57th over. 180 for 2.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්බන්න ගිහින්
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
Veeratunga to continue. Attempted Yorker, well dug out by Gunawardena. But they sneak through for a quick single as he moves on to 49. Shashika, what do you think a good score would be for the Thomians if they're looking at declaration?
Well, anything around 350 would be very competitive for the Thomians. But it all depends on how they move on from here onwards. I mean, obviously, I know they've taken their own cool time, but they need to, look at pushing and maybe adding some impetus into the inning, because it's 181 for the loss of 2 wickets. Thomians clearly dominating. Now, Will they take that onus? Will they take that chance and push things forward? That's a quick single by Mahit. Moves on to 24. Score on to 182. Dinit Gunawardena now on 49. He's batted exceptionally well throughout the season. Unfortunately, injured most of the time as well. However, still managed to get 200s in the season and close to 500 runs as well. So he's been one of the mainstays for the Tomians, and what a wonderful opportunity he has at the big match.
Exactly, and the partnership between Mahit and Dinit is also 49, so 50-run partnership and 50 runs for Dinit on the cards now. Delivery nicely played towards deep extra cover, and that brings up the 50 for Dinit Gunawardena. 50 of 112 deliveries, well deserved, played extremely well, took his time, and a very well played innings by Dinit.
Dinit Gunawardena, the mainstay so far in terms of holding an end up, getting to his half century in 113 deliveries. He lived up to the reputation that he built throughout the season of being one of the mainstays, much applauded and appreciated by his teammates and the viewers at SSC. So, job half done, I would say. He should look to, push on to his third 100 of the season.
CC had another short delivery. This time the umpire calls it wide, way over the batsman's head this time. So the partnership also 51 from 90 balls. Very well played by both these batsmen, Mahit Pereira and Dinit. Mahit on 24, Dinit on 50.
Mahit Pereira, do you reckon he'll have a chance of passing 1,000 runs? This game, Danushki, was around 850 runs, if I'm not mistaken. It'll take some doing, but it's definitely not out of the cards.
All to play for Mahit Pereira, very talented cricketer. I think he has colours in about 4 sports, if I'm not mistaken. Cricket, rugby, soccer, athletics. He's an all-rounder. The next delivery, what a beautiful shot that is. A perfect cover drive. 4 runs to Mahit Pereira. That ball was really pitched up and he made maximum use of it. Beautiful shot there.
That was just caressed like a tracer bullet, as the famous Ravi Shastri would say. That just sped through to the boundary, pitched right up, opened the face of the bat and just placed it perfectly and beautifully. The Tomian skipper on song here at the SSC. The moment he came in, he showed that intent, the body language, that he's ready for the challenge. He was ready for the battle. He's used to, pulling this team out of trouble. That's what he did all season. At most times when he came to bat, they were like 30 for 3 during the season. But now, this time around, when the stage is set, he's definitely capitalizing.
It's the perfect setting for Mahit Pereira to make it big for the Tomians. That's the end of the 58th over. St. Thomas is 189 for 2.
So Dinit Gunawardena, a 50 for the ages. Started really well, composed, very watchful. Couple of drives, pushing his inning through. That's his favorite area, the offside. He's showing his array of strokes, the paddles, the shots down the ground. A fine flick and some delightful cuts as well. So a well-compiled inning there by Dinit.
The Tomians clearly showing some intent this session. From the time they came out to bat, they have been looking at getting those quick singles and put in the loose deliveries to the boundary. Going at a good rate at the moment. They started at around 3 runs per over, which has gone up to about 3.24. In the last couple of overs, they've managed to get boundary each over, which is a good sign for the Thomians. Once again, nicely deflected away towards the square leg umpire then, and they change ends for an easy single. Mahit Pereira moves on to 30. Dinesh should ideally look at pushing the run rate up, Shashrik, and taking a bit of a chance. The Royalists, quite a spread out field, a lot of runs. And as we speak, he comes down the track and hits it straight to Ramiro Pereira. Caught and bowled. And Dinesh departs at exactly 50.
Oh dear, got to 50, lost his concentration. Pereira flighting the ball, the batsman coming down the track. Couldn't really place it, but hit it straight back to the bowler. As we see the replay, well tossed up delivery, getting the pitch. A bit of spin there as well, Danushka. But unfortunately, that's it for Dinesh Gunawardena. However, a good, noteworthy contribution for the Thomians, but he has to depart.
Good catch by Ramiro as well. That went quite quickly to him. He did well to hold on to it. Dinesh Gunawardena departs. 50 of 114 deliveries. St. Thomas's 190 for 3.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්බන්න ගිහින්
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩියන් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
New batsman for the Thomians, Tisen Ahaliagoda. Now, as far as I'm concerned, as we see his stats for the season, 24 innings, 680 runs with a century as well. Decent strike rate and a decent average too. Getting back to what I said, as far as I'm concerned, the most destructive batters out there in the middle for the Thomians. This is the moment for the Thomians. If they manage to capitalize with this pair, I'm pretty sure that 350 target would be on the cards. However, the flip side of it, Royalists should really, focus and try to break this partnership, because this is it for the Thomians. This is the most destructive pair.
Sahali Goda, another batsman who has done very well throughout this season. Another quick single and he gets off the mark. That's the end of the 59th over, 191 for 3.
Heels crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
Hussein Ahaliagoda on 1, who's on strike, and Mahit Pereira on 30, score on 191 for the loss of 3 wickets. A strategical change for the Royalists. We see the skipper coming back. As soon as the left-hander came into bat, he's brought himself on from the commentary box end. They've identified a weakness of this end. They're looking to capitalize.
Bowling change by the Royalists. Sinead Jayawardena back into the attack, and we see spin from both ends for the first time today, Shatrika. Sinead Jayawardena 2 for 39 so far. Well spread out field, orthodox field, so clearly Sinead trying to keep one end tight while The plan would be for Ramiru to get the wickets from the other end.
He's obviously been the most economical bowler for the Royalists. I mean, he's really cut one and up. And he's still trying the same policy, the same thing that it's worked for him through the game, just to dry things out, see what the batsman has to offer, see if they go, in the meantime, go on to make a mistake while trying to get what they want. So a bit of a mind game, a bit of a tussle between the two players, Haliagoda and Jayawardena. That was a bit of a freebie, but not placed. This is what pressure could do. Really, you know, buckling up and, you know, just keeping things tight. That's clearly Sinet's plan.
Exactly, and he gets through his overs very quickly, and that adds to the pressure as well. Already 5 deliveries done in this over. Well bowled once again. That's the end of another over. 60, 191 for 3.
Hot and spicy fun by ThePapare karanga. Beat the remake karanga winna. Hada wada bawala yanna gidmera fashion karanga. Fun turanga kottumi kikki kollenna. Prima kottumi fun tamai.
Made over by the Royal captain to somewhat curtail the rate of scoring. 30 overs remaining for the day. They can add another 100 runs. St. Thomas's will be quite pleased. These are two crack athletes, runners from St. Thomas's. See if you could spot them taking some cheeky singles.
Yes, Harit, I think we've already witnessed Haliagoda and Mahit Perera looking to rotate the strike. Like you mentioned, two very strong athletes from the school by the sea. But for Royal, most importantly, a very crucial breakthrough. And that too of the set bat. Gunawardena, who was very circumspect at the start, but steadily accumulated the runs to notch up a 50, but then again throwing the wicket on what I would call an excellent batting wicket. Oh, what a ball. What a ball. Going on with the arm.
Yeah, the spinners have shared the 3 wickets. 3 half-century partnerships at the top of the order for St. Thomas's have put them in a strong position. 66 for the first wicket, 66 for the second, 58 for the third. That's well struck. Equally well fielded too. Haliagoda had to hurry. It had to be a direct hit. It wasn't. Good fielding on the part of that cover fielder who was sprawling on the ground. Dinura Senaratne stopped a certain boundary.
One of the better fielders of from Royal, Senaratne, patrolling that short extra cover region. That was hit hard, pitched, full pitch delivery. They usually say don't run off a fumble.
Yeah, it was the captain who took aim at the bowler's end, but he couldn't hit the stumps.
Lovely pictures. The Royal College boys tent. That's a big one. Quite a few students. Few is an under.
What do you mean?
Statement.
Few students? You
Quite
call that a few
A
students?
lot of students.
That's absolutely jam-packed.
I must say, for a first day play, that's a fantastic crowd at the Royal College boys tent. This is excellent batting by Mahit Perera. He's understanding the depth in which these fielders have been placed and milking the singles, hitting it straight to them. Excellent tactical batting by Perera.
We told you to watch for the running between wickets because they are very quick. They have a good understanding. Being dropped down to the middle order, Tisen Haliagoda has done well for St. Thomas's, the left-hander. Yeah, Sadev Soiza, Dinet Gunawardena, both made the half centuries, 2 left-handers. Into the gap, they'll look for 2, get it quite comfortably. Good running between wickets once again. 61 overs completed. St. Thomas is put into bat 196 for 3. There's somebody downstairs who's having a chat. Let's join them.
Big matches have you been to?
This is my first big match. Yeah, first.
And how are you feeling?
I'm very excited, very excited. Just arrived, missed the first session, so looking forward to this next session.
Are you on like holiday or do you live here?
Yeah, I'm here with a couple of Sri Lankan mates, which I met in Melbourne playing cricket, and they've invited me over and they've taken me to this on my first day. Yeah.
Okay, so you've really taken true form in the Sri Lankan community because this is the biggest match of the year in terms of school matches. So I hope you have a great day and we'll see you around.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, a visit from down under. It's good to see the game being taken to the globe.
What do you mean? Proud organizers of the first ever Roito Airbus and the cockpit crew, 3 of them were all Royalists.
Yeah. Kudos to the Royal College group of 2004. A big shout out to them. I think a fabulous initiative to mark their 20th anniversary.
There you knew more about that.
Yes, I did, because it was indeed organized by that particular group, and I have quite a few friends from that group. I think an excellent initiative in terms of, taking the match global, bringing in more visibility for the Royal Thomian. Coming back to the cricket, there seems to be a bit of turn, Haritha.
There has to be turn on this track. There has to be some turn. Yes, Javadana, Sinet Javadana that is, has picked up 2. He's bowled quite a lot, been economical as well. Captain to captain, well struck, beat the field, 2 of them in fact, 4. Mahit Pereira is middling the ball and placing it even better.
Beautifully driven, excellent shot. An unorthodox drive, mind you, not the conventional cover drive. He breaks his wrists, if you can see that replay, if you watch the way he breaks his wrists to pierce that gap, something that we see in Virat Kohli.
You've been watching a lot of international cricket.
That's exactly what he does. He positions himself well, the back foot tilts towards the leg stump, and he breaks that wrist, comes right to the pitch of the ball to pierce that gap between short extra and mid off of a fantastic shot.
Dinur Senaratna was at short cover. Yasindu Disanayaka at mid off. None of them could get to the ball. 200 up.
Oh, that's close. That's close.
Yes.
That's plumb in front. Very, very poor shot by Pereira. He just had to tuck that off his pads. That ball kept low. Another batsman gets set and then departs. Not what the doctor ordered for the Thomians, mind you, Haritha.
Yes. Mahit Pereira. It's almost a loose shot right in front. It kept low. And Sinet Javadana has sent his opposing captain back. Chamara de Souza had no hesitation in ruling the batter dismissed.
He looked confident. He looked very, very confident. 36 of 66 was middling the ball well. Unfortunate. Mahit Pereira back to the pavilion.
200 for 4 St. Thomas's.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. We KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Ricky tells me that this is the highest for Mahit Pereira in 4 Roitos, 36.
Yeah, in my stint with Ricky, we did see his stats. He's got in and got out quite a few times. He's got a couple of 20s and a couple of 30s to his name in the 4 years that he's played.
Vice captain Nathan Caldera is the new man in. Top score of 68, 376 runs. That's a decent strike rate, almost 40. And over 20 average. That's not bad. Better known for his new ball bowling. 62.
Introducing Sri Lanka's biggest Google TV collection from Singa. Endless entertainment is now at your fingertips with many more options to explore. Millions of shows, movies and games, plus all your favorite streaming apps in one place. Choose from global brands and experience tomorrow's entertainment today with Google TV from Singa.
Excellent track outfield, very well maintained. The head groundsman is KG Kamal Siri, who's been here for almost 20 years. Nishanta Bopage is the ground manager. Ground secretary is Mahinda Halangoda. He's not here, so his work is being looked after by Samantha Durangwala, tournament director of Sri Lanka Cricket.
Ramiru Pereira has been on the shorter side to the left-hander. Would like to see him getting the batsman driving. As we speak, he changes his angle, comes around the wicket. That's much better. So Alligator very intentionally is trying to play Pereira off his back foot, trying to put him off in terms of getting that length right. I think it's a very crucial phase for the Royalists. If they can actually get another couple of wickets, they are really into this game. Oh, this time it's edged. Passes the first slip fielder.
See, the ball seems to be dying on the batter on this track. Rehan Piris was the lone slip there. He couldn't reach it. He's one of the taller individuals on the field for Royal. Yeah, Ramiru Pereira, he's your style of bowler, Arun.
Absolutely, someone I really enjoy watching. He has very good character. That's been the most impressive aspect of him. He's very strong mentally upstairs, holds a very mature head on his shoulders. Just 16. I think the angle that he's bowling is really, really interesting because he's not turning the ball prodigiously. The ball seems to be holding its line, so he can bring the slipper into play.
Second year player, vice captain of third year player, is it? And the vice captain on the side. End of wicket taking over. 63 completed. St. Thomas's are 202 for 4.
මම පොඩි කාලේ සරුංගලයක් යවන්න ගිහින් නූලෙන් බේරුනේ.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
දවසක් බැලුමක් පුම්මන්න ගිහින්.
නෑ වෙන්න බෑ.
කොහොම මොනවාද සීයේ? අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා කන්න පුළුවන් බීමකුයි බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමකුයි.
වෙන්න බෑ.
නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට කන්නයි බොන්නයි දෙකම එකම යෝගට් එකකින් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩල් ෂේක් කන්න පුළුවන් බීමක් බොන්න පුළුවන් කෑමක්.
Like I said, Haritha, this is going to be a very crucial phase for Royal. It's a make or break situation for them if they can make further inroads into the Thomian batting lineup. Another couple of wickets would tilt the, I would say, tilt it in favor of
balance,
Royal.
The balance in Royal's favor. Yeah, the Thomian bottom is heavy. They've scored runs under difficult circumstances through the season. So they would expect these two batters not to throw away the opportunity, but not be overawed by the situation. Caldera is a good striker of the ball. One good thing about the situation, the setup now is that the two leading wicket takers and the two leading players for Royal, the captain and vice captain, are bowling in tandem. And I've been surprised that Netlin Dharmaratna has not had a bowl so far.
I think this is excellent stuff by Jayawardene. He understands the fact that he has the ball that goes on with the arm. He's got an extra slip, waiting for that ball to kind of go on with the arm. looking for that outside edge. So the line is perfect. A very teasing line that he's bowling. As we speak, Caldera gets off the mark.
He intentionally played across the line, but his front foot was to the pitch of the ball. It's not a prodigious turner, Sinet Jayawardena. But I relish the battle for the Thomian batters, the middle order, out in the centre. It's a pleasant evening at the SSC. A lot of sound, very colourful, very active.
No doubt about the sound, Haritha. Irrespective of this being the first day, I must tell you, very impressed in terms of the numbers that have turned up today for a first day. Usually, we know the numbers tend to increase towards Friday and Saturday. But in this case, I think there have been a lot of people that have come from abroad, from different parts of the world, even from if you're looking at the school boys, both boys' tents packed.
Yeah, this is a schoolboy encounter, school cricket encounter. We like to see as many schoolboys as possible.
Good phase of play for Royal. They've held things back post the tea session.
See, the third annual big match encounter at this venue. The Thurston Isipatana produced a centurion. The Anand Nalanda produced a centurion. Sadev Soisa came close to getting that 3-figure mark. He couldn't. 64 completed. St. Thomas has put into bat 203 for 4. Hot times, and Anchor have all sorts of beverages that are good for you, nutritious. Taste it, you'll enjoy it.
If only we had a cup in front of us, Haritha.
We should.
Looks really yummy. I wouldn't mind a cup of hot chocolate at this point, at this time of the evening. 3:30, ideally a time where I have a cup of coffee. What do you reckon, Haritha?
I would totally agree with you.
Coming back to the cricket, it's been an interesting phase of play. Ramiro Pereira and Sinet Jayawardena, the two experienced players in the Royal camp, both captain, vice captain, trying to apply the pressure, having taken the wicket of the Thomian skipper Mahit Pereira not too long ago. So two new batsmen. It's very important that they apply the pressure, not leak runs, and look to make further inroads into the Thomian batting lineup.
See, at this stage, Nathan Caldera is a new batter. You think you'll have only one slip? No more close catches?
I'd like to see a short leg in, because he bowls the other one. He bowls the wrong one, and on a track like this, you always have the element of bounce, unlike the tracks that you get in school cricket. So that's something I feel probably Pereira is not confident in terms of bringing. A very good feature, contrasting feature that I've seen in the Thomian batting this year is the running between the wickets. Not something that I've seen over the last 3 or 4 years, to say the least. But nevertheless, this year you can see the intent coming down the track, using the wicket, using their feet, beg your pardon, understanding the fielders. It's just been a treat to watch their running between the wickets. This time beautifully swept away. There is cover in that deep square region. Intent's clear. I believe the fact that the Thomians are losing wickets in regular intervals is not helping their cause in terms of pushing the run rate.
Malavia Rathi was the fielder at deep backward square leg.
Good comeback delivery by Pereira. Looks to be settled. Had a horrible start to his day. In that first over, he bowled in the same end.
That's well placed. Oh, he timed it well too. 4 runs to Nathan Caldera. Oh, it's a fast outfield. No questions about that. It just flew off the bat. For a moment, I thought the field at mid-on he pushed the ball through the arc quicker, so it came in very quick. Caldera was in very good position, and the flick of the wrist took the ball away from, I thought, Sinet Jayawardena, who is at mid-on.
Oh, this is excellent running. Excellent running.
Now they're teasing the fielders, all right. Okay, that's the way to go. 65 overs completed. St. Thomas's are 210 for 4. The big club grounds at Mount Lavinia, 100 years this year.
Amazing feat, Haritha.
Yeah, I know.
Any special celebrations?
Yes, on the 12th and 13th, there'll be a triangular T20 tournament between Royal St. Thomas's and Trinity at the big club grounds.
This is an interesting battle that I'm keenly witnessing. Caldera versus Jayawardena.
And we would also see the brand new players enclosure. State of the art. Brilliant stuff. Sinet Jayawardena, 6 matches, 19 wickets. Best of 6 to 53 after joining the team at the end of the international season.
And speaking about hot chocolate, thankful to the team, they've sent us some cup of tea.
Oh yeah, that's Papare hospitality. They've done a wonderful job, major promoters of Sri Lanka sports. School cricket, March Madness, big matches. It's their cup of tea, by the way.
Absolutely. Kudos to the Papare team, powered by Dialog, taking these pictures to all parts of the world. It's not something that we were fortunate to have, Haritha, during our era.
I'll tell you that Roito Airbus from Australia, I think that'll be a forerunner to an Roito Airbus trip from England.
Probably. I think we can expect a lot of special activities towards the 150th.
Oh yes, coming into that, there'll be a Roito Airbus from the Americas.
I would be surprised. I would be surprised.
It should be the story. Jayawardena on target to Haliagoda.
This is excellent bowling. Penetrative stuff.
So Thomas will be hard pressed to keep the rate of scoring at a decent pace. It's 3.21. To get it up to 3.5 would be some task. Yeah, played across.
Beautiful
into
shot.
the gap. Timed, placed, Haliagoda 4. That takes us to the end of the 66th over. And the Thomians put into bat by Royal are blossoming at 215 for 4.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart 32 ඉඳන් 55 මේ 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. දිවෙන පුරා සිංග ශාඛාවෙත එන්න.
Ravello, the official chocolate partner of the Battle of the Blues.
So 215 for 4, 66 overs completed so far today. And there is the Dialog pledge, 251,000 so far. Well, this will climb up gradually but surely over the next 2 days as well. There's been something that Dialog has done over the last few years to support cricket in less privileged schools. For every run scored, every boundary scored, every wicket taken, a value is added to it, which will contribute to the development of cricket where it is needed most. So thank you to Dialog for that great task coming out from this Royal Thomaian. Heliogoda on 11, Caldera on 8. They need to put up a partnership. Papare, the captain, was the last to go. He had a poor shot. He was batting so well. He looked at ease, looked set for a big score. Just trying to paddle one, missed a straight one, and was judged LBW. So we have Dharma Ratna now, who has been introduced into the attack for the first time today. The son of another former Royal cricketer, Jesus Dharma Ratna. Netminna Dharma Ratna playing here today in his second Royal Thomaian. Navod, a very good afternoon to you. I think you're enjoying the atmosphere.
Very good afternoon, Ricky. Yes, indeed. Thompsons having been put into bat, 216 for the loss of 4 wickets in the 67th over. Would be mightily pleased with how they have fared, especially their top order, given how poorly they've batted throughout the season, the top order. They've had 3 50-run partnerships as Tisane Heliogoda sweeps and sweeps well. The man in form for St. Thomas's.
Poor delivery though by Dharma Ratna outside the leg stump. You cannot afford to bowl there. Heliogoda, as we said, has scored runs this season, over 600 runs coming into this game. The second has the run scorer for St. Thomas's. So he's not going to miss out on this quick outfield at the SSC. And they will be looking to step up this run rate as well, just to push the initiative, try to take this first innings away from Royal. This time short, just a single though. 220 for 4, so a couple of boundaries have come at regular intervals in the last couple of overs. Some of the dismissals for St. Thomas is still rude, that isn't it? I mean, 87 for Sadev Soiza. He will feel he could have easily gone on to make 100. So did Dinesh Gunawardhan after getting to 50, and Papare. So all three were really set and looked good for a big one. .67 completed, 222 for 4.
රසී තිරෙන මික්ස් බෙරි රසයෙන් කන්න බැරි බඩගින්නට බොන්න Anchor drinking yogurt.
Hot and spicy fun vibe එකකින් වර කරන්න. beat එක remake කරන්නට වෙන්න. හදවත බාවලා යන්න ගින්නර fashion කරන්න. fun උතුරන්න කොතුමි kick එක වෙන්න. cream කොතුමි fun තමයි.
Wonderful pictures of the SSC. We see special stat, the last 10 centurions for St. Thomas's College, the last of which from Rashmika Opatha, 122-24 rather. Belligerent innings from Opatha, but unfortunately for the Thomaians, they ended up losing after dominating the opening day. Sanesh Dimel with 110, and special one from Fahim Salim, the 165. I don't think any Thomaian who was there at that big match would ever forget that innings. Thomaians were 22 for the loss of 2 wickets on day 2. That was in their second innings, and were facing defeat inside 2 days. But Salim, along with his skipper Ravindra Nirushan, scored 2 centuries against a very formidable Royal lineup, which had the likes of Banuka Rajapaksha, Kusal Janit Pereira, Kitruan Vitanage, Ramit Rambukwela.
Very strong outfit indeed. Performance against their backs to the wall. There have been some of those over the years from both schools. Reminds me of our colleague Gamini Pereira scoring a similar century on the last day, single-handedly, ensuring that Royal drew the game.
Ricky, you were talking about the wickets that have fallen for St. Thomas's, especially the last two wickets. The two most senior batters for St. Thomas's who had been amongst the rungs, Dinet Gunawardena and Mahit Pereira, the skipper. Rather very loose strokes to get out of. 224 for the loss of 4 wickets. That has kind of derailed their acceleration. The platform was set by Sadev Soiza in the first session.
It certainly looked like as soon as St. Thomas's were looking to step up the accelerator, they have lost a wicket. That happened a couple of times. So therefore, once again, they have to start fresh and put up another partnership. But the only good thing for St. Thomas's this season is now that most of their runs have come from the middle and low order. From this position onwards, Mahit Pereira has been the chief contributor. He's been dismissed. But Caldera, Helioguda have been among the runs. Akash, Fernando to coming to Dias, and Pereira have contributed with the bat as well. So they bat deep up to around number 10. And so St. Thomas is certainly in a very good position to get a 300 plus here.
Exactly, Ricky. That's the reason why I said Thomians would be pleased with how they've performed.
I thought that Malavirachi hasn't been at his best so far today. Certainly has lost a bit of pace. I remember last year he was much quicker. But then these conditions, so hot and humid, it's not easy to keep running in. But sort of bowled both sides of the wicket. Hasn't really tested the batters. Not much in the surface. Due respect as well. Nothing much for the fast bowlers at all. It's a very good batting surface. You have to bend your back.
Thomians are going at a good steady run rate of 3.33. At one time they were close to 4. Sadev Soiza was batting in the first session.
So far these two are going at a very reasonable strike rate, 16 of 30, 13 of 17. So certainly they're doing well, but they'll be looking to get that close to 4 runs per over at the end of the day. It will put St. Thomas's in a very good position. Royal on the other hand have to keep chipping away.
90 overs to be bowled today. That ends the Malavirachi over. St. Thomas's 2-5 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Those are beautiful scenes at the Mount Lavinia, St. Thomas's College. The beautiful grounds, of course, old buildings, and a lot of greenery around, a lot of old trees. A monumental place.
That's the World War Memorial, the old and the new. Mixture of history and the present.
So the dressing rooms and the players area, they are the pavilion, the new pavilion, you might call it, or the refurbished pavilion at the big club grounds is excellent and now international standard. And I think it's probably the best now when it comes to school venues, or even better than some of what the international venues will have to offer. It's so up class. We have seen in the recent past women's cricket in Sri Lanka book the ground quite a lot. The giant scoreboard, of course, at Mount Lavinia as well. Extraordinary sight. Playing cricket there is certainly very different.
Dharmaratna bowling to Haligoda. Haligoda 680 runs this season at an average of 33, and that's a very low stroke. A full toss straight to the man, and another wicket gifted by Haligoda.
Oh, what a poor shot, full toss. Couldn't get the elevation he was looking for. Hit it straight down the throat of mid-wicket. Haligoda will be disappointed. I think he was probably trying to hit it over the fielder's head. But like you mentioned, St. Thomas's have gifted wickets after the tea break. Papare and now Haligoda, two of their senior players, after getting the starts, they have just gradually, given Royal that foot to come back into the game.
Haligoda gone for 15 of 33.
Heels crest and I made a sausages. The bite that bites back.
Rebel for love.
If you are joining on Sri Lanka's the #1 sports channel, the Papare, the Thomians have lost their three most senior batters in a very quick succession. Dinet Gunodana, Mahit Perada, the skipper, and Tisane Haligoda. This is Akash Fernando, the new man. Close to average of 20. Known for his big hitting. But also a responsible batter in certain situations. And this is one of them. Thomians 2-6 for the loss of 5 wickets in the 69th over. And these two needs to take on the responsibility. And I think at a 50-run partnership.
So the two all-rounders are the seamers, Akash Fernando and Caldera now in the centre. Good over though, successful one for Dharmaratna. 69 complete at 227 for 5.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
He's gonna pop in a grand and over. Back to the sicker than ever. Six so udin adanava. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kutumi. Pantamai.
Rebel for love.
Nathan Caldera, Thomian vice captain on 14. The new man Akash. 1 of 2 as Malaviarachi continues to bowl.
So while Akash Fernando is there, the runs will come quickly because he likes to play his shots. He's not going to hang back. But they have to be very careful here. St. Thomas is now from a very good position. They are gradually, with loose shots, letting Royal come back into the game, crawl back into the game. Haligoda and Mahit Perera are both giving their wickets away. So they have to continue this momentum now, St. Thomas's. Keep picking 3-4 runs per over. They cannot let things slip away from a good position. But credit to the Royal spinners in particular. It's a not easy task, but they hung in there. Be relieved to get off the mark. Caldera over the last year also has improved his batting so much more. Got 100 last year. But this year too has been more consistent, getting several half centuries. He's one of those players that has kept the Thomian batting together this season along with Mahit Perra down the order, and this in Ali Goda.
It's the Thomian lower middle order to the lower order that has rescued them almost every time throughout this season. And this is one sort of situation, even though they are well placed, they would ideally want a 300 plus score.
Definitely, and I think this is also a situation, especially for these two players, who will think we have never been in this situation before, because it has always been a struggle, because they have lost the openers early, they lost top order wickets early, and it has been a rebuild situation when Caldeira or Fernando comes to bat. But here the platform is set. Now all they need is now to continue with this momentum. Just do not lose any wickets, play your natural game. If the ball is there to be hit, hit it, and score at 3-4 runs per over regularly.
Akash Fernando taking his guard outside of the crease. That has been a ploy from the Thomians from the morning. Good stroke, but well fielded.
The Royal have missed a couple of catches, not easy but difficult ones, but their ground fielding has been really good today. They have stopped several boundaries earlier on in the day. They have cut off those singles, they have thrown themselves around, so they'll be happy with their performance. The ground fielding in particular certainly saved some runs.
Rightly so, Ricky. They've saved a couple of boundaries, especially in the first session of Sadev Soiza. It's a full toss, safely negotiated by Akash Fernando for a single. That ends the 70th over. St. Thomas's 229 for the loss of 5.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
This freedom takes me roads that I have never been. With one more bite of Revelo for the road.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix ka hita kassanava. Chili ta rasa en kolla kella spice up venava.
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ශිලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්.
Dharmaratna to continue. Bit of indecision between the two batters. Akash Fernando leaves it alone. We are coming to the end of day one here at the 145th, the Battle of the Blues. Another 2 long days ahead. The near packed crowd here at the Sinhalese Sports Club grounds.
Well, Pramod, I think you're enjoying the Naimir's pasta. I have been watching you for a while, the commentary box and outside the commentary box as well. Is this one of your favorites?
Yes, indeed, Ricky. A reason why I took this commentary slot as well. And certainly so. I've enjoyed it last time around as well, and this time around.
Excellent product for the big match, isn't it? Something you should have in your tents while enjoying the beverages, these Naimeris. And Certainly a hit among the young and the old. The Keels Naimiris Pasta Cup. 71 completed, 230 for 5.
Keel's Crest Naimiris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Seat Car Radials, the road is yours.
.29 overs to be bowled. These two can really put bat to ball. Interesting to see whether the Royal bowlers would let them do that. Just one close catcher, it's a wide slip. So it's a bit defensive at the moment in trying to restrict the opposition.
The intent of the Thomians will be very interesting to see. I think they're in a very formidable position. Yes, probably lost a couple of wickets than what they would have liked to. But I think they have laid that platform to really take the scoring rate a notch above what they're going at currently. If they can pace themselves at 4.5 runs per over from this point, you're looking at a good 80 to 90 runs in the next 19 overs, Haritha, which would take you past the 300 run mark. Hence I said the intent and how they would want to go about this phase of play, which will also on the other hand bring in an opportunity for the Royalists to get a couple of wickets.
Yeah, more than a few wickets. It's interesting to see whether St. Thomas's would maintain their zest to get runs. Yeah, that's on a very hot day. It's a good option.
I wonder why they keep doing this to us, Haritha. Whenever we are in commentary, they keep showing us some very yummy stuff.
That's for us to say. It's for you.
Wouldn't mind having some, to be very honest.
Anchor Newdale.
To beat the heat. It's been an energy-sapping day for the, I would say, 15 men on the ground, the 2 umpires, the 2 batsmen, and the 11 from the fielding side. Mind you, it takes a lot to play 3-day cricket in these conditions.
Just like you, Chamika Karunaratne was a former Royal captain. Missed out on that one. Way down leg side. Caldera will be annoyed with himself. There it is. Good take by Isulogi Ganage behind the stumps. Yeah, I came up with Chamika Karunaratne because his elder brother Niluka Karunaratne, Olympian, 3 times represented the country at the Olympics. He is officially announcing his retirement from the game and the launch of his foundation this evening wide. That could probably be the first wide. We'll wait and see.
Yeah. Don't understand the rationale behind Veeratunga banging that ball hard. He does seem to have set a trap. There is a fine leg and a deep square leg patrolling that region, trying to play mind games with Caldera, who is also not going to back off from a fight. I sense that he'll go for it if it's there within his slot.
I was talking about Niluka. He was a tremendous badminton player. Won the Nationals, the Triple Crown on a few occasions with his brothers. Sinead Javadhan at the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 49. A wicket each for Ramiru Pereira and Netwin Dharmaratne. So the spinners have shared the wickets that have fallen so far.
Yeah, that's been the story for Royal during the season as well. If you look at it from descending order, it's been the 3 spinners that have captured bulk of the wickets with a very minimal contribution from the fast bowlers right across the season. So that's been a sign that was worrying. 72 gone, 232 for 5 St. Thomas's.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm.
I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Kiri atara supiri rasa.
Nethwin Dharmaratha captained Royal in the second 11 annual encounter, did very well, got the better of their opponents.
Yes, he's had a mixed season, up and down. He was out from the side, played quite a few games in the second 11. Oh, that was another chance.
Well,
tough chance.
Well, if that was taken, it would have been an outstanding catch of his own bowling. But he went for it. Good on him.
An opportunity, tough one, goes down a begging. If you look at the replay, tossed up, a loose shot. He did get a hand to it, but just couldn't hold on. I think he's settling down to a good line and length. Dharmaratna, he needs to be given that confidence. He's not an orthodox off spinner. He tends to use his wrist, which can actually be difficult for a regular compared to a regular off spinner. You need to put a lot of body into that action. But
Akash Fernando still opting to go all along the ground, not aerial. This could be a interesting phase of play if St. Thomas's want to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. Like in that fashion. Run a ball will give you 6 runs and over. Risk-free cricket that would be.
Absolutely, I think that's where the Royalists should not allow the Thomians to kind of slip away with it. Like you said, 6 singles in over, 6 runs, and that can damage Royals' chances of kind of adding more pressure to the Thomians. So it's very important that you keep bowling those dot balls. 73 gone, 235 for 5 St. Thomas's.
Don't wanna miss 1 second of this pouring rain, pleasing my soul. One more bite of revel for the rain.
As the players and the umpires take a drink, Haritha, like we were saying in our previous stint, I think back when we were playing, we didn't have the luxury of the pictures being shown even in the country or across the world. It was the radio commentary that was really cherished and valued. And today, I do have the cassette records of most of the commentary sessions that took place in the time I played in. Your voice is still something that I kind of cherish, and as we'll get back to that if you want to read the scorecard.
Yes, Sena Dibulankolama was the first to be dismissed. When he was on 13, the total was 66. Then another 66-run partnership after which Sadev Soiza was dismissed for 83. It was 132 for 2. Dinit Gunawardana was third out for 50. It was 190 for 3 then. Mahit Pereira departed for 36 with the total on 200. And then last man dismissed was Tisena Haliagado for 16. Nethwin Dharmaratna, the successful bowler. Sine Jawadana has 3. Ramiro Pereira has held on to 2 catches. One of his own bowling. 15 extras so far. 73 overs completed, 235 for 5. St. Thomas is after being sent into bat. The Royal bowling. 7 bowlers so far.
think it's been a spin-dominated performance here for the Royal bowlers. Ramiro Pereira with that cotton ball getting Dinet Gunawardena, but it's Jayawardena that has really spearheaded this bowling attack for Royal. The captain putting his hands up when runs were leaking at some pace. He bought himself, put the brakes onto the scoring, and has been rewarded with 3 very crucial wickets. Detwin Dharmaratna, not the best of deliveries to be getting that wicket, but nevertheless has since then settled into a decent line and length.
It's a pleasant evening. It's warm and sunny, near cloudless skies. It was somewhat gloomy this morning when play began, and good to see that there's no interference from the weather, as it seems. One of the beautiful drone shots, one of the better cricketing facilities, in fact sporting facilities here at Maitland Place, the Sinhalese Sports Club.
I think this aerial view is fabulous and breathtaking to see the Royal Thomaian encounter being the snapshot of it from that view. Really eye-catching.
Kumar Sangakkara and Mahela Jayawardena were involved in a record test partnership here at this venue, if I'm not mistaken. That drop catch was a difficult chance, mind you. Netwin Dharmaratna, whose father Yasaswin Dharmaratna was vice captain, and his captain Anushka Polonovita, the highest partnership in the series, 200 plus. Anushka's son Anush has not made it to this team.
Quite unfortunate. I'd say we last saw him in that quarter-final encounter not too long ago, where he actually put up a man of the match performance, taking wickets plus scoring that very
3 wickets in 1 over.
Yeah, plus scoring that very important half century to see Royal through that quarter-final. But since then, things have not kind of fallen in place for him, especially in terms of getting those runs. I think that's what the Royal management, the Royal coaching setup was looking for.
Yeah, he did manage a few runs in that second 11 encounter. That's the Bandanayaka Memorial International Conference Hall. 1976 non-aligned summit was when that was in focus.
This time short, there is protection in the deep. A much better or well-directed short ball by Veeratunga on that occasion. You've got to get the batsman playing in order to bring that fielder.
Last 18 balls, no boundaries. So if you are thinking that St. Thomas's would be keen to accelerate, they'll have to wait for a while.
They got the right players, mind you. It's Fernando and Caldera, both of them that can use the long handle. We've seen Fernando's prowess, a hard hitter. These are the wickets tally for the Royal team throughout the season. Ramiro Pereira, the highest wicket taker with 47, bowling 248 overs with an excellent average, mind you, with the best of 7. Sinet Jayawardena not playing very many games, but has raced on to 19 wickets, and Yendula Bandara 13. So like I mentioned, the top 3 have been spinners, and Royal are a spin-dominant bowling attack. So 2 back-to-back bounces to end over number 74, 236 for 5 St. Thomas's.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix ka hita kasanawa chili to rasa yen kolla kella spice up venawa
හඳුන්වදින අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ශීලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
Heels crest nai mere sausage. The bite that bites back.
See that cricketing centre? See the grounds next to SSC, the DSN Naga grounds, the NCC grounds. Not too far away, the Torrington grounds, next to the Independence Square. There's the Sports Ministry ground.
And not to forget the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds.
And what is not available now, the municipality grounds, the former Nomads grounds. Just see, this is the cricketing centre of the city, you would say.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Fabulous pictures, mind you.
When you get to the Mercantile Cricket Association ground, superb drone shot, great camera work, well fielded too. It's great stuff. Obina Madpola.
I think the approach is very clear. Singles has been the name of the day, name of the game for these two batsmen. But I'm sure at some point, I'm not exactly sure when, but at some point they will start looking to play those big shots, get the boundaries. Like you mentioned, we saw a stat over the last 18 to 20 balls, not been a single boundary that has been scored. The bowling too has been a bit tight, Haritha.
There's long on the boundary, mid-wicket 5 meters inside, the deep backward square leg 10 meters inside the boundary. They still can't get a single. There's no deep field other than deep cover on the offside. Mid-off, inside the 30-yard circle, standing wide. Dharmaratne maintaining a good line and length. This is a mind game, Harun.
I agree, Haritha. I think he has found his rhythm. He's got into his groove. After that wicket, he seems to have settled down. The nerves would have definitely settled down. And he's bowling to his field. That's the positive that I see of Dharmaratne.
They need to do that. If they just let St. Thomas's accumulate the runs quite easily, it's going to have a rather negative aspect. 75 overs completed. St. Thomas's put into bat 236 to 5 in their first innings.
සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා භාණ්ඩවල මිල අඩු කළා. සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයම 23900යි. ක්‍රිකට් බෑගයක් නොමිලේ. The Transport බොරැල්ල.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
Z. Quick KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
Prima Kothumi guess and win. It's the competition win hot and spicy gifts. Prima Kothumi enabling you to be involved. Oh, that's a short and wide outside off stump. Good bit of fielding. They'll have to hurry. Get back quickly for a couple. Nathan Caldera.
With two right-handers in Haritha, my expectation would be, if I was the captain, I would bring in Yenula Bandara. I think he's been under-bowled in this Pluric inning. You've seen a bit of Yenula in that game against St. Peters, and we know what his capacity and capability is. And considering that you have two right-hand batsmen and the pressure being built from Nethwin on the other end, it would be really good to have him bowl from the tennis court end.
Oh, well played.
Beautiful.
Off the front foot, over pitched. Thank you very much. Go fetch it, 4.
Like I said, it's bread and butter stuff for Caldera. That was pitched up. He got his foot across to the pitch of the delivery. Look at that side on replay. Beautifully piercing that gap between cover and shot extra for 4. Lovely shot.
This is the best effort by the Thomian vice captain in the big match encounters. He's developed as a batter a lot.
Very elegant as well, dropping that back foot, the knee onto the ground. Something that we've seen the legend Kumar Sangakkara portray many a time. And this
That's
is
very
excellent.
sensible. Very sensible. Ramiro Pereira didn't pick it up cleanly, but the run was won.
Excellent batsmanship by these two batsmen. Caldera is brimming in confidence. He's matured as the innings has progressed. Not doing anything too silly, waiting for the bowler to make the mistake and capitalizing on it when needed.
You need to be at the big club grounds on Tuesday and Wednesday, Arun. There's an invitation triangular T20 tournament being played over the 2 days at St. Thomas's College grounds in Mount Lavinia, celebrating 100 years of the big club grounds, as they call it, the main ground at St. Thomas's College, and also the new dressing room complex that would be opened, the state-of-the-art stuff. I think Director of Sports Dinesh Kumarasinghe is also the head coach of the first round cricket team. He'll be keen for all spectators to come and have a look at those facilities for a schoolboy team.
Wishing the Thomian fraternity all the best, the cricketing fraternity. A lot of rich history and heritage in that particular grounds. Many a Thomian from yesteryear that have donned the blue would have spent countless hours training, matches, and so many memories.
Yeah, the senior athletic meet will also be held on the 15th. I'm sure Tisen Haliagoda and Mahit Pereira will be very much part of it. Off the back foot, found the gap. Square on the offside, he's racing to the boundary. It'll be 4 more.
So runs coming quick and dry here for the Thomians now. 76 gone, 248 for 5 as we see the replay, side on replay. Beautifully placed. And on this outfield, that just sped away for 4. Excellent shot.
As Dinura Senaratne could not reach the ball, there was no question of cutting that off. Brilliant stuff. 76 completed, 248 for 5. St. Thomas is sent into bat.
Heels Crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
The pledge, almost 300,000 rupees. It will be doubled by the match sponsor, Dialog Asiata PLC, and deserving school or schools will benefit. At the awards presentation, we'll find the final exact amount. Yeah, the urgency has come now. Over the last 18 balls, there's been 2 boundaries, and see, the number of dot balls are decreasing. That's the idea.
Yeah, I think the intent is very clear. Just 13 overs after this, provided to pay for time, and this time excellently fielded at cover point. That's Yenula Bandara. If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Yeah, it's him.
It is Yenula Bandara.
The ball travelled to his strong side, but you still got to field it. That's a lot of commitment. Great stuff.
You really can see the wicket has slowed down to a large extent. The batsman has ample time to rock back on his back foot.
When
you
consider that St. Thomas's bowling lineup is comprised of 4 medium pacers.
But having said that, Haritha, you bowl in the right areas. You know, with this Duke's ball, you never know what can happen. You just need the ball to move an inch or two for it to, you know, make it talk. Better come back by Dharmaratna. 77 gone. 250 for 5 St. Thomas's.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm.
I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
5 account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
St. Thomas's 250 for 5, and finally we see a dual spin attack from both ends. The two off spinners bowling in tandem. Sineth, the pick of the bowlers so far, 20 overs, 49 for 3. Welcome, Shashrika.
Yeah, slowly but surely the Thomians are looking to attack a bit. The funniest thing that I saw throughout the day was the fact that, during the toughest session of the day, they went at 4 runs per over. But the easiest session that they had to bat, they went at 2.5 runs per over. So that's probably where they lost the plot as far as I see it. And
you're spot on. I felt that post-lunch session is where they kind of lost the plot. They could have dominated the play. And they gave a chance for the Royalists to regroup and come back. And at the moment, both sides will be happy with what they've done on day one.
Yeah, the Thomians, they really need to look to enforce the result here, Feroz. At the end of the day, they are the ones who are chasing the 8 balls. So being negative is not the way to go as far as I see it. But I'm sure they have their own plans. Hopefully, from now onwards, 13 overs to go for the rest of the day. If they can get at least 60-70 runs from here, that will be a very commendable score.
Well, 300 is the bare minimum. You've got a well spread out field along on a deep mid wicket, and continues to toss it up. Batsman, well, this is a situation where you have to also look at playing with soft hands and taking the quick single, get the batsman, the non-striker across, rotate the single. Ideal time to bat. Well spread field and easy to pick the singles and consolidate your position.
Feroz, you could ask anyone to have soft hands, not Akash Fernand. He's a genuine strike off the ball, and I'm surprised he's held back so far.
Well, he's faced 27 deliveries for his 9 runs, going at 33 runs, 33 strike rate. Not what he was sent for. So far, the run rate has been on the lower side of 3.2% or 3.2 runs per over. But you slowly and surely see some spin, but spin on a slow side. End of 78 overs, 255.
Keel's Crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours. Gold Hair and Body Wash Shaker.
So double bowling change with Ramiru being brought into the attack. This can go either way. The leg spinner being brought into the attack. The batsman looking to attack. You may find the right-handed batsman top edging while looking to heave. But generally, if he loses the control, run making could become easy as well.
Akash Fernando generally is very strong down the wicket. So might go for that option. His strength is straight right over the bowler's head. You see the mid-off and mid-on fieldsman As I just speak, the mid-off fieldsman is pushed relatively back, around 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
Again, drives. I think he's losing the plot. Akash Fernando has to just time the ball. He's trying to hit a little too hard, and he's hitting it straight to the fielder. The Royalists having just a solitary slip fielder that was well bowled. So 3-dot deliveries. The Thomians need to consolidate. They are on top, 250 for 5. But the run making has been on the slower side. Well, there is turn, but turn on the slower side.
Yeah, I mean, if you're bound to see any sort of spin on a day one pitch at SSC would be of a risk spinner generally, Feroz. I mean, even though we've not seen much, there is some turn. It's quite slow, as you mentioned.
Well, I expect this wicket to take some turn on day 3. And it'll be interesting to see how the first innings pans out. Because batting second, chasing a target on day 3 will not be easy task. So the captain and vice captain will bowl in tandem. The last session in play. Just a single in that particular over. I'm sorry, it was a maiden. So 79 overs bowled, 251 for 5. Caldera on 28, Fernando 10. What will be your message if you were either the captain or out there in the middle, Shash?
Look, I would have honestly been much more attacking from the outset. Just after lunch, when St. Thomas's were 100 for 1, I'd say, they had to force the issue. They had the Royalists against the ball, literally. But I never saw that from the Thomian outfit, and hence why right now the score is 250. We all know post-lunch is probably the best time to bat, and being 100 for the loss of 1 wicket meant that you're right on top. You were in control as a team. So it's how they, you know.
Absolutely, and I think being aggressive doesn't mean that you look only for boundaries or the big hits. The aggressiveness gets translated to the way you approach. Even the forward defense can be an aggressive shot. It's the attitude, the way you take your singles, the way you are aggressive in your running. It's a mix of all.
Caldera moves on to 29. Slowly but surely, you know, getting to that elusive 300 figure, the Thomian camp. But I'm not so sure how happy they would be at the end of the day from where they were. If you remember, Feroz, if you look at the previous encounters of this great event, if you look at 2005 and 7, when we were a part of it, you remember guys like Ashan Piris and Mazair. As we just speak, there we go, Akash Fernando. Straight over the deep mid-wicket fielder's head. That's the potential he has. That's a massive 6 there by Akash.
Wonderful shot. The first 6 of the day. Picked the length early. Used his power. Uses a lot of bottom hand in his shots. And just placed it over deep mid-wicket. I think the previous delivery, there was a message sent across. Nathan looked at the substitutes hovering around the boundary. Got the message, and that was powerfully hit. The batsman knew the moment it hit. Will he follow it up? This time smart cricket, a quick single. Well run. That's aggressiveness. Even the running between. You play to the midfielder, mid-off fielder, and you run across.
That's the exact intent that they should have shown from the outset after lunch. However, it's not too late. Akash Fernando, a very powerful hitter. If he can capitalize for the next 10 overs, I'm pretty sure by the close of the day, Thomians will be around 320 at least.
This is an expensive over. A thickish outside edge. That's a boundary. So 11 runs off this over. I think this is where I feel the off spin of Nethwin Dharmaratna. He bowls it on a slower and the batsman needs to create the space and have to go at the bowler. He doesn't bowl it with much pace. He lets it. He has a nice loop, and I thought the 5 overs he bowled was quite effective.
Very true, Feroz. But may I ask you, honestly, I've not seen the left-arm spinner bowl much at all.
Well, I'm surprised too. And the very little that we saw, another quick single, again, well run. Yes, coming back to that, I thought the left-arm spinner bowled well. He bowled quite a few overs against the left-hander, bowled at a passage of play where Thomians were dominating. And he had a nice zip off the wicket as well. I'm very surprised that they have underutilized the left-arm spin of Yenula Bandara and also, to an extent, Netwin.
Nathan Caldera.
So the new ball can be taken, 80 overs completed. But given the state of play, I highly doubt Royal will opt for the new ball. They will continue with the softer ball, and the leg spinner will continue from the far end. Caldera has moved along nicely. He's on 34. Fernando, the danger man, is on 17. And Ramiru will continue to bowl from the far end. Slight adjustment to the field. The long off being brought into mid-off. Tosses it up again. Nicely driven. A quick run. A loud appeal. A direct hit from long off. But the batsman well in. Now you see the aggressiveness get translated into the running between as well. 5 overs back. They were not looking for any of those. Happy to play the forward defense.
Batsman safely
well
in. Yeah, safely in there. No harm there. I'm pretty sure Fernando, he'll look for the aggressive options. I'm pretty sure the message also might have been passed on to him. Look for the big shots if possible. With 10 overs to go, they might look to declare overnight, and to do so, score around 310, 320 will be imperative.
Will Ramilu slip in the googly? We'll have to wait and see. That the last delivery took the outside part of the inside part of the edge. This time tossed outside off stump, driven, not fielded cleanly. This partnership has moved to 40 runs. There we go. Tossed up. Akash equal to it. Plays powerfully along the ground. That's another big hit. Couple of bouncers. Pick the spot. I think these two are picking the right deliveries. They are not being brash. They're picking the right deliveries. And run making has suddenly become very easy.
Nathan Caldera, who's very able with the bat. He's been very cautious right throughout the inning. And now he's looking to expand his array of strokes. And a clear message out to the Thomian camp. From the Thomian camp rather to these batters, let's get a move on. Let's try to maximize for the next 10 overs and see where we are.
Oh, there we go. Thickish outside edge. Will run away for the boundary. The second boundary in the over. So the last 2 overs have produced 20 runs, and the Thomians are starting to move along nicely. The runs have suddenly start trickling. 274 for 5, 81 overs completed.
spelled Z?
ZZ. VKYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.
So 81 overs gone and 9 overs remaining today. 274 for 5 in the last couple of overs. St. Thomas's have looked to take the initiative, look to up their run scoring. Caldera has moved to 43. Fernando is on 18. It's a 3.38 runs per over. Since the tea break at one stage, they were going very slow, especially after that lunch break as well, between lunch and tea. But the Thomians know now with 9 overs remaining, I think Tanushka, they'll have probably some sort of a target in mind, and they want to get there at the end of the day's play. Nothing to lose from here onwards, all to gain.
Exactly, Ricky. Like you mentioned, the last few overs, the Thomians definitely looking to make a move. You can see it with the quick singles and the boundaries which have come in the last few overs. Also a bowling change by the Royalists. Lavinia back into the attack. Now it looks more like a T20 match, Ricky.
Yes, certainly, because Akash Fernando is very powerful. He can hit the long ball as well. And Caldera, he's grown in confidence. He's a confidence player, and once he settled in, you could see he has a lot more shots on offer than his natural game, and these two have contributed a lot towards the batting in the season as well. You know, and today was a different ball game for them, because generally when they come into bat, St. Thomas's had lost 4 or 5 quick wickets and they had to rebuild. But today the platform was set, and now they could just open their shoulders.
Exactly, the perfect setting for the Thomians. Once again, a quick single, easy single. Like you mentioned, Ricky, the Thomians, the top order has not performed at all throughout the season for the Thomians. It has always been the middle order and the lower middle order which have got the runs for the Thomians. So this is a perfect setting for them. I think if they can get close to 350 by the end of the day, I think the Thomians would be in a really good position.
Yes, most certainly. And the running between the wickets have been really good by the Thomians today. Right throughout, they have looked for the singles, looked to hit the gaps and run hard. Another short one, and that's pulled powerfully. Struck into the gap. A good effort, but just not enough. That went like a rocket to the boundary. 4 more runs to Fernando. 280 now the score.
Nicely placed in the gap between the deep mid wicket and deep square leg fielder. Runs away to the boundary. Akash is no mark with the bat, and also I think the Thomians bat up until number 10, Ricky.
Yes,
so
a long batting lineup.
Yes, they have got a lot of batting to come as well. But these two taking the chances, getting the runs for the Thomians.
That's been a good surface as well, no doubt about it. There's not been much help for the bowlers. 54-run partnership from just 79 balls between the two all-rounders. There you go, that's huge indeed. It's out of here, it's into the stands at the SSC. Bring that, says Akash Fernando. He's on a canter now, he's moved to 29. 4 and a 6 in consecutive deliveries.
Super shot there from Akash Fernando. Plan backfiring on the Royalists. I think Akash knows that he's going to bowl on his leg. He's ready for the short ball, and he doesn't care if the fielders are all on the boundary. He can clear the boundary. He's able to do that, as he showed last delivery.
He's bowled him, but that's an excellent comeback. Credit to the bowler Malaviarachi. He's bowled the length and he's bowled the slow delivery. Fernando had played too early, right between bat and pad. He deserved that wicket. He's running hard all day. He's tried hard, and check in for a no ball, isn't it? It's gone back to the third umpire.
Quite close, Ricky. And I think he landed just behind the crease there.
Umpire Hemanta Boteju is the TV umpire. So he'll give that as out. Akash Fernando has to depart. But I don't mind because he was looking to play. He was looking to score runs. 29 of 41. He's done his job. When you look at the situation of the game and coming towards the end of the day, he certainly played well. But outfoxed by Malavia Rachi. 286 for 6 St. Thomas's.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm.
I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Kavindu Dias comes in for the Thomians. He's also no mug with the bat. Has performed quite well during the season. Next delivery, soft dismissal, tossed up and played straight to the extra cover fielder, Ricky.
The two set batters have gone in consecutive deliveries. Caldera a bit loose. Another soft dismissal, as you said, played too easy. It was loaded up there by Ramiro Pereira. Looking to hit over extra cover, but straight to Bulan. Simple catch. This is certainly a setback because the two batters were going really well, Fernando and Caldera. Now both have to depart after a half-century partnership. He's gone for 44, 286 for 7.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm.
I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
So there you go, 2-2 for Royal. Diago is the new player in the centre. He's another good young all-rounder. Certainly can bat, bowls a bit of off-spinners as well. He's coming in number 9. Has scored some runs in the last couple of games he has played. Barry and Diago. I've been impressed by the ground fielding of Royal today. Yes, there were a couple of catchers, maybe could have gone either way, but the ground fielding has been very good. They have certainly saved a lot of runs.
Big appeal there. No
Bat
way.
hitting the ground, that was the sound the wicketkeeper heard. Beautiful pictures of the big club grounds. There you go, high score of 33. Has been in and out of the first 11 side, but cementing his place.
As always, Ricky, one wicket brings another one. So these two batsmen will have to get set once again. It will take time. The Royalists have done quite well. That's the end of the 83rd over. St. Thomas's 286 for 7.
Spicy fun vibe look at karanga beat take a remake karanga tavinna hada bawala yana give me a fashion karanga fun turanga kottumi kikki kolena creama kottumi fun tamai.
Love never felt this good until right now with you, with one more bite of Revelo for love.
7 overs left in today's play. Like you mentioned, I think those were 2 timely wickets for Royal, Danushka, because if Fernando and Caldera were there, there would have been a lot more runs scored. And St. Thomas's would have been looking to get as maximum as possible. Coming to Dias, high score of 50. Scored that half century versus Anand. Coming in at number 8, he's done a decent job, 219 runs. Certainly can bat, but he's mainly there for his bowling.
Sinet Jayawardena brought back into the attack. So spin from both ends, and definitely a setback for the Thomians. They were going quite well. I believe they would be looking to put the Royalists for a couple of overs at least, Ricky.
So I think that was the plan when Fernando and Caldera were batting, definitely. Probably try to see if they can put in Royal in for a couple of overs, probably get to 300 and declare. But now with those 2 wickets falling closely, certainly they'll probably be rethinking now what they should do, unless of course these 2 get those runs quickly as possible. But it has been a very interesting day, no doubt about it. Runs have been scored, wickets have been taken. Couple of half centuries.
It's the Thomians dominating the first 2 sessions, but the Royalists coming back well. But winning the toss, I think the Thomians have done quite well. But I believe they could have been in a much better position.
It's probably another 25-30 runs ahead at least, Danushka. Though they did well in that second session, I thought they were touched probably too slow. They didn't lose too many wickets, but the runs too dried up a bit comparatively to the first session, where they were 90 odd in 26 overs. So they lost a bit of a momentum, but Royal, they hung in there. Sinet Jayawardena has led the way.
Sinet Jayawardena 3 for 65. Keeping it tight and getting the wickets as well. It's done quite well for the Royalists. Sri Lanka under-19 captain bowled quite well during the under-19 World Cup as well. Again, I think the Thomians' approach has changed again. That aggressiveness cannot be seen, so I think they're playing till end of day today.
It's a difficult task, certainly, for the new batter coming in. Not easy to straight away get on with the game, as Dias and Dialog is finding out. 84 completed, 288 for 7.
Great Delon Pierce here with me today. How does it feel to be back on the ground that you once played at?
Yes, it's definitely a big privilege for us. Being schoolboys, we used to play here, and now as old boys, we are contributing, being in the joint committee.
Watching the young cricketers that are playing today, how does it feel to watch them, and do you think that they're doing well?
Yes, definitely. Like, it's a legacy. It's being carried out for 145 years. So we also have been part of it, and to see the youngsters doing well, we feel proud about ourselves as well. We have molded the younger generation to go forward.
And as a past pupil yourself, what one word of advice could you give to the boys today?
I would say to the boys, go out there, fight hard, and do what you can best. And it's at the end of the day, it's a friendly rivalry we have between the colleges. So enjoy the maximum out of the 3 days.
Thank you so much, Dylan. Have a great day.
So there you go, a boundary as we speak. That was Jordan down on the boundary with former Thomian captain Delon Pierce, and having a chat about today's proceedings. Good to see the past captains, past players here involved with the game as well in the organising committee, and that was a good boundary. Taking on the mid-on fielder, not afraid to take the aerial route. Good shot by Dialog.
used his feet very well. Took it on the full toss and hit it over the mid-on fielder. The Royalists put the mid-on fielder right back to the boundary again. Dialog using his feet, Ricky, so he's looks quite a busy player.
Is he out? Straight down the throat. Is it? Did he catch it cleanly? What is? It's probably inside it as well. But Dialog has to depart. He's walking off the field. Another wicket to Papare. Sinet Jayawardena, the skipper, the catcher. The Thomians certainly had a plan. They were looking to get 300, I feel, Danushka, and then go for a declaration. That's why we have seen Akash Fernando, Nathan Caldera, and now Dialog going for the runs. Intention was clear. He was looking to clear that mid-off fielder. Just could not get under it. 292 fight.
He's been a poppin' around the number. That wicket is sicker than ever. Sixer udin ada never. Hot and spicy cup is cinema. Prima kutumi fantamai.
So Pereira too, he's got those 20s and 30s, the important runs. If you remember right, last day in the 50 over game, he batted for a long time. Big moment, playing his first big match. So Ramiro Pereira, the leading wicket taker for Royal this season, now has gone over 50 wickets with his 3 for 85 completed, 293 fight.
Gold Wild. Unleash the wild in you.
සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා භාණ්ඩවල මිල අඩු කළා. සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයම 23900යි. ක්‍රිකට් බෑගයක් නොමිලේ. The Transport බොරැල්ල.
Gold hair and body wash එක.
So the captain and the vice captain have taken 3 wickets apiece. Well, the SSC is rocking at the moment. It's the music all over. The bands are playing. It's a really loud and noisy. All the tents are full. It's going to be even bigger and better tomorrow, day 2.
Quite a good crowd in for the first day, Ricky. Normally Thursday crowd would be quite less, but this year it has been quite good, so we can expect much more on Friday and Saturday as Sinet Jayawardena continues, and those who cannot make it, you can watch it live on the Papare TV on channel 126.
So Ashane Pereira, just 8 games, highest score of 26. There he goes for that big one, gets an outside edge. He's gone as well. Once again looking to step up the accelerator. And Sinet Jayawardena in the meantime picks up another wicket. He's picked up his 4th. As Pereira departs for 1. St. Thomas has 293 for 9.
chili chili rasa tomato mix එක හිත කස්සනවා chilliට රසයෙන් කොල්ල කෙල්ල ටික spice up වෙනවා
හඳුන්වා දෙන අලුත්ම මාකි සේවරි රසය ශිලීටෝ බිස්කට්ස්
රුපියල් 25000කට සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයක් The Chance Sports බුරැල්ල.
The new batsman in Abhijit Parnavidana. Ricky, you think the Thomians should have declared?
Definitely. I think they had a plan. They were going for runs. They were throwing their bats around. And from now onwards, the Parnavidana at number 11, you are not going to expect him to throw his bat around. So there is nothing much they are going to get unless the dash from the other end can do some damage. So I thought probably, they could have declared and given it his highest score. As you see, 4 not out. Runs, just 5 runs in the season. So you're not going to get anything from young Parnavidana. And he will have a lot of bowling to do when he comes out later. 86 completed, 293 for 9.
සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා භාණ්ඩවල මිල අඩු කළා. සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයම 23900යි. ක්‍රිකට් බෑගයක් නොමිලේ. The Chance Sport බොරැල්ල.
නිකම් බොරුවට රිස්ක් එකක් ගන්නේ ඇයි? NDB නියොස් තියෙද්දි රිස්ක් එකක් නැතුව කික් එකේ ෆන් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆර්ස් කරන්න වගේම චිල් එකේ බිල්ස් පේ කරන්න.
$293 for 9. 86 overs gone. Just 4 more overs to complete the allotted 90 overs for the day. A better performance in this third session by the Royal bowlers, especially the spinners. The spin trio has done the trick, to say the least. Pereira has captured 3. His captain Jayawardene with 4 for. Nevertheless, quite surprising to see the Thomians still batting on with 9 down. What do you think, Malinder?
I think it's to blame themselves. Having a great start from the openers, they should have capitalized, and in my opinion, by this time, the rate they were going, they should have scored over 350, 375 plus. If that was the case, they could have given Rawlings to bat a couple of overs and try to put some pressure on while they're having some heavy legs.
Absolutely. I don't think the Thomians are too happy with their performance, considering the platform they had set. They were 230 for 2 at one point, so for 4 at one point, and they really had that foundation laid to get to a score of 320, 325 at the end of day's play. But nevertheless, kudos to the Royal bowlers. I think there's a chance for a run out. Very rightfully sent back by Paliyavadana. But all in all, I think, looking at the fast bowlers, I think they had a horrible day, to say the least. If you were to put it in one word, I don't think they bowl consistently well in the right lines and lengths. Senaratna bowled well in patches, so did Veeratunga, but Malavihara Chiluk are absolutely out of sorts. But kudos to the spin trio of the Royal bowling unit as we see the end of over number 87, 294 for 9 St. Thomas's.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm.
I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
රුපියල් 25000කට සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයක් The Chance Sports බුරැල්ල.
We've witnessed an enthralling days of cricket. 87 overs been bowled. I think with the completion of this over, even if the Thomians get all out, Malinda, the 2 over change would result in the day's play coming to a close. So, in your point of view, how do you think the Royal batsmen should approach this? They should go about their business when they come back tomorrow morning.
In my opinion, they should bat long, and as you can see, there's not much happening in the wicket, and capitalizing that, I think if you're a batter, you have to prepare to bat long, and that would give a great start to Royal. And to check, you know, if the going get well, then they can accelerate the runs. That's a good run.
Cheeky looking stroke by Dias. A lap shot as they call it. Comfortably getting 2 runs. I wonder whether the Thomians are eyeing that 300 run mark to put that psychological aspect into the Royal camp.
That was one of the T20 shot.
Looking at the third session, you would say it's tilted slightly in the favor of the Royalists. Getting the wickets, I think that's helped them to peg the scoring rate down, put the pressure, and really prevent the Thomians of getting to that score that you mentioned, 340, 350.
Correct. I think you clearly said that, putting Thomians under pressure, something that I didn't see from the start. And when your skipper decided to bowl first, I don't think the fast bowlers did enough job to complement that decision.
Absolutely, and even looking at the records of the season, it's the 3 spinners that have shared the wickets. Ramiru being the highest wicket taker. It was quite surprising to see the skipper winning the toss and putting them in. You would have ideally liked to bowl last on a track like this with the 3 spinners on song, and you have the variety. You have the leg spinner left arm and the right arm off spin, Dharmarat, the 2 who is more than handy with the ball. Nevertheless, I think they've done a decent job to get to where they are, Royal, considering that they had a lot of runs being leaked at the start. Jayawardene played a pivotal role to come and put the breaks, got the crucial breakthroughs, and post-lunch, the wickets at regular intervals is what really pegged the scoring for the Thomians. It's 88 gone, 297 for 9 St. Thomas's.
Seat Car Radials. The road is yours.
Chili chili rasa tomato mix ka hita kasanawa chili to rasa yen kollo kello spice of venawa
Habun madina alup maki savory rasa chili to biscuits.
I don't think Thomians has taken the opportunities well today. They were well in control from the start, but probably two moves to go for the day. They could have been in a much better position. They could have much better positions.
Absolutely, Malinda. I think it's a wicket, and this time he hoiks it. There is a fielder and comfortably pouched. St. Thomas is all out for 297. And that's the end of the day's play. As I mentioned, for the changeover, there would be 2 overs that would be deducted, which would take the total over tally to 90. As we see the replay, using the long handle, Dias trying to clear that deep mid-wicket fielder, but failing to do so. Comfortably taken by Yasindu Dissanayake. I think a very, very decent effort by the Royalists after having a pretty ordinary, I would say, couple of sessions. The first 2 sessions, pretty ordinary. They really, the spinners came into play. We saw the ball taking turn, slow turn, but nevertheless creating those opportunities. And to prevent the Thomians of going past 300, it's a decent job, to say the least, Malinda.
Absolutely, and I think Royalists should be proud of themselves and taken this momentum for tomorrow. And rest those heavy legs tonight and drink a lot of fluids and be ready for tomorrow. Absolutely,
The electrolytes, the fluids, the ice baths, all of that will come into the equation in terms of recovery and rejuvenating themselves as they will make their way tomorrow. The batsmen, because I easily see in these conditions, they usually say the best day for batting at SSC is the second day. And looking at the outfield, the conditions that's on offer, 120 runs a session is a given if you really go about it. And if they can put their heads down, they can really make a match out of it, which is what we want to see, Malinda, as spectators.
Correct. I'm sure in that huddle, captain probably saying to the boys, yes, we didn't start the way we wanted, but however, end of the day, we're on top. So I hope they will take that momentum forward for tomorrow and give Royalist batters a good start.
You can see that scorecard, a lot of double-digit scores, which gives you the indication that they have come in, settled themselves, but thrown their wickets away. That's been the concern for the Thormians. And this first day's play of the 145th Battle of the Blues. It's been an enthralling days of cricket. The crowds have been fantastic. The grounds with a lot of colour, a lot of noise, a lot of music, as we always expect at the Battle of the Blues. You look at this session, Royal have completely dominated it, taking 8 wickets, which is a remarkable feat. 124 runs conceded, with the Thormians looking to get those runs quick and dry, and at a very decent over rate to be bowling 33 overs in this session. So all in all, good session that has tilted in the favour of Royal. A day you would call 50-50 for both schools?
I would give 7. Yeah, if you take the 3. If you take the 3 sessions today, I think out of 3, St. Thomas's were dominating the first 2 sessions, and the last one, it's definitely the Royalist session. So it's going to be a tough day tomorrow, given the fact that the weather is going to be too hot for the players as well, and all those heavy legs from Royalists as well. As I said, they need to rest well, prepare themselves physically and mentally, then come tomorrow with a fresh pair of legs and try to do their best.
This is the scorecard. Like I mentioned, so many starts, but none converted into a big one. Soisa leading the pack with a wonderful effort, scoring those 83 runs. He was flamboyant, very positive, and was not afraid to play strokes. They were ably supported by Gunwardana, who got to his 50 and perished. And then we saw contributions from the skipper Mahit Pereira with 36. Ahlegoda did look positive, but then again a soft dismissal with 16. 29 for Akash Fernando, and Caldera also putting a valiant attempt to take the total to a respectable position, or to take the Thormians to a respectable position, with contributing 44 runs.
Even though the play has closed, but the crowd doesn't look like they're going to stop any soon, to be honest.
Absolutely. As we look at the bowling scorecard, it's been a spin-dominant performance for the Royalists. Ramiro Pereira and Jawardana capturing 8 wickets between them, so that's 4 wickets apiece. Dharmaratna with 1 solitary wicket, and Malaviyarachi getting the rest, but it was a dominant performance by the Royal captain and vice-captain, who applied the pressure, especially post-lunch, that brought about the wickets in regular intervals.
They were 4 down for 200, and from there onwards down the hill, which was great effort by Royal spinners.
So if you look at the highlights of this session, started off well, St. Thomas's. They were getting those runs quite fast. This was Gunawardana getting to his half century. He's first at Royal Thormian, a happy chap, but didn't last too long afterwards. He gifted his wicket. This is what we see, the caught and bowled right next in the next over. Then we saw Pereira coming and playing quite a few fabulous strokes. This was totally not on the cards, a very poor shot. Another loose shot, a wicket thrown away. Then we had Caldera come in. He too was watchful at the start. Ahlegoda and Caldera putting up that partnership. So there were quite a few double-digit partnerships in this Thormian innings. But this was another soft dismissal, a full toss straight to Ramiro Pereira. Caldera went about his business. It was one of the best shots that we've seen for the day. Supported by his fast bowling mate Akash Fernando, who is known to use the long handle. This was one of them. The first 6 of the match. He did hit another. That was Nathan who actually took the long handle to Ramiro. This was the point where I think they wanted to take the game to Royal. This was back-to-back boundaries of 4 and a 6, one right to the stand, and the next ball he was completely bowled. Probably the only good ball that Malawi Archie bowled in this game, and immediately from the next over it was Caldera that gave a dolly of a catch. Then Diego 2 perished, and on the other side we saw Jawardena getting the wicket of Ashane Pereira, and Dias the final wicket to fall for St. Thomas's, caught in the deep by Yasinda Disanayaka. 297 all out St. Thomas's. Not the score that they would have been looking for considering the start they had. Like Malinda said, 200 for 4 at one stage. Nevertheless, I say a 50-50 performance. That's what you see on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The pledge nearing 400,000 rupees is something that is done, a great initiative done in collaboration with Dialog and the Royal Thomian Match Organising Committee. And this is how much we've raised so far as part of the pledge. And this is how the sessions have fared, Malinda, I think?
Yes, and we were discussing on the sessions who has won. And of course, the first 2 sessions was down to St. Thomas's. As you have seen the highlights, they clearly had intention of going after Royal's bowlers, but they couldn't execute it really well. There was some loose shots and putting themselves under pressure unnecessarily. But it's going to be quite a day tomorrow, looking at the sessions how it's been played today. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see some challenging environment tomorrow.
Yes. So it's slightly tilted in the favour of St. Thomas's, 2/3 towards Thomians, 1/3 for the Royalists, taking the 3 sessions. We will go to the studio with Damit to join Damit for the post-day talk show. Thank you.
Thank you, Harun. Yes, the first day's play of this 145th Battle of the Blues has ended. St. Thomas's College, having been asked to bat first, posted 297 runs. And the first 2 sessions belong to St. Thomas's. The last session belonged to Royal College. I have Feroz Ahmed from Royal Vice Captain with me. Feroz, sum up the first day's play. How do you see this game going?
I think both schools will be happy with how the day has panned out. Royal will be slightly disappointed on how the first session went about. I think the bowling was ill-disciplined, they were all over, and the Thomians capitalized. But I felt the Royalists regrouped in the second session. Third session too, they chipped on with the wickets, and they never allowed St. Thomas to kind of push the gas and score at a faster rate. And that enabled them to have a sort of a middling score. It's still a good score. It all depends on how Royal backed the first innings. And if Royal can match the St. Thomas's score, I feel the game would go towards a draw. But if by tea Royal are in a position to accelerate, then they will have the advantage. But for now, it's delicately poised. I would not say evenly poised, because the whole outcome would depend on how Royal backed in the first innings. But for the time being, I'm sure both teams will be happy with the day's play.
Yeah, it's quite a unique word you use, delicately poised, because of some good knocks by especially the Thomian top order. Sadev Soisa, Feroz, I thought as a fresher playing his first big match, gave a good start to the Thomians, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think it's not easy opening the Royal Thomian on day one, especially at SSC. We haven't seen that many big scores by openers. The last knock that I remember was Opatha's 100. That was one of a kind. But this particular innings, he played patiently, but he waited for the loose deliveries, which he got quite a lot of deliveries, especially the first day one. And he capitalized. Unfortunately, there was a passage of play where both batsmen went into a shell, and I felt that period is where he was kind of frustrated, and in the end he tried to play a big shot, got the inside part of the bat and was well held. But other than that, it was a flawless innings. There were a couple of chances which Royal could have capitalized on, but nevertheless he gave the start that the Thormians wanted. But overall, I felt with the start that they got, at one point they were 160 for 2. They could have pressed on the gas, they could have been a lot more adventurous, and they could have ended the day with 340 or maybe even 350, because that would have been advantage St. Thomas's.
Do you reckon Sadil Soisa taking on the likes of Ramiru Pereira kind of put the plans of Royals?
Well, it did to an extent, but I felt the fast bowlers, apart from Sena Ratna, the other two were quite disappointing. Especially much was expected from Alavearachi, and I don't think he had control. And with that, the onus was on the spinners. Ramiru had a very poor start. The first over, he didn't have any control, and that kind of impacted him in his sort of mental space. His confidence was lost. Sineth bowled well. He brought himself on, bowled along a spell, and with that sort of period of play, with one fast bowler bowling from the commentator's end and Sineth continuing from the far end, I thought that was the passage of play where they brought in some control. The spinners, apart from Sineth, I thought Nethwin and maybe even Yenula Bandara, although they bowled 4 to 5 overs, there were signs that they could come in handy, especially in the second innings.
Do you think the pitch will ease on to the batters later on as day 2 and day 3 comes?
But it already looks very dry and slow. You saw some of the batsmen, Mahit and the rest, were comfortable playing off the back foot. There were occasional deliveries that had that bounce, but it was mainly imparted by Sineth, who used his height as well. I don't think this wicket would improve. This would slow down, and run making is already easy. If you look at the batting lineup, the top 7, all 7 have got into double figures. I'm sure the rest of the batting lineup would have also got into double figures, but they were trying to push. There we see how the wickets, again, the bounce, it was a straighter delivery. The next one was the batsman playing for the spin, got an inside edge. So all these dismissals were the batsman making a mistake. That was a cardinal sin. Try to play a limited over cricket shot, a full toss, so it wasn't the wicket coming into play, it was just poor batsmanship. That maybe the batsman was looking to be aggressive, but the rest of the deliveries were very soft dismissals. So the pitch has played its part. It's a beautiful batting track. Royal also will be aware of how the wicket has behaved, and if they bat normal, proper cricketing shot, I'm sure this total can be easily surpassed.
Yeah, indeed. Now, Feroz, 297. It's as you said, it's not a massive score, but it's a decent score. So, do you still reckon that all 4 results are still possible in this game?
Well, it is possible. I think 297 runs in a schoolboy game is a very good score. It's just that we've got accustomed to seeing big scores at SSC, and the wicket is also conducive for batting. If you're a good batsman, seldom do you fail twice on a wicket like this. So that's why I said that it was a middling score. It's still a good score. If St. Thomas's can come, use that first session tomorrow, put Royal under pressure, this total is suddenly going to look big. This 297 is going to be tough. Royal, on the other hand, needs to bat and needs to be patient, get over that line the first session. The first session would determine the outcome. If the first session, if Royal bat for 30 overs and the top 3 batsmen are still remaining, especially Sineth, if he's out there in the middle, he's going to go at the bowling. because he's not a batsman who likes to hang around, will go for his shots. He can change the course of the game. But if, on the other hand, St. Thomas has managed to get the top-heavy Royal batting lineup back in the hut, then St. Thomas's have the upper hand. So that's why I say all three results is possible. But personally, I feel it weighs towards a draw.
You said Sineth holds the key for Royal, especially in their first innings. Let's talk about the Thomian bowling lineup now. It's not a day one pitch tomorrow, but do you think the seamers will have something tomorrow morning?
Well, certainly Akash brings in a different angle. He's a left-arm fast bowler, so there's always that angle in which he bowls that can come into play. Nathan Caldera is nippy. He's a good bowler. You've got Kavindu Dias who has experience as well. So they've got a good varied attack. But I wouldn't even underestimate Ashane, who bowls with a different sort of action. He's a wrong-footed bowler. And with his action, if he keeps the ball straight, I think he would be tricky on this wicket as well, because it's slow and it's low, and with his action, when it's at the stumps, he can pose some threat to the Royal batting lineup. And you can't underestimate the left-arm spin of Paliyavardhan as well, who's been amongst the wickets.
Yeah, exactly, because we saw Sineth taking 4 wickets, Ramidu taking 2 wickets, so Abid Paranavithana, I think, on a pitch like this would definitely come in handy for the Thomians.
I personally feel that too. I know that St. Thomas's has a pace attack, 4-pace attack, but I would rate Paliyavardhana's chances more on this wicket. And if he comes into the party, then I think St. Thomas's can pose a threat to the Royal batting lineup.
Yeah, I think the session-wise, Feroz, the first 2 sessions belong to St. Thomas's.
Undoubtedly.
But the last session, how Royalists came back with 8 wickets in that 3rd session, that's where you wanted to bring in the whole delicately poised situation, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think if you look at the first 2 sessions, the Thomians dominated. I felt the Thomians could have been a lot more aggressive in the 2nd session, especially with just 2 wickets lost. I think it allowed Royal to get back into the game because the Thomians wanted to impose themselves in the 3rd session. They went after the bowling and in the process lost some wickets, and that allowed Royal to get back into the game. But having said that, 297 is a good score.
Yeah, indeed. It's a game of 9 sessions. First 3 sessions are done on day 1. We still have 6 more sessions. So let's see who wins those sessions on day 2 and 3. And then let's see if we can get a result out of this 145th Battle of the Blues. Thank you very much, Feroz, for joining with us today. And thanks to everyone who watched the live on the Papare TV HD, thepapare.com, and on Dialog View app. It's the second oldest uninterrupted cricket encounter in the world, the Royal Thomian, the 145th edition. Day 1 is completed. We still have 2 more days left. So stay tuned with the Papare. We will bring all this action tomorrow also. We start our broadcast tomorrow also early at 9:15 a.m. So stay tuned and have a pleasant evening. We will be back tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Mana.
සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා භාණ්ඩවල මිල අඩු කළා. සම්පූර්ණ ක්‍රිකට් භාණ්ඩ කට්ටලයම 23900යි. ක්‍රිකට් බෑගයක් නොමිලේ. The Transport බොරැල්ල.
එක කාලෙක ටීවී බලන මිනිසුන්ට හරි කරදර වුණා. ලොකු ටීවී ස්ටෑන්ඩ් වලට පොඩි ටීවී ආවා. ටීවී අහක බලා ගත්තා. මිනිස්සු ටීවී ගැන අදහස අතහැරියා.
ඉතින් මේ දැන් අරන් දෙන්නද? LED Full HD UHD Smart 32 ඉඳන් 55 මේ 65 වෙනකන් අඟල්. මේ දැන් ගන්න නම් යමු මාත් එක්ක සිංග.
ඕනෑම මාදිලයක ඕනෑම ටීවී එකක් ටික ටික ගෙවන්න මේ දැන් අරගන්න. තිබෙන පුරා සිංග ශාඛාවෙත එන්න.
It is my vision that wakes me up, not my alarm.
I make mistakes, but I will never be defeated.
My biggest competitor is myself.
Vibe account from Commercial Bank for the youth who think beyond limits.
Keel's Crest and Imeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Gold hair and body wash shaker.
Hey, have you heard about Z?
ZZ. KYC.
Easy.
Mobile banking. Crazy.
Education loans and salary advances.
Amazing. Introducing the Digital Youth Account. NDBZ. NDBZ from NDB Bank. The future is banking on us.